for taking the time. I know your guys' time is valuable. All right. We're going to get started with essentially the 12-step roadmap. Everything about making progress means that it can be systematized. Once you create the system, it's easy to replicate it, it's easy to measure it, it's easy to tweak it, and that way you can consistently move forward. A lot of times what happens in this industry is things are implemented out of emotional responses to things that they see right now. And once it's in place, it's not part of a system. It's just one-off. So you go to a workshop, you listen to some tweet, teach you how to tweet. Next thing you know, Twitter's important, and that's what you're focused on. You said social media. And if it's not part of a system, if it's not connected to your overall operations, understanding your sales, if it's not connected to your brand, if it's not connected to your audience, if it's not the right timing, then it doesn't work, and you become sour with certain things that you've implemented and feel like, well, that doesn't work, or that's not producing results. And typically it's not that it doesn't work, it was just simply that it was implemented at the wrong time. It wasn't time for that yet. So the way this system works, and it's been implemented and revised, it evolves as technology evolves, but essentially it's designed to make sure that you guys do the right things in the right order at the right time. And when it comes to those businesses who make progress and those who don't, it really is the rigidness that causes people to fail in this world, because we're living in a day and age where technology and these gadgets and gizmos and devices, as they come out, consumers are adopting them quick. The second Amazon launches something new, everyone's picking it up online. They start to learn how to ask this little round circle how to order pizza or book a hair appointment or find an HVAC company and so forth. And while consumers are adopting the gadgets and gizmos and using these devices subconsciously without even thinking about it, businesses are still struggling on whether or not they should adopt them too. So they become delayed in their entry, or rigid, meaning, well, I just bought this website, I don't want to buy another one. The challenge is when Google changes the rules, it doesn't matter if you bought it yesterday. Google changed the rules. So we have to be fluid, and we've got to be very capable of being able to make changes extremely quickly and understand that we don't set the rules. Consumers do, and search engines do. So question for you guys, just in your everyday life as moms and homeowners and so forth, when you need things, what do you do? If you need something, what do you guys do? Amazon. Every time, huh? Right. Prime. Yep. What else? What if it's not on Amazon? What if it's a service?
Google.
You Google it. Are you? Same? Same? So here's the thing. Everyone I meet, it doesn't matter if I'm sitting in the middle of Dubuque, Iowa, or which I've spoke to Dubuque at a conference in Dubuque. I want to say it was 11 years ago, and I asked that same question, and everyone in the room was like, Valpak. I was like, oh gosh. At that point, they didn't have really good internet. Yeah. So they were saying that everything that you got, it came in the mail, and not only that, but you had to walk a half mile to get it from your mailbox. Like the stories they told in the room. But that's obviously evolved and changed. I've been asking the same questions, and it doesn't matter. There's not a city that's proven me different now that I've went and done a presentation at. Right now, every consumer shops the same way. Amazon, Google. That's it. I don't hear anybody telling me I'm going to my mail. I'm checking the morning newspaper. I'm watching TV ads to see what pops on. It doesn't function the same way anymore. So question, when you guys do Google something, let's just do a quick search. How many of you guys click on the ads at the top? Anyone? Got one? No?
I think it depends on what I'm looking for.
Depends?
Usually it's by accident.
No?
If it's a competitor.
Yeah, I usually skip.
Not when you're doing competitive research or trying to find new business.
I put 5 or 6 times.
So they know you do that. So let me tell you, if you're trying to charge them $40 a pop, you have to use a proxy because they track your IP address and you only get one click.
We're all gonna start clicking it around.
Can tell you how to do that successfully.
We'll talk at it quick.
I get in trouble here. Okay. What about you? Ads or no ads?
No ads.
Guys? Ads, no ads? No?
I avoid them.
I click by accident.
Something on your phone?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's it. That's a huge challenge. If I talk to 100 people, I'm gonna have one person in the room that says I click on ads and it's not competitor research, right? Or I'm not trying to charge them $45 a pop. One of the two. Increase their cost per click. How many of you click on the maps?
I do that.
You do?
I do it if I'm researching like a hotel somewhere else. Or,
Okay.
Yeah, if I'm looking for like a restaurant or something, so I can see more at one time.
Okay.
Same.
Yes? Yes?
I do that.
Yes? How many of you click in the top 10, first page?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes? All the way around. How many go to page 2?
Not very.
Nada. Okay, so for me, because I'm a logic person, I wasn't born and raised in the advertising and marketing background. I'm an entrepreneur. I like building companies. I like building them. I like buying them. I like selling them. But I'm not an advertising expert. I literally rather listen to a group of soccer moms tell me how they shop online than most of the people that interview for jobs at my company. So that's very real, right? The majority of consumers, and you will have agencies that absolutely argue with me. I'm not saying that people don't click on the ads. On mobile devices, they are clicking on ads. And a lot of times it is accidental because it's not as prevalent. You can't tell as much on a phone. And because most of the time when you're searching on your phone, you're somewhere where you shouldn't be. I'm just saying. You're multitasking. You're doing something else at the same time. You're moving quick. You're on your phone because you're doing other things. You're not sitting behind a computer with attention geared towards a computer. You're not focused on that activity. And so it's easy to click on ads. And there is an entire group of buyers who is just different, and they will click the ads. Usually they are not as educated in the internet, and they haven't been burned yet for whatever reason. But most people are fearful of the ads because they think something bad's going to happen, something bad's behind it. Have you guys ever searched or seen TV ads and went and looked at reviews like Copper Pots or any of the late night TV ads? They're really hysterical. So if you're ever real bored, stay up, watch TV late at night, and grab every commercial and just go search for it with reviews or complaints or scams or anything and watch what comes up. The majority of them are really scary. And I think that a lot of consumers know that. So if everything boils down in every single audience that the majority of people click on the maps and the top 10 on Google and nothing else, that's how they figure out what they're going to do. I've got one of two choices. Either I figure out how to sell a product on Amazon, or I figure out how to get in the top 10 in the maps on Google, period. And for me, considering that money doesn't grow on trees, it's not like I can spend it on everything. I want to be as effective as possible and make that my number one priority. So essentially, this is really designed to make sure that you guys have a clear list of what do you want to sell, where do you want to sell it, are you an option where people are looking, do you look good when they get there, and is it easy to work with you based on what they like. That's essentially all marketing is. Everyone makes it too complicated and too much. That's all that matters. What do you want to sell? Air conditioning installation, furnace repair, furnace installation, furnace replacement, furnace tune-ups, furnace maintenance, furnace service. What do you want to sell? You want to sell plumbing, right? And you can go down 3,000 different things, drain clogging, roto-rootering, right? You can go down and make this giant list of every single service you want to sell. So let me just roll through this real quick. Essentially, every time a consumer does a search, every time you go to Google and you do a search, all that happens is a giant file cabinet opens. You guys seen Bruce Almighty?
Yeah.
Okay, so you remember when he's in the warehouse and that file cabinet opens up? So every single search opens a drawer, and there is a certain number of pages, pieces of paper inside that drawer. So if I do a search for furnace repair in Cleveland, Ohio, then there's going to be, let's go look at the actual number, 1.6 million pages inside that single drawer. And when I say pages, I'm not saying websites, just individual pieces of paper. So if you want to play that game, we've got to figure out how do you get your website, to have a single piece of paper to fit in that drawer. And eventually we need to figure out how do you take that single piece of paper and make it popular enough, i.e. marketing, to get it to the front of the drawer where people can find it. For you guys to make money, you need to be in the top 10 of whatever that number is, 1.6 million pages, in order to make any money. That's it. And when you get there, you need to look the best. So let me see here. Give me another city near here. Is that right? Okay.
Dusky,
Oh, Dusky.
S-A-N-D-S-K-Y.
S-K-Y. All right, give me another one.
Toledo?
Interesting. I want to pull this one up specifically. You see the difference in this listing besides everything else? One small change, and I just did 3 searches in your area and not one company has it, which is surprising. That doesn't happen very often. This single line item right here is something called schematic markup. About 2.5 years ago, Google made a change. 4 years ago, Google made a change, and it said that websites need to be mobile responsive. Big thing came out, letters went out to everybody registered with Google Webmaster admins, and it said if you're not mobile responsive, then we're going to penalize your site, we're going to derank you. You heard about that, okay? Well, 2 years ago, Google came out with a new coding requirement called mobile first. Mobile first essentially meant that instead of us building a website this size and allowing it to shrink down to this size, what we had to do is recode 100% of every website we've ever built for this size, and then modify the code to allow it to expand to this size. So I don't know if you guys know, but we rebuilt every single website that we ever built for any Goodman dealer, and we had to do it in 9 months. So it was a lot of sleep, no sleep, and lots of coffee. But part of that requirement came with a new piece of code that allowed us to be able to mark up a website with something called schematic markup. This website launched, schema.org, and inside schema.org, they came up with HVAC requirements. So there's actual requirements specifically for an HVAC business on how a website is supposed to be coded. From what I can tell, every website I've looked at so far has none of that inside of there. So, challenges. Have you had any of your web people talk to you about it?
They haven't talked to us about it. They're building it for us, so they probably aren't. I hope they're just not involving us in schema.org, but they will. That's my hope. I'm gonna make notes.
Are they local?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So let me just pause on the local piece for a moment. I know it feels good to work with local companies, and I'm not saying they're bad. I don't know who they are. But be very careful. You want to make sure if you're picking someone local, ask them where their client base is, because Google doesn't test in Cleveland, Ohio. It doesn't test anything in Cleveland, Ohio. It does test in the Bay Area, does test in Sacramento, it does test in Toronto, it does test in Ontario, it does test in San Francisco. So Santa Cruz would be somewhere that it would roll something out to. Concord, California would be somewhere where it would roll something out to. Our clients in these pockets are unfortunately Google's test baby. So we know when Google makes a significant change and it decides to implement the change and see how it goes, we know exactly the group of customers that we have in that particular pocket that we're going to see the impact on right away. If you work with the local agency and they don't have clients in test pockets, you're way behind, because they're not familiar with, they're not living in an environment where these very technical changes are live and running and making an impact they don't have before and after progress differences to be able to see what does this impact or how does this impact my business. Does that make sense? So just something that will help you guys as you're choosing agencies. Ask them where their client bases are. And you want them to, I mean, the broader reach of customer base that they have, the more experienced they are, the more knowledgeable, because Google is not local, right? So you don't want anybody that doesn't have that breadth of knowledge. Okay, so schematic markup. In your world, right now, no one that I can tell has it. Let me just check before we go.
All you're looking for is those little orange stars.
Yeah, so that, as long, I mean, right now the playing field is level. So that doesn't usually happen. I mean, every search, every city that we go do a search in, the playing field is not level. Someone has a properly built website that meets current requirements, has those star rankings showing, and they get the majority of every conversion that shows up, period. When we brought that to dealers' attention saying, hey, big changes, something you might consider, not everybody adopted it, but those who did, big difference. So there's plenty. When I said that sometimes it's personality, it's getting stuck in, I don't want to make this change, I just did something else and so forth. That's what prevented a whole group of dealers from making those changes and implementing something that, quite frankly, changed every single search result and where every piece of the business went. So as long as you were an agency that was sitting on page 1 of Google, you were an option for that particular service in that particular city or town. If you had schematic markup and those stars ranking, you were the choice, not a choice. And that's who won the business. Does that make sense? Okay. Let's go. Here's the example. Which link would you guys click on? Top? One or two? One? One? Which one? It's the same company. I don't know if you saw. They're both barren. But this page, we can't put schematic markup on a home page. We can only put it on the interior pages. So their interior pages win every time. And most of the time when we do consumer groups to see how, we presented a page that looked just like this, but the first 8 listings was the exact same company. And listing number 6 had the stars. And we watched groups of consumers, I think we had 60 people in the room, sit there and debate. Literally, they were getting into good conversations of why they would click on number 6, and one person said, no, I would click on number 1, and they're having this huge debate. But the first 8 listings were all air care systems out of Florida, out of Titusville, Florida. It was the same company for every single one of them. But they were arguing over this, and everyone said they're going to click on number 6. So just one small change impacted whether or not they would win the business or not. So this,
I have a quick question.
yes, please.
So that was for an interior page. Why wouldn't then, how is it that only one interior page is selected? Like why wouldn't, obviously you have a ton of other interior pages, so why aren't there then 7 interior pages that are populating?
So in a search result, right now the max number of searches, unless it's an anomaly where one company can own more than one position on a search engine results page, the search page is 3.
Okay.
So you can't physically own, which we only have a couple scenarios that go above that. I mean, a couple.
Okay.
But the more spaces you own for in this drawer. So there's 347,000 pages. They are number 1 and 2 of 347,000 pages.
Right.
So their percentage just went through the roof because they're 1 and 2. And then when you add the stars, they get 80% of all conversions on this page. If you're on this page and you're not Barron's, you don't get the business. I mean, very small percentage. As long as they don't mess up anywhere else. It's easy to convert. They have an AI chatbot. They have click to call. You can text your request in. You can schedule online. As long as all those things are in position, they win. The website doesn't scare anyone away. Okay. Now, site. This filing system, right? Google's file drawer. Every single thing you want to sell is in a drawer if it's on your website. The challenge is most websites are filled with pages with bad titles. So if you think of your website like a store, okay, it's just like this room. Your website has walls, framing, floor, ceiling, doors, windows. How many doors and how many windows depends on how many pages you have on the site that happen to be on page 1 of Google. Every door into a room, it only becomes a door when it is a page somebody is looking for. I'm looking for this door, and you make it so I can find it. I'm on page 1 of Google, and I can walk in it easily. Now it becomes a door. So technically, you want your store to have as many open doors as possible that people have access to and can find. In order to create an open door, you essentially have to fill your entire store with quote unquote products. Think of it like a gas station. If I own a gas station and I have paper, I have a flathead screwdriver, that took me a second, a flathead screwdriver, and I have coffee cups in my store, how much can I sell? Those 3 things. If I have Walmart and I have everything inside Walmart in my store, how much can I sell? Right, 500,000 different products. So when people are asking how many pages is good, depends on how much you want to grow. How many doors do you want to create? How many different things do you want to be available for? What do your consumers search for? What are the variations? So we might think AC repair is one. Well, they also look for air conditioner repair. And they also look for air conditioning repair. They look for furnace repair here, right? You guys sell boilers? Boiler repair. But if you're from Seattle, Washington, you would never say the word furnace. Ever. That is something scary in Freddy Krueger's basement. It has fire. It steals children. You would never say furnace. But if they moved here, right? If they moved here, they're going to say heater repair because that's what they know. Okay? So every website, if you want to see what's inside a store, so a website is a store, and inside it you have products and services, products on the shelves. The number of pages inside that store, just like a gas station with products inside of it, are what show you how much you can possibly sell. Now, the reality comes of, are they an option and do you look good when they get there? That's different, because that might change it up if the store is scary, if it's not compliant, if it's not secure. All of these things can hurt, right? But if you want to see how many pages are in any store, how many products are in any store, you want to look at your competitor's inventory list. All you do is type in the word site, put in the website address with no W's, no HTTP, none of that. And Google's going to give you an inventory list of what it sees in that store. It might not be what's actually in the store, because sometimes web companies will make pages no index, no follow. They put a sign that says, don't come in, this product's not for sale. They take it out of the inventory list. Baker. I'll give you an example. These guys set up a strategy session with us. That's not Baker Brothers. Find Gotta make it easy to find something.
Is that really their name, Scary?
No, it's me.
Oh.
It's my labeling because I think they're
I was just
scary
saying,
sites.
they don't seem fun. Hopefully council on their name.
Oh gosh. So these guys sat down to do
Works at Halloween, yeah.
So these guys sat down to do a strategy session with us, and the first thing, you know, we look at is your website's not secure. So it's like having a store that is just not secure at all. I'm scared to go in. So it actually, when your website's not secure, we're violating Google's requirements. You're required to have HTTPS:// an SSL certificate that is valid and paid for every single year. It has to be renewed. Those are all things that are down and dirty required. I would say about 80% of the websites we look at in the HVAC world are not even secure. This at all. Not only that, but as soon as we dove in, the first thing I got to look at anytime I'm looking at a company's website is I got to see, show me what you're working with. Because the story is different. Your results can be different if you're starting here versus if you're starting here versus if you're starting here. Timing is different. There's no set result. It just depends on what are you coming to the table with. So when we first started and looked in, this store says no information is available for this page, which doesn't mean there's no pages inside the store. There's no products in the store. It means Google has the whole site set with a sign that says no index, no follow, don't come in this store at all. That would be something you would want to know if you had somebody just build your website and launch a new website and you were paying for these guys thousands of dollars in monthly marketing investments. That's not a good day. We don't want that. Now, this number, this number will 9 times out of 10, plumbing will throw it off a little bit, commercial HVAC will throw it off if you've got commercial projects on the side, but 9 times out of 10, this number will tell you the size of a company. Let me scroll down. The smaller the number, the smaller the business. So typically if it's a 25-page website, they're doing less than $1 million, they might have 2 people on staff. If it's a 50-page website, you can add a couple more staff and another couple trucks. If it's a 100-page website, you get my drift. We can keep going up. The larger the total number of products in the store, the more popular those products are, the more available they are to consumers searching for them, the more money they can make. It's just math. So we analyze websites across the board in the HVAC industry that we don't build. We constantly monitor and follow the best of the best of the best because we got to see detail by detail, what are they doing? And I will tell you that the best websites in the entire industry are managed by 5 agencies, just 5. There's only 5 companies that manage the top HVAC companies in the nation in Canada. Those companies that are on page 1 of Google, that are performing, that are doing 20 million a year, have 100 plus trucks, they're all doing the same thing. There is no secret. There's no magic behind a curtain. No one has a special sauce. The only thing that's special is what order did you put things in and did you move with the cycles? It's timing. Did you make the change when Google said you're supposed to be mobile responsive? Did you move it or did you not? If you stayed back, you're delayed, right? When Google said you're supposed to move to mobile first, you either did that or you didn't. And sometimes it's because you don't have the advisor. You don't have someone telling you. You're not registered for Google Webmaster or your web company is not raising a hand because it's not comfortable. It doesn't feel comfortable for me to call my clients and go, I know you just went live 4 months ago, but we just got a letter saying new requirements coming down the pipeline and they're going to start issuing penalties in 6 months. You need to buy another website. Like, it hurts my soul. So we don't like to do that. I mean, we've rebuilt at least 140 websites that dealers did not even pay for because as soon as you call, it was some grumpy men and they were like, rawr! And we were like, okay. But we can't have old stuff on our servers because it hurts everyone else. So we just rebuilt them behind the scenes. Now, the page count, the number of pages you should have in your site, who knows what. There's no stopping it. What do you want to sell? What do consumers look for? Do they look for clogged toilet? Do they look for how much does a furnace cost? Do they look for when should I replace my furnace? Do they look for what's better, this furnace or this furnace? I mean, the number of different search terms that consumers look for depending on their buyer mentality, their stage they're in. Are they in emergency stage? Are they in research stage? Are they home shopping and looking at older homes? Did an inspector say you need to get an inspection on this furnace before I'll clear this? We're not going to clear to close unless you get a furnace inspection. How many of you have a page on your site that says furnace inspection? Is that something you guys would market? You do. Fantastic. That's normally people don't. But if an inspector who's working with the realtor or a realtor is working with the client says you need a furnace inspection, the consumer is going to type exactly that in. Furnace inspection, air conditioner inspection. Now, what consumers don't search for that we frequently see on websites is cooling. So that usually happens when a dealer hires a friend, a family member, a colleague, got a volunteer from church to build their website, whatever the scenario is, and they don't know heating and air conditioning. If they don't know heating and air conditioning, if the agency doesn't know heating and air, then they'll call you guys and they'll ask you, and you will rattle off your industry terms as if they're truth. You'll say HVAC company. If consumers don't search for HVAC company and that's what you're focused on, we have a problem, right? Okay, now, how many pages are in this drawer? So remember, we need to be in the top 10 of whatever this number is, right? So if you have a page and it's labeled, just like ketchup is labeled ketchup, if I labeled ketchup product, if that's the label I put on it, how many pages am I fighting for? If I create a page on my website and I call it services, this is my competition. If I call the page financing, that's my competition. Worse than that, financing can be anything. I'm going to get dictionary, I'm going to get financing your business, getting a mortgage, getting a car loan, getting a small business loan, personal loans. Financing is extremely broad. So every single name on every single page of your website, you need to look at the titles extremely carefully and go search for that exact title and see what shows up in that drawer. Is that a place I want to be? Can I compete in that drawer? Do I want to be in that drawer? Is that where any normal consumer would look for financing for a heating and air conditioning system? In this case, the answer would be absolutely not. They would never look here. It's too generic. If I create a page and I title it maintenance, how many pages in the drawer? Not a good search, especially when you have to think about it.
You're just saying it should be more labeled furnace maintenance, boiler maintenance, air conditioning maintenance, cooling maintenance.
Absolutely. Because I got hair maintenance, car maintenance, lots of maintenance, right?
So in like your top navigation, then you have like sub pages. So is that something that still helps then? I mean,
Absolutely. So may I use this?
Yeah.
Okay. So here, you guys run multiple companies. You have multiple seasons. You guys have 4 seasons here, right? 4 real seasons.
Yeah.
So you're like Seattle. Florida, we have 1 season and a maybe, like 1 and a possible. Okay. So here you have 4 seasons. So you technically run 4 different companies. And you guys with plumbing, anybody else offer something other than plumbing? IAQ?
Yeah.
Everyone does IAQ. That's totally different. Now you're into medical and allergies and babies and pets and dogs and dander and all this other stuff, right? So you run multiple companies and you run those companies at different times of the year. So when we merge 2 different businesses that are clearly different times of the year, you reduce all of your impact by 50%. The page is reduced by 50%. When a consumer is hot, they're boiling, they can't sleep, they're cooking, they're looking for a solution for air conditioning. When they are freezing, their toes is cold, their nose is cold, their rooms are different temperatures, they're cold, they're looking for a heating solution. It might be heater, it might be furnace, it might be boiler, they might not have a clue, it might be heat, might be something of that nature, right? So every one of these, we want to make sure that we don't mix these. When we put repair and installation or service and installation together, again, we're getting 50% of the weight for each individual page versus if you keep them separate, keep them singular. Inside the content, you can get one page to rank for more than one search term. Over time, the more powerful your website becomes, the longer you're doing the right things in the right order, the more local directories you have, the more reviews you have, the more social interaction or trust rank you have, the more backlinks you have coming to your website. You can get away with pulling things like this off the longer the website's been in existence and the better you've been doing things correctly. But if you're just getting started or you're trying to really make sure that you own and occupy the results, you would want to separate these all into what do you want to sell. So you pick product, solution, location. Product, solution, location. So boiler, solution, repair, service, installation, maintenance, tune-up, financing, warranty, costs, quality, brand, right? We can keep going down all the different variations. And then finally would be, where are you willing to drive that they live? What city would they search in? What city is Google going to peg them in? What city or town? Make sense?
What if those links go to the same page?
Then it only
Okay.
counts as one piece of
Okay.
paper. So if I label this piece of paper, air conditioning, heating, repair, and service, and I hand this to you and I say, do me a favor, go file this so someone can find it. What are you going to do?
One spot.
You're like, which drawer? What do I do? Google's deaf and blind, reads Braille. So it's not going to read your mind. It's not going to think. It's just going to crawl the text and a robot is going to make a decision. So that robot it's not going to go, well, I know what you mean. It's not like most of the humans in your life. Say what you mean what you say, and then it'll put you in the right place. But if you give it too many options, one page goes in one primary drawer. Okay, and that's the most effective way. So right out of the gate, first thing for your site, got to get a security certificate on there. How long ago was the website built?
We had it for a little bit over a year. We're actually in the process of getting a new website right now.
Okay.
That launches like November 5th.
Was it provided by the franchise?
This one that we're switching over to is, this one is not,
This is WordPress.
Yeah, we use NetSearch
Okay.
currently.
And you're moving to the franchise template?
No, it's like a new template based with a different company though.
Okay, but it's not the ones that, because your franchise provides a website, it has an agency.
no,
It's
a
not that
one-to-one,
one.
yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay, good. Good. Okay, so let me see if you guys can see this. You see the page title is titled Furnaces here? This is called a permalink. Okay, this right here should match your permalink. This is what's called an H1 or a heading 1 title. You're only allowed one heading 1 title on every single page. When the titles are different, it causes weight, because now I'm giving Google, think of it like a green hanging folder, a manila envelope inside of it, and a piece of paper inside of it, right? If the green hanging folder says furnaces, and then the manila envelope says business and home furnaces, and then the piece of paper is about something different, then again we start making Google confused, because it's just a piece of paper in a file system, and you're saying, can you go put this in the right drawer? So we want to be really, really careful with the labeling of each one of those. And then further in that is you have a snippet called a meta description on every single page inside. So this new heating furnace for sale in Cleveland, 1 hour. Whether or not you need a new furnace for your home or business, 1 hour heating in Cleveland can help with all of your purchasing and installation needs. So it's not bad, not at all. The page is focused on Cleveland in the title, but it's not focused on Cleveland in the description. So if you wanted to add if you wanted to make sure that the location was in there in both, then that would help Google understand this is furnaces, it's installation, and it's in Cleveland. So you want to have a real specific goal for each one of those and make sure it's in the title, it's in the permalink, it's in the header, and it's in the content. The page is about something specific. So if I hand someone this paper, they're like, I got it. This goes in furnaces in Cleveland bucket. That's where they're going to find it. So right now you guys have 42 pages. You have one page with schematic markup. That's interesting. Two. All both under special offers. What is this? A landing page provided by someone else?
No, that's in our,
Pay-per-click?
Yep.
Okay.
so it's still the same, like, net search created those pages as well.
Okay, so that probably is a separate installation of, let me look. Okay, so some things to be careful of. Can't fake it. So what they've done is they've hard-coded 771 reviews on that page, but there's no 771 reviews anywhere to be displayed, and it doesn't meet any of the requirements of you're required to put the total number of reviews on that page down in the footer area. So things like that, you want to be real careful of. It looks good on searches, so you can get away with that for a while, but eventually you get a manual review, Google will de-index the page.
I know that customer lobby, is that it right there?
That is a widget, so it's not going to be counting from that. So, because this is a chunk of embed code, so Google can't read inside embed code. That's where this element is. That is essentially like putting stuff in a coffee can. So let me show you how to do it legally. Okay, so out of every review company that's out there, there's tons of them you could. Customer Lobby, Podium, Review Buzz, there's all these different review systems, pieces of technology, software that you would subscribe to. There is only one currently, and we have to review, our company is reviewing all these different softwares and applications at all times to figure out who's doing what, who's smarter than who's got a better application, who's approved by Google. So there is a system called Nearby Now, and Nearby Now is the only software right now that you can subscribe to that gives data to a web company in a format that is approved by Google and can be indexed and calculated in your schema markup. We have not found any other companies that do that. So not that Customer Lobby is bad. Customer Lobby is great at getting reviews and posting them on the Customer Lobby website and then giving you a widget to showcase them on your own site.
It's terminated with them too, so we're switching with that as well.
Okay, all right, oh, good timing again. Okay, so they're good at that, but they own those reviews sitting on their website. Now, if the review was routed to your Google Business page, you own your Google Business listing page, your Google Maps page, right? But on your website, you want the reviews to be permanent assets, and you can't duplicate reviews site to site to site. You get one option. So every time you go get a review, it's got to be routed to a specific place. So if you're getting a review just to have a review, that's one level of strategic progress, right? But if I'm getting a review to give me content that I can use to create a new product page in a new city, now I'm getting a review to create a new product to put in my store to get found for air conditioning and heating in a new city. So the review I get today makes me money tomorrow. Does that make sense? So now you have a very effective strategy for generating reviews to get you more products sold instead of just generating reviews. Make sense? So essentially what happens is you have an app on your phone. There is one other element to this that no other review company has right now. And it's the ability to not have a review, but to still get the same benefits. And it's called a check-in. So you have an app on your phone. Every time you go on a job, your guys tap a button and they say working on maintenance for a ductless heat pump performing flush on a tankless water heater system. They click check in and they go do the work. So he took a picture. This is 40 days ago. Brandon went out there, did the work. When you get done doing everything at the end, you're going to show the consumer what you did, how to work it, how to program thermostat, whatever, and then you're going to essentially ask them for a review before you leave. So we tell our guys, don't come home without it. You have to get it while you're there. You need to be staring into their soul, looking into their retina and going, can I please have a review? Can I send you a text message real quick? And then you hover, right? So you're going to click this, you click this, you click this, boom, you get a positive review while you're there and it comes in. But if they're not happy, you just skip the second half. If they're grumpy, they have a bad day, they have an attitude, they were born grumpy or woke up that way, one of the two, then you pause at I checked in. You still get content that can be identified as new text on your page for the city that their phone happened to be in at that moment because GPS is tracking. And now your web company can take that content, go create a new page in a new city so you can start stretching. What do you want to sell? Those are your services. Where do I want to sell it? You're going town to town to town to town. So we tend to take a little bit of the hustler approach with most of our clients and go, let's go to work. So we're going to work on your website. You're going to sign up for this app. And in the next 30 days while we're working on your site, go check in at every single city you want to do business in. I don't care if you're working or not. Write up something great. Use your primary search terms. Take pictures. Take a picture of any system, doesn't matter where it is, or use your library of photos. Let's get every one of those on there, and then we'll go get reviews after your website goes live so you have fresh and new content coming out to the site on a regular basis. It's free content. It shows that you're active, you're relevant, you're current, so your website starts to see activity on a regular basis. Yes?
It's a question, I've actually, you talked about this in one of your previous workshops. That app also doesn't, if the homeowner doesn't provide the review then, they still can provide the review, right?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
You're just sending it to their email?
Text or email. Normally people are texting because their phone's sitting right next to
So if
them.
they're not comfortable doing the review while you're standing in front of them or watching over their shoulder, obviously, you leave, they can still provide the review.
Absolutely.
And you still get the impact out of that review.
Absolutely.
So it's really regardless, you wanna offer it every time.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's neat, I don't remember the picture, take a picture, you're there, that all adds more credibility then.
Yep, absolutely.
That's pretty
So
cool.
sometimes they're taking pictures of their truck because they forgot, and that's fine too. Let me show you one of our clients that is
And
the
Josh,
best.
I had actually shared that with him,
Yeah.
you might wanna talk to him
I was
again,
gonna say-
now that you better understand it, 'cause I
Right.
didn't explain it very well.
So can you kind of use that with like another review company? So we just signed up with another, instead of customer lobby, with another review company by corporate we had to. So can we still use this one as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you absolutely can. And most of the time, different review software, because that's all it is. The software by itself will do nothing for you except collect data. You have to have an agency
Right.
that knows how to take the information, go create pages on your website, optimize the pages, and transfer the data to your site. Otherwise, I have plenty of people that say they hate Nearby Now, and it's because they didn't have an agency doing anything with it. They just signed up for software. Yes?
We use Pulsem.
Mm-hmm.
Are you familiar?
Yep.
Is that completely different? Is that not doing us any justice?
I'm not going to say it's not doing you any justice. It is different. It's apples and oranges. So with Pulsem, they're good at getting you third-party reviews. They're good at getting you reviews on other people's assets. That's not bad. In my world, it's not first. So from a priority standpoint, everything that I'm ever going to give an answer on is weighted heavily on when. So if your website doesn't have reviews on it, if your website doesn't have one page for every city you want to do business on it, if you're not ranking in more than the city that you have a physical listing in or a physical office in, then getting reviews on third-party sites is not important to me. There's only 2 priorities in the beginning of this process, step 5, which is reviews, and that is get reviews on your website for the cities that you want. Now, if any of you had 1 truck, it would not be a priority. I would say don't do that, because I don't want 1 truck driving to 80 cities. That's not a good use of their time, right? I want them to master home base first, stay tight, keep your driving to a limit as much as possible, close business, get good at closing business and that, and then stretch out to one other city, and we can take that slower, right? But if you have people that either live in multiple cities or towns, you have multiple trucks, this becomes a bigger priority because you need to keep these guys busier. The other thing to consider is, let me back up. When, HEARN, okay, the reason I said there's 2 priorities is your Google business listing, priority number 1. Secondly, your website is. This is where all your referral business. If somebody knows your company name, they're going to search for your company name. I need this to look just like this. This is a golden presentation. Absolutely beautiful. So this is absolute priority. The things you guys have done well here. Well, let me back up. Obviously, you provide great service. You've got excellent reviews on your Google business listing, 174 reviews. This is yours, right?
Yeah.
Okay. The fact that you have it open 24 hours a day, very, very, very smart. What happens when you show up in the 3-pack? If you set this to close at 5, even if you close at 5, technically your website is open 24 hours a day, so you don't need to do that. I'm glad you don't. Even if you don't provide emergency service or repair on weekends and evenings, keep this at the 24 hours, because what you don't want to do is show up, grab your city. This 3-pack, you don't want to, at 5:01, this will say closed, and it'll say closed, and it'll be in big bright red. So the consumer automatically goes to the next listing. So that's very smart. Definitely keep that. These guys guarantee you at 5:01 or 4:01 or 6:01, whatever time it is, it's going to say closed.
Yeah.
So challenge for consumers is, when do you guys get to take care of your personal household things? After 5 and on the weekends.
Okay.
So you guys provide a service that is for people who don't have time Monday through Friday 9 to 5 to deal with it. So don't be closed when they're open. Yes.
What's the flag I see on that thing? What is it?
Oh, this one? So that tells me he's using his home phone as his cell phone. This is a texting system.
Oh.
So for me, I can tell the size of a dealer depending on what phone number is being used here, if it's textable or not.
Would that be something like I would be able to see if I looked it up or no?
Mm-mm.
Oh, okay.
No. So,
I was gonna say, you have a lot of little secret things out there.
Got some bells and whistles
Yeah,
over there,
see.
huh?
That's why we wanted you to come.
I'm gonna start trying to look up,
But
content
that's true
on
though,
there.
They're like super deep.
Yeah, oh yeah,
Yeah.
they,
They're right around the corner from us.
you know, so lots of little things that are,
yeah.
that will, every tiny little thing we do that's not on point just reduces our success by a little bit longer, right? It just puts us back in that thread. I used to do a class where I would take, I don't know, do you guys have IKEA here?
Yeah.
So IKEA has those paper measuring tapes. And so it's like, you've seen them, right? So we rip off, we pretend like it's 100 years. And we rip off, right, all the way through college and toss that. And then rip off the retirement and crap that out. Depends on which kind of class we're doing. If it's motivational, then we're going to also rip off their child rearing time and throw that away. And we're going to be left with this tiny little window, right? If it's a business class, we got a little bit different of a window. But whatever the measuring tape says, it starts to put things in reality of how much time you actually have to get this stuff done and get it done right. So when you start peeling apart the layers of, I'm not trying to work until I'm 80, right? That ain't going to happen. And for your guys' owners, the way you can support them the most is realizing what it took for them to start this business was everything. They threw everything into it. They threw their life, their money, their credit. They mortgaged things. You'll never know what they put in to start this business, ever. Blood, sweat, tears, time. They sacrificed everything. And they did it not necessarily for success or money or profits. What they did it for is they want more time, more money, and more freedom. And if you can help them attain that, they paid their dues, right? You guys said you have multi-generational families. So as dues get paid, they need to be free. So anything we can put into place, it's going to give them a permanent asset to produce continuous progress, not immediate results, continuous progress. You're going to get them closer and closer to being able to free. I mean, essentially, you want your owner, you want to walk in and go, I want to give you a week back of your life. I want to give you another week. I want to give you another week. I want to give you another week. And eventually, I don't want you to have to be here during the summer. I don't want you to have to be here during the winter. I want you to go be with your family. And that will change the relationship between you and the owner. Because they did put in a lot to get here, to employ a whole bunch of people. So, my personal thoughts. Okay. These guys, just to kind of give you an idea, everyone has clients who are more OCD than others. They're incredible. I mean, these guys are not just incredible. They use the heck out of this system. They rank for every single search term. My two best clients and users of this particular system is Barron Heating and Countryside. We had to truncate Barron Heatings because they have separate installations. We have 4 licenses of Nearby Now, a different license for each service. So their heating and air conditioning has a license, and the heating and air conditioning guys use one license for that. The electrical license guys use another one. The plumbing uses another, and Firelight uses another, and then they're about to launch solar, same thing. So they redo that. That way we can optimize. If you look at each one of these, this is all for electrical services. So if you have secondary services, this is how to do this. And then they're starting to build. So we just launched electrical. And then next, we just launched plumbing. So every title and description and permalink only has a certain number of characters. You only have 40 characters available. You only have 41 characters available for a description. So you can't force any single page to do more, right? Because it's limited. You only have that space available. So for them, we just started this. This is for their plumbing division. And I'll explain why we had to do this. AWR, let's go.
So really quick question.
Shoot.
So with the Nearby Now, if we were to sign up with that, we would give all of our login information and things like that to whoever's handling our website for them to upload and do a tab, or how would that?
You
for
need
each, city?
a killer SEO team. So there's a lady in our office, Kathy Marshall, and she can give you a video, which is a training video, so you can watch our team do this, what the back office looks like. And it's an internal training video. It's not something we'd put out in the public, but it'll give you a feel for how important the agency's role in it and how much time goes into every single month. They have to go in and see where have you checked in. They've got to grab all that code, build all those pages, optimize the pages, backlink to the pages, and then market the pages to get them popular, to get them ranked. So whoever you're working with, they need to know how to do that.
And then how often would you recommend that be updated?
Once a month.
Once a month.
Every month, yeah. Yeah, you don't want to do it weekly because that's blah.
Right.
You guys would be paying a fortune. You'd have a full-time monitor on staff for that. You don't need that. You just need an agency every single month to go through, find every new city. Yes.
So my company uses ReviewBuzz.
Yep.
And they just updated their widget, so now it's like a full page widget
Yep.
with the reviews. So you're saying that Google doesn't recognize that?
They're sitting right in that cup.
Okay, so as long as because we use a third-party hosting site, so as long as they create the city pages like you mentioned and put those reviews in there, will Google recognize them?
Google. So they're displayed on ReviewBuzz's website.
Yeah.
So when they're on ReviewBuzz's website, they're viewable, crawlable, and searchable. ReviewBuzz gets all the credit for all those reviews. When they take this and they put it on your site, sorry for they take this, put it inside the cup, and they go, here, show them on your site. These are your reviews. All the credit is sitting on their website. That goes on yours. Google can't see inside a widget. It's a widget. It's like a coffee can. Does that make sense? Even if they make the widget pixels larger. So they expanded the pixels so that it's, it still cannot see it. It's still a widget. So not all is lost with that.
Yeah.
It's some of those reviews went to third-party sites, which you're an administrator on, I would assume. Some of the Review Buzz reviews went to Google, went to Facebook, possibly went to Yelp, and so forth. So those you still maintain, and that's good. The reviews on their website, the best way to take that and turn it into an actual asset is convert all of them to images. So these, turn it into a picture. Every one of these is when we have a review on another website that we want to remarket. We want to convert it to a permanent asset. And I'm sorry to say when we want. Every review we have on another website, we convert to a physical asset in the form of a picture because Google Steph and Brian reads Braille. Once it's in picture format, now you can remarket that on your website. You can embed it as a picture. You can post it on social media sites. You can use it on marketing graphics and so forth. You can drop it into video and showcase it. And it's legal to reuse that content continuously. It just doesn't help you in search engine crawls. Does that make sense? What are you thinking? You're brainstorming over there.
The review still won't help with the Google results?
No.
Okay.
No, it just gives you you can label the review. So you see how the review is labeled? It's labeled CI Web Group Reviews Nick Gonzalez. Now, I couldn't remember, I didn't know who the customer was. I would not normally name it the person's name, I would name it the business name, because then I can optimize an image to show up if somebody's searching for CI Web Group Reviews, or if they're looking for ABC Heating and Air Conditioning. And that way I take one asset and make it optimized for two different things. But it'll only show up when somebody is searching for, if you label it well, it'll show up if somebody's searching and they click on the button that says view photos, images. Make sense? So Review Buzz is extremely good at getting a lot of third-party reviews and reviews on their own site. They're good at volume, making that number really bright and big. Is it gonna help you get more business? It's not gonna find you new customers, but having a large number of positive reviews will help you convert the ones you go get with other means. So there's positive elements to it. It just doesn't give as much weight as I would wanna see in a review system. We don't recommend that system. But it's not bad, it's just not great. Does that make sense? Okay, I'm trying to be nice.
That was very, very, very well said.
Okay. Okay. All these agencies and all these gadgets and gizmos and software providers, they all serve a purpose. They all have something that's good.
Right.
They're all good. Can it be better?
Is that Nearby Now app, the subscription isn't that outrageous either, is it?
So,
a couple $100 a month or something?
Yep, we charge $300 a month to do everything. That is, we pay for the subscription, so we get a discount on the subscription because we buy licenses in bulk, and we do all the monthly maintenance, and we have a whole team that's all they do. They just do monthly maintenance on Nearby Now pages, and they work with the SEO team. That's all they do.
And that gets the dealer
Unlimited
licensing for every one of those employees.
As many employees as you want. So it's per industry. So if, like Barron, they have to pay $300 for their heating and air conditioning, that can fit in one. They pay $300 for their plumbing.
Separate, yeah.
Yeah. So if it's a really different industry, then you would need another license, and you'd want to keep all those reviews separate, because we need to be able to showcase those on their own pages. It needs to be all about, you don't want plumbing and electrical and heating and air conditioning reviews in the same script.
Yeah.
So,
There's no limit on like technicians, cause I wanna say we have like 30 total between techs and installers.
No,
so
we
hopefully
got-
around there. Okay.
on Barron's we have 100 plus, yeah. Okay, so speaking of which, so the reason we had to build more licenses or build additional services into their portal is essentially, let me back up for a second. Every website, so think about again your store. Let's say every single product in our store is on page 1 in the top 10. Your ability to generate revenue 100% depends on the demand for those products and services in those cities which you are on page 1 of Google for. The demand will not change unless there's a natural disaster, a significant event, right? A hurricane can change demand. A flood can change demand. A tornado can change demand, right? A new community or development can sometimes change demand. If they destroy an entire area and they're rebuilding, a developer comes in and is trashing an area and putting better houses in their new houses, that can change demand a little bit. But the reality is in the heating and air world, the total number of monthly searches is really low compared to almost every other industry that I've ever looked at. It's not a lot. Like if I go in and I look, and I can have one of our nerds go in there and pull up Search Console, and they can go say air conditioner installation Cleveland, and it will say monthly total searches 20. It's really, really low. It's not a high frequency, high demand, high volume. It's not a mass amount of people looking for what it is that you do. There's enough, but it's not like real estate. It's not like insurance. It's not like medical products or medical services. It doesn't have the same frequency. So because the demand is technically relatively small in the total number of searches, you got to be pretty creative and continue to expand in the total number of pages that, or number of things that you want to get found for. You have to be pretty expansive in knowing all the different variations. So it's not just AC installation, AC repair, AC maintenance, AC tune-up, AC replacement, AC finance, and so forth. It also includes, do you guys have basements here? Basement heating and air conditioning installation. Do you have wineries or cellars or farms or has mobile home? I mean, there's all these different things, right? In Seattle, houseboat. So in houseboat heater repair. How about there's no boats in shoreline? Let's go to Seattle. So in Seattle, there's for houseboat heater repair, because I live in a houseboat, that's a different kind of property. You have tiny homes, farms, farmhouse, mother-in-law house. We've even seen man cave heating and air conditioning. We've seen some interesting search terms, right? So for this one, there's 8.1 million pages inside this drawer. And this past winter, last December in Seattle, we got snow like we live here, which freaked everyone out. And we have a huge houseboat community. That's what my whole family lives on. So when it snowed that long and froze that bad, everyone in Seattle, I mean, it just stops everything. They don't drive in it. But if you live in a houseboat, the walls are freezing, the floor is freezing, everything is freezing, all your pipes are frozen, your heating systems no longer work, and everything completely broke down. So we called one of our clients over there and we're like, hey, are you guys still mobile? You good? Can you get out to the lake? My mom didn't have heat, and Mike and I think we were in Florida, and my mom's freezing. Like, I'm not okay with that. Like, can you get to my mom's house? So he got out there, he brought a portable heater, he was able to get some electric stuff working, and he wound up installing ductless heating systems in our houseboat. Because she had some propane thing and it just didn't work, but electric was fine. That was the only thing still working, is they could plug something in. So we wound up, and he's like, I could do that all day, Jen. That was golden. I love your mom. Absolutely, we'll go out there. And I was like, all right, well, let me go build a page on your website and let's see if we can get you some more business around the lake. So we went out and built a page. He was like, well, I don't really want to buy content right now. And I was like, that's fine. I'll just put a picture up. So I threw up a picture. This is one of our houseboats, the Mariner, and just put houseboat heating and air conditioning, threw out a bunch of different cities, and put a form on the page. No content. Just did it real quick. We wound up getting the website, or this page, ranked page 1, position 1 in less than 12 days, and he wound up doing calls back to back to back for heater repair, heater replacement. He wound up partnering with a guy that had portable heaters, a porta-cool, porta heater, and he was helping everybody on the lake, and he wound up building a really great group of clients that later he came back and installed ductless systems and so forth later. So your search terms, get creative about not just what they need and what city they're in, but where are they going to put it. So if it's medical offices, if it's churches, if you can get found for church heater installation or church heating and air conditioning installation, it's not just physical places that you would put it in, but start moving out to groups. You have veterans that are looking for people with discounts. You have teachers looking for companies with discounts. You have police, fire, rescue that are all looking for options with discounts. So now promotional content, everything you can possibly get ranked for, it needs to start getting in that drawer. As you guys grow, you need to do what? What happens when you get a whole bunch more business? You need to hire more people. So if it was HVAC, jobs, same thing. So you put what do you want to sell? If you want to sell employment options, so it might be HVAC jobs, it might be careers. Same thing. So we realized that a great way to hire new staff is to look for the people looking for training. They might be in between jobs and they're looking for training opportunities. So you're like, all right, well, let's create a few pages about training. That worked really, really well. So we didn't just create one, we created 3 and called it a technical school, and now they're the #1 searched for and found heating and air conditioning company for training their technicians. And that's how they get their jobs. They enroll people in classes. That's how they fill positions. And then now we're switching that out and focused on plumbing and focused on other areas because, let me back up. This number right here is a percentage, a visibility percentage, which says out of all of the things inside your store, that's the percent of them that are available on page 1. So if my visibility percentage is 93%, if 93% of everything in my store is available, people can see it. Those people who are demanding those services, that group, that audience, how much more money can I make next year if it stays at 90%? How can I alter demand? Technically, 93% means 100% of the pages geared towards search engine friendly terms. So things you want to sell in cities you want to sell it. The rest is just junk pages. That's vision, mission statement, just accessory, contact us, things that don't matter, right? 100% of their website is available on Google on page 1. Whatever they are making right now for the demand that's available right now is all they're going to make. That's all, that's it. It's what's going to happen. So what normally happens with our clients is they start off and they buy a website and they go, and then they plateau. And if they don't do anything new, they don't add any new content, they don't add any new pages, we're not adding other verticals, we're not adding anything else, then they stay like this. If they add 20 more pages for 20 more services, then it goes like this. We get them to page 1, they plateau. And that will keep happening. You cannot modify demand if you stay in the same place. So if I implement something today and we make all of that something show up on page 1 of Google, you're on an SEO plan, it moves up, it's sitting on page 1, you're excited because you got more phone calls coming in, they're ordering more stuff, you guys are excited, same thing, and then boom, you wonder what's going on, how come I'm not growing? Because you cannot stay the same and do something new. You can't get more results if you can't modify demand. Whatever the demand is, that's what you get once you're completely visible. Does that make sense? Okay, so the mindset that makes dealers grow instead of just get results in a short period of time, is I have to identify what's working and I need to do more of it. That's number one. So when you get on the call with an agency, your first thing, you put an agenda in place and you say, show me what's working. Start off with that. And every time you get on the phone, show me what's working. Show me progress. I need to see progress. And that's what you tell your agency. And then the next thing you tell them is, show me what's not working. What's changed? Something's got to be not working, because if something's not working, that means something's changing. And I want to know that we pay attention to that, right? Something I'm doing is waste of space. And next is, tell me what's next. What am I not doing yet that I need to be doing? So what's working? Do more of it. What's not working? Reallocate it to something that is, or give it a little more time. Choose between the two. And what's next? What am I not doing yet that I need to do? And you guys, you can't do everything all at once. It's physically impossible. And you don't want somebody that comes in with this, let's tackle everything. It doesn't work that way. You have to be inching forward, which also means you got to make time for your agencies. You got to sit with them. And it also means if you are in this room and you are marketing, the owners of your company have to understand you cannot do this. Moms don't give birth to human beings that can do all these things. You don't have the personality style for it. Moms don't give birth to all those different humans in the same body. They're different people. You guys anybody know a developer, a coder? What are they like?
Usually quiet and kind of just like, they like being behind the screen.
Yes, like the garage is a
Yeah.
living space.
Yeah.
They hang out there. You'll ask them, what are you doing on Friday night? They're like, oh, hanging out with friends.
Cave dwelling.
Right. And there's no cars in the driveway. You're like, where's the friends? They take off their mask.
In my virtual world, what do you mean?
Right. You don't see AK-49-75? You don't see him? Don't see Magnifico? I see him. He's from Florida. And he's 7, been kicking my tail since yesterday, right? They're just different, right? I have a whole group, my whole family. My dad, he was a developer. He built the first video game that was in 2D, video game called Mabel's Mansion and another video game called Ape Escape. So I grew up in the Matrix. I sat on his lap. He never knew if I left the house. I could be 4 and say, hey, I want to go to a friend's house. And he'd go like this. And my mom would come home, where's Jen? Huh? He had no clue. My cousins are all coders, and I don't mean coders as in they went to school. They were changing grades in middle school, got in trouble, and it's either military or jail pick, right? Like they're all developers, and they're interesting. That's a different group of people. What about designers? What are they like? You tell me.
I feel like that's
She's like, I'm great.
Explain how I am.
Great. You see, my earrings match my necklace, and my shoes match my
Wait,
hairs.
wait, wait,
I
wait,
curled
wait,
my
wait,
hair
wait.
this morning.
Tell me about it.
Yeah. Designers
Much more open.
designers are different. Like their house looks nice. There's feng shui. They're just different. They're creative. They went to art school, Photoshop, right? That's an entirely different human. Anybody know an engineer?
Yes.
What are they like?
Very analytical, systematic, like to have the facts and just more direct, I feel like.
Do they guess?
No.
No.
Do they care how you feel?
No.
That is not how we make decisions. It's definitely not on your feeling. Like we have to protect our clients from having too many conversations with them, because the average human being that talks to someone who's analytical will have something that will say, well, they talk down to me, or they make me feel stupid, or they talk to me like I'm dumb, right? There's all these kind of, it's not real. They're not trying to. They're just weird. That's just,
There's black and white, and feelings are gray.
yeah, and if you make decisions based on feeling, you're wrong for that. That's how they believe. Everything is data. It's mathematical. What about someone that's a social media person? What are they like?
She's like upbeat, energetic.
Friendly. I see. If I was in Seattle, I would say the gayer the better. Like, I'm just being real, but like you want flamboyant personality. You want them to love everything and everyone, and the more friends I have and the more likes I get, the better I am. Right? They're, again, different. So every when I think that I roll in all of the categories, my disc assessment actually says I'm oddly enough in the center of all of them, which is very difficult. It's a weird personality profile. But every time I pretend that I am more of any one of those, they sharply remind me I am not. So when I try and do something and the coder comes in and is like, oh my God, that's gonna take like 9 years. Hold on. We'll kind of come back to home base for a minute with the 12-step program so that we can start connecting the dots on some of this stuff as well. And we'll start off with just step one. So step one, as far as the website goes, some lessons that we've learned. So what we used to do is essentially build a new website every time a new dealer started with us, and they were all custom. So our designers would create this, gorgeous design. We'd go through multiple iterations, and then after however many months of iterations back and forth, then we would get an approval. After how many phone calls it took us to get an approval, and then hopefully summer or winter didn't fall in the middle of that, because then we lost a whole season. So the challenge with that is you guys have really small windows that you have time to work with us, right? With an agency that you have time to dedicate to it before the season starts. The other challenge is that websites don't last that long. The average website, if it's built properly from day one, lasts about 18 to 24 months if Google doesn't make any significant changes in the overall coding requirements behind it. So the other challenge is the number of dealers that were utilizing accrual funds to start these projects. They would wait until March when they expire, and then they would start their project in April, and then they would disappear in June. So depending on whether and what state they were from, and then we couldn't get it done. So websites is essentially a necessary evil, and the challenge I think we were allowing too much influence from the clients, when the reality is we're the experts. All we need to know is what you sell. Like, we don't need a lot of input. So we basically paused on that for a minute. Last year we went and we spent an entire year working with the Goodman and Amana marketing team, Daikin marketing team, private label, and so forth, to build the most robust website that we could possibly build inside a template format. And we've built multiple templates year over year over year. And essentially a template means we're building the frame of a building, the store. That's it. Not the stuff inside of it, but just the frame. Now, if they were a Goodman dealer, if they're a Amana dealer, if private label or Daikin, what we were able to do is take all of the assets that Goodman, Amana, Daikin has put together, and we were able to, they've created videos and promotional videos and graphics and downloadable PDFs and product brochures and all of this stuff that was sitting inside a client portal or partner link, and the dealers weren't using that content. So we went in and took all the content from Partner Link and built it into the site, because the challenge is when we had new clients that were starting, they were coming to the table with nothing, slim to nothing. I mean, they weren't coming with 20 pages of content or 100 pages of content or 200 pages of content. They were coming with 10 or 20, a small batch. And we know in order to be able to compress time, I need our clients to make progress faster, and the website's a huge hindrance most of the time. Most of the time, everybody spends all their time building websites, and that is the worst place to spend your time, because building a website is not doing marketing. You're not making any progress building a website. It is just an atrocious waste of time, and that's just something we sell. But our logic essentially was, I want to cut the crap. I want to eliminate all the fat, the garbage, everything that is exhausting businesses' resources, and let's see if we can do something different. So if you guys were with us, I would say you need a rental site right now. So one issue we notice all the time is people's websites are down. Their ex-provider took the website and left with it, or wouldn't give ownership or access of it, and all these issues came up to where somebody needed to rent a site. So we built a website which is essentially just a rental site. And we pop it up. It looks decent. It looks better than everything else. And then we take it down when your website's done. So you have something immediately. You guys shouldn't be sitting in your position you are right now. So you could rent a site and have it up. We could have it up tomorrow for you with your company name, all your contact, your colors, your logo, everything you need. And you don't have to go another day without that. That's an easy solution for you. And if there's no contract, no time, you need it for a week, great. You need it for a month, great. You need it for 5 months, it doesn't matter. But no one should be without a website right now. Okay, and that's $100 a month. So, and it covers everything. There's no setup fee. There's no nothing. It's just $100 to rent the site. That's simple. The next thing we did is essentially build all of these different kind of designs, storefronts, just these layouts. And every month we launch new layouts. Let me get my projector screen. Okay. So for example, all it is about having a clean and nice layout. What's more important than anything is the structure behind this site, the database. I mean, that's what matters most. Your layout, as far as a design go, every background image can change, your pictures can change, your colors can change, your content can change. And since this website isn't gonna last technically more than 18 to 24 months, all of our clients get a new website every 18 to 24 months, so it doesn't matter that much. Like, I don't want anybody waiting until January to launch a new site. It needs to happen in 45 days. Like, we need to make it happen. Because as a business owner, we don't have time to sit and project plan for that long. It's pointless. And if somebody knows what they're doing, it shouldn't take that long. It's not necessary. The structure now, that's what matters the most, is essentially every one of the, what brand do you guys primarily sell? What's your main brand? Amana? Yours?
Right.
All right, we need to fix that.
There was one right answer.
What? Good night, honey. It's okay, I still love you, but we're gonna work on that. What brand?
Train.
True.
Usually Goodman and Amana.
Okay. All right, so let me just point out a couple things. So Train specifically, the whole accrual fund, every dollar you earn and pay into, it's all traditional advertising. Essentially, their whole marketing program is a media and advertising company, and they just took it and put it on the internet, but it's still ads. So we'll pause for just a minute. The difference for all of you guys when it comes to spending your dollars, you're either acting like an investor in your business, and you're investing in things that have a permanent compounding interest impact on your business long term, meaning the dollar I spend today is worth more tomorrow and worth more next year, or you guys are burning and churning cash. Advertising, traditional advertising. So that is where the dollar you spend right now, if you stop spending it, you have nothing. You're right back where you started. So you guys, give me an example of something that is traditional advertising where if you ran out of money, the campaign ended, or you stopped paying for it, you were right back where you started. You have nothing.
Google Guaranteed,
Google Guarantee, absolutely. What else?
the website, SEO, PPC.
Let's take one at a time.
Okay.
So technically the only thing regarding website that is temporary is if you cut off your hosting, you're toast. So your server, if you cut it off, you have nothing because your website can't live without a server. But your website itself, the longer your website exists, it's actually the only thing that we can't change is how long you've owned your domain name and had up a good website. If you've owned your domain name and had a great website up for 10 years and you just bought a domain yesterday and had a website up for 1 day, they win. And now there's no way for me to modify that. So just simply owning the domain name is an asset and it's permanent. The server is the only thing that would be temporary. If you stopped paying for it, it would bring down everything that's permanent. That would not be a good day. So, but website, the longer the website's in existence, the stronger it becomes, the more powerful it becomes. So that was one of them. The next one you said was SEO. So SEO, technically, that would fall in long-term permanent asset. as long as you stayed in maintenance mode. So if you stopped, over time, if somebody around you did more than you, if they had more backlinks, had more time, had better content, had longer pages, all of these things, if those pages were more popular, then they could overtake your position. Pay-per-click, however, that is 100% burn and churn and cash. I am throwing $100 out, get on my knees and pray, and then as soon as I turn the campaign off, I'm right back where I started as a business owner. So that would be temporary. What else? What else would fall under temporary? TV? Temporary or permanent? Temporary. Radio? Mailers? Flyers? Door hangers? Okay. What if I create a video on YouTube? Same commercial I put on TV, but I put it on YouTube. Now what is it? Permanent. What happens year over year? It grows, right? It grows in rankings. One page of content on a website, permanent or temporary? Permanent. The longer it's there, the stronger it gets. Yeah, don't take it down. You can show it, right? It doesn't just stop.
Yeah.
It lives there. It lives in that space. Bless you. So, I'll give you an example. If a client. So we walked into one of our clients' offices, and this lady was sitting at the front desk, and she had like mounds of envelopes, and I mean, you could tell her tongue was burning. Like, I felt bad. She finally had got a sponge and a little thing of water, and she was sponging envelopes, and it was a really, really great concept. She wanted to send handwritten notes to all their clients, and she's writing, and I mean, she's got tape around her wrist. And it was just, I felt bad. And I was like, okay, hang on 1 second. So I love the concept, love it, but let's try this. So we went in the other room, we grabbed the owner and her, put them in front of a video camera, gave them a little script. Script was simple. Hi, thank you so much for contacting ABC Heating and Air Conditioning. I just wanted to personally thank you for trusting our team to come out and handle your heating and air conditioning needs. By the way, if you know anyone that needs our services, we would greatly appreciate your referral. And if you do me just a minute, or a favor, just a minute, go to our website, click on that link at the very top and leave us a review. We would really appreciate it. Turned it into a video, threw it in YouTube. Every time they had a new client, they put in an email address. We had a template that was created in email, and it hit send on that video every single time. It said the same things that were in the paper, right? But we only had to do it once, and it was permanent, and it worked forever. And then we automated it by creating an automated trigger email that sent every time they put an email address in there. And eventually they wound up putting in their CRM, and it automatically did it on close of a sale. So, when it comes to, for example, Train's marketing, Brian's marketing, they tend to float on the advertising side. Everything is pay-per-click. They don't allow for SEO to be covered inside of it. The websites are templates without custom content, no optimization. And the companies that have utilized those things, what I've seen is they've came in and said when they stop or when they cancel, they're literally right back at square one as if they started their business over from scratch. So you just want to be careful that, and even some of 1 Hour Air has some of those things when it comes out of the corporate. That's why I was asking, are you using their corporate program or are you using your own agency for that? So just be careful. You want to make sure that as a business, you're investing in those things that are permanent assets and have a compounding interest on your business. And primarily Amanda Goodman. So you guys earn accrual dollars. So your accrual dollars can go towards anything that's going to grow your business that's inside this umbrella. And you're golden, right? You don't have the restrictions on it has to be a paid ad or a print ad and stuff like that. So those are things you want to consider. All right. So essentially what we did, we'll go back to this, the websites, is every piece of the site is pre-constructed how it's supposed to be. All you can do is add to it. So we just customize it, make sure your logo and your brand and so forth is on there, make sure the website is done in 30 to 45 days, transfer whatever content you already have into this engine, and boom, make sure it goes live, and then you guys refocus your energy on the things that are going to make the website popular, that are going to bring these pages from the back of Google's filing system to the front of the filing system so you can start making money faster. That's essentially all this is about, is compress time, get it done as quickly as possible, then bring it forward. Does that make sense? Okay, so under air conditioning, those are your primary search phrases. Inside the entire system, the way we have it set up is we have air conditioning in. These blanks allow us to optimize a website with code, with the script. We can say replace location 1 with blank, replace location 2 with blank, replace location 3 with blank, replace phone number with blank. So when we launch a website that has 197 pages from day 1, it's not taking us 6 months to optimize a site to go through and label every single page, because the way they're constructed is done correctly from day 1. So you don't have to wonder, are they labeled properly out of the gate. So same thing as far as structure, all these sites are here. So you need a layout as far as what should my navigation look like, what should my menu, they're in the templates. You drill in other services, same thing, who we serve. This may expand into rural. You might have other kinds of services or other areas that you would serve. Promotions. So remember when I was saying that financing is not going to get you anywhere? Same thing happens if I put the word promotions. The page that says promotions or discounts or coupons has no value. It's just a junk drawer, just like services, finance, maintenance. But when you have energy savings or energy rebates, do you guys know if you have any energy rebates or tax credits or anything for high efficiency systems? We have a client of ours in Las Vegas that has like 99% of his total traffic comes from just the pages related to the energy savings and rebates program. That can be extremely, extremely important. If somebody's looking for air conditioning promotions, ductless promotions, heat pump promotions, furnace promotions, IAQ promotions, probably the least searched one on here is IAQ. Most consumers don't look for that, but they will over time, okay? Then moving into maintenance, some of the things that we build and have been building into all of our Goodman and Manor websites are tools to help your guys sell better. So I want to say like 5 years ago, we built something, a SARE calculator, which allowed the team to be able to go out and show the difference between this unit and this unit, the efficiency level of it, what their potential savings are. A lot of the guys use this in the field. I've literally had people come up to me at events and go, one of your clients is in my neighborhood and I use their SARE calculator all the time. And I'm like, they're not our client. And they say that they pull it up on an iPad and stretch it out so they can't see what website they're on, which I think is funny. The other thing is making sure that you have a terminology area on the site and an FAQ. Terminology, so we've built an entire FAQ and terminology system into our websites that's preloaded for all Goodman and Amana sites. The beauty is they're connected, as is the entire website. So anywhere someone goes on the entire website, if you're using a strange word or something like BTU, if it's in the terminology area, that word will automatically be will be highlighted anywhere on the entire website, and on hover you'll see the terminology or definition for that. So right now we're in the FAQ area, but the terminology system is connected to it, so it'll drive those things. And then this is the terminology area, the one that we just went through. So it has all the acronyms and it continues to grow. Our clients are awesome about feeding us information. They're like, hey, you forgot blank, or we need blank, or can you add these other 5? And it goes into the system right away. We also built a troubleshooting system. Everything we build comes from a problem. So we manage hundreds and hundreds of local directories and listings and review sites for clients. Thousands actually, and we were noticing we tracked the reason why people get negative reviews, and one of the highest reasons was getting calls for something that's simple, going out, changing some batteries in a thermostat and sending them a bill, and they lose it because your gas and your time and miles doesn't calculate as having a cost. So we built a troubleshooting system that allows a consumer to go through and troubleshoot really simple things and just check the basics, because it's pointless for you guys to go out and get a negative review because you had to flip some batteries or they didn't turn it on or something. So the way the system works, it essentially takes them through all these different critical paths to determine what might be the issue. If it resolves it, it says, thanks, glad this resolved it. Bookmark our site to come back if you want to use the system again. If it doesn't resolve it, then it says schedule an appointment here. So that really helps. And it just goes through. There's 100 different paths it can go through depending on what they say yes to and no to. All right. Key components of every website. When somebody comes to your site, instantaneously, let me just go pull up Tom's. Instantaneously, you want to make sure that consumer knows who you are, what you do. So who you are, what you do, where you do it, and then how to reach you. And how to reach you is step 3 of our 12-step roadmap. So let me just open that up real quick. Step 3 is conversion. So website, that's one piece. We'll dive into servers, technology, and brand. Content, we're going to talk about that as a part of all of this because it never stops. Conversion systems, however, this is essentially about meeting clients where they are. So you guys, what do you like better? Do you like to text or call or chat? Or not chat. I already heard that one. Text, call, chat, fill out a form.
I'd say like text or email.
Text or email? What you? Text and email? What about you? What do you like best?
I'm a baby boomer, so I just like to talk to people.
You want to call? All right. What do you like?
I like to talk on the
You like
phone.
to talk.
I like talking.
You like talking. What do you like?
It's a mix between talking and texting, depending on who it is.
What do you like?
Like all 3, but I would say text or email.
If there was a chat bot on there, would you talk on a chat bot to somebody first?
I haven't been able to get on those.
Would you?
Get that going.
Yeah?
It seems like I'll pick up the phone and call
I've done it with
for like
banks.
service.
Like with
Okay.
Huntington or something where it's like, I know if I call, if it's gonna be difficult in order to get to talk to
Right.
a person.
Agreed.
Do the chat because I know like if it's, you can tell if it's automated or
Yeah.
not. And then
Yeah.
oftentimes then that leads to email or a direct number.
Mm-hmm.
But I hate having to call and typing in all these numbers or pressing automated things. Like, it drives me nuts.
Okay.
My
Yeah,
impression of that,
I just had a Wayfair return and it was the chat box was available. I had 3 kids going on. But I knew it was gonna be a little difficult to explain because of the size they sent me was wrong.
Yeah.
So I called, just had it on speaker, ended up they said, keep that one, we'll send you new ones, we're taking 50% off. So like, none of that I feel like would have happened over the text box.
right? I feel like there's a lot of fluff. That's my impression of those chat boxes, is it's kind of a waste of time. Like, tell me all this information, and then before long, it's like, call someone because we can't help you.
Yeah.
I feel like
I
it's
just had that.
ineffective.
I had that happen when I was at work and I was trying to do, I think it was customer lobby, and I submitted a chat to see like our account, and I sent in like everything that I'm trying to do, and I had like all these other tabs, and so she's like, well, call me at my direct line, and I'm like, okay, so I called, and like the answer that she gave me over the phone was the same thing that she could have typed. Like, I just had to click on a certain tab and I would have found it, so I felt like
Right.
just talking, it would have probably been,
Faster.
yeah.
Does anybody have an Amex card?
A what?
Amex? Yeah? You ever use their chat bot?
No,
No?
my wife does all that stuff online and stuff, I don't ever mess with it.
That's
Find out
funny.
every cent I have no clue.
You'd be screwed.
Oh, let's see if I can remember it.
Need Mob Deep here.
I know. Where is my smart guys? Shoot. I'm not gonna stop my recording in. Okay, I'll come back to that. So, I tend to be all chat because I will normally I'll have 6 chat bots open at the same time. I'm like, this one I'm helping my mom out trying to reset her passwords and take care of her stuff. This one I'm on trying to make sure points are paid. This one we're booking travel on. Mike will have 2 open at the same time. And I'm definitely text, but the likelihood of me picking up a phone and calling somebody would be slim to none unless I already felt comfortable. So the no matter what size of a room you put together, the interesting part is what I don't hear that people are comfortable with is clicking on a contact form and filling out a form.
Yeah.
But if you look at most HVAC companies, it's contact us or call. And those are the only two options that are available. You guys do me a favor. Grab your phones real quick. Yes, sir? I can't read that from here. It looks like a white cloud. Open up your text message real quick. And in text, type in this number. 877 839 1122. That's the message you're gonna text.
Did you say that?
Oh,
Did you say-
877
Yeah.
839 1122. Right here. And in the message, type in 411 and hit send. Oh, thank you.
Weren't you just in Facebook?
Yeah, in a different browser, the one
Oh.
that's saved.
It's a story in my life. I'm like, oh, password, find that somewhere.
I usually like make a new one.
I do too, and then I
forgot
can't
password
remember.
like
I
12
actually have a
times.
little password. Oh, here's what I do. Oh my God.
Yeah. I
Done.
have that like.
That's it.
No, you did.
Okay. So, did you guys get a text back? All right. And you did or didn't? Did you put 411 in quote? Okay. All right. Perfect. So, that number, save that number. My phone was going off. My watch was going off. I saw the notifications coming in here. That's our management team. So, and it's our phone number. So if you ever need to call us, you can. But most importantly, if you need to text something, you have a question, you're looking at 3 different softwares and you're like, all right, what one is best? What should I use and why? You can text any question you have to that number. Say, hey, I was in a class with Jen. I have a question. We're looking at blank. Does this look right? Or they just gave me a dev site. Does this look right? Or what questions should I ask? Anything you need, text that number and you'll have access to a group of really smart people that can help you with anything that you need. And that's our main line. Those are the things that we try and do to stand out. So we have those systems in place. For you guys, I've got a dealer of ours. They'll give you a handful of things they're doing to make themselves really, really different. So having a good website, that's great. But on top of that, we have one gentleman who is utilizing a program called Zoom. It's free. I don't know if you guys have ever heard it. We use it for all our meetings. Mm-hmm. By the way, their stock is doing decent. ZOOM. If you, so you guys can sign up for a free account on Zoom. Costs you absolutely nothing. But essentially what they're doing is every time they get a lead, they are asking their clients, would you mind if I send you a link real quick? Do you have time that we can do a virtual walkthrough and I can take a look, or have my technician take a look at what you're dealing with? And they will send them a link to a virtual walkthrough. So all they'll do is they'll start a conversation like this, and it's going to open up Zoom, and they send an invitation via text message to their customer. So I'll say join with computer audio. I'll go invite, and they can join via email. They can join via phone. So, do you want to give me your phone number? 440-319-0742. Okay. So this is all you would, is that right? 4.2? Okay. So this is all you would do is send a request and boom, you're on video and you can do this directly from your phone. Yes, you can answer. So when you have Zoom installed, you have the ability to do just a quick video message with anybody. So you can turn on audio, you can turn on video, you have the ability to switch it out, and the video is going to allow you to basically do a walkthrough and they can show you what they've got going on. So I've got guys that are actually texting. Perfect. So they're actually doing this walkthrough and going to take a look at the ductwork. They're going to take a look, anything they're willing to show if they'll show the system, and they are giving quotes over the phone, and they're standing by those quotes when they come in. So that's something that is not right now. That's something that is saving people a lot of time, especially drive time, before they figure out if somebody's just price shopping and so forth. They might lose a couple $100 on bids they might have had a couple hundred more opportunity on, but overall they're not driving on every single appointment, and that's the way they're standing out. I have another guy that is utilizing our CRM system, which is part of the website. And they're essentially asking their clients to upload 4 pictures to the CRM system. So the client uploads 4 images, a picture of something on the front of the equipment, something else, and something. He has 4 things that he's asking for, and as long as he gets those 4 pictures, he's able to give pre-estimates over the phone. And he says whatever we do, it's going to be within 3% of whatever this estimate is, and he's killing it. People feel like it's more transparent. They feel like he's going to stand by his price, and he's not driving everywhere. He's not driving all over town doing them, and he's producing a lot. So if you don't have a tremendous amount of leads and opportunities, this might not make sense. But as your website starts performing and you start being on page 1 and an option for all of these different search terms and so forth, there's lots of different tools that can make you guys stand out. To a consumer, it's different. So if they got 5 estimates or 3 estimates and you're the only one that did blank, you have a better opportunity. Whatever blank is, do something that stands out so you don't taste like chicken. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? What do you guys think about that? Would you advise not to do that? I don't know if it's good or bad. I just know the guys are killing it that are.
Yeah, I know if it stands out. I mean, especially if you don't have the manpower to do them.
Yeah, it keeps, because a lot of jobs, sometimes he's like, it just weeds out the ones that I don't want anyway. You know, if they were looking for a $1,200 air conditioning system, he's like, and I gave him blank as a quote, and I could tell automatically they were out. I'm so happy I didn't drive out there. Okay, so under the conversion systems, this is essentially where we want to get to, is you want your website to be able to talk to, and you want people to talk to you regardless of what systems they like. Forget about what you like. It doesn't matter. So making sure that they have ability to click to call, they can email, that it looks like you have the ability to work 24/7, or at least they can schedule an appointment 24/7. We've got a client, Calls AC, that uses our CRM appointment and allows consumers to book appointments anytime, any day, and the appointment that they're booking, they book it directly from the website. It's a 20-minute window. So what they're doing is they're allowing clients to schedule time to have a phone conversation, and they're doing that so at night and on the weekends they're still open. You can book online. You can schedule 20 minutes on your lunch break on Tuesday, or you happen to have a small window in between meetings. They can schedule time, and then all it's saying is that you'll call them at 11:20. So for a consumer to be up at 2:00 in the morning running through their task list of all the things they should have got done, and they're like, shoot, I meant to do blank. They can get online, do a search, find you, and then there's a button that says schedule. Now they can schedule an appointment with you, and they can go to sleep and check that off their list. Anything you can do for somebody who has 3 kids, the dogs are running around like crazy, we got soccer practice and games, I got 3 appointments in the morning I'm prepping for, I'm flying out, whatever it is, we're all totally crazy busy. And if you can make their life easier by letting them do things without you getting involved, it's worth it. Make it easy for them. Having the chat box, having a calendar, mail, address, phone, mobile, making things simple, that's essentially where we need to be. These systems, there's plenty of systems that are online here. The only one we've built is the CRM system. Everything else is third-party systems. We're constantly evaluating different chat bots. We have one chat bot that we built in something called Chat Fuel that they charge us $79 a month. We charge $99 a month with no setup fees, and we build all the AI, keep building it. We put our troubleshooting inside of it. There's a system called ZyraTalk, which they resell to companies, resell over resell. So you might pay $500 a month for a system like that. Depending on who you buy it from, they all change prices. So most software systems are trying to sell through agencies. There's pros and cons to that. So depending on the agency, agencies are able to buy subscriptions to software in bulk. So we can buy 60 licenses to Nearby Now, and our rate per month goes down. The benefit to you guys when you have an agency buy that is if you're spending $300, what you want is 200 of it to go towards resources doing work and 100 to go towards software. If you go subscribe to software on your own, you're going to pay $300 a month for software, and you don't want resources. So this is something, keep pushing with your companies, go through agencies and make sure that it includes labor. It's not just a software pass cost. So if you're buying a chat bot from an agency who's reselling someone else's stuff, I mean, this is, what are you going to do with it? What are you guys doing with this software that makes me want to go through you? One, the cost of the software comes down, and they're going to keep adding content. They're going to build out the AI. They're going to keep making it smarter. They're going to listen to your feedback and say, okay, we'll put that in a release and program that into the software later. You want something like that. You guys, when you have any budget in the beginning, I mean, you're looking at more than half of your budget is going towards software costs when you first start marketing. Servers, systems, applications. It's not going towards humans. Humans is your next phase, is you want people that are doing things. They're looking at things, they're making decisions, and they're submitting backlinks or doing updates or publishing content, all these things. And then the last piece is where you want your budget to go to ads. That's at the very end. We don't want to have a ton of money going towards ads in the beginning. Does that make sense? Okay. So this CRM system, which is one of the applications inside of here, let me give you just a quick overview of, we use it for ourselves as well. So inside every one of our sites, you'll see this application come up here. One thing you want to avoid is you don't want to put forms directly on your website. So you have a WordPress website. Let's go check this. Oops. So in your situation, very important to bring back, the server's not secure, the site's not secure, and the forms are not secure. Nothing is secure. So technically, and I'd have to have a developer get in there, but what can happen in this environment, it's not whether or not you're taking credit cards on your site. Having a site that's this insecure, a hacker can install a keylogger inside your site in about 2.2 seconds. It's WordPress, completely free and open. I can tell any path on WordPress in a matter of seconds. They can go directly to your login scripts, and I'm assuming they didn't change any of that either. They have no security anywhere. So they can go directly to the back of your site, install a script, and a keylogger is the most popular script that is installed. You'll never know it's installed. Me going to your website, I'm on a Mac, so I'm safe. But if I was on a PC and I went to your site and they had that on there, it could install immediately onto my computer. I would never know because it runs in the background. And then when I go to Bank of America and I log in, all my information is tracked, put in a database, put with a big batch, and sold on IRC for 10 grand. So that
Real life is.
So
you,
that would be, I mean.
How many people have thrown up in your class?
I don't know how
I
many
just
of
got
them.
sick and I don't even know.
She's like, I don't know how to communicate all of this to other
Oh,
people.
I know, well, we
Yeah.
have along with this website, I mean, we've been with them for a little bit over a year, so I don't know, are you able to see how long it's been not secure, or just, it was never secure, maybe?
I would doubt it. I mean, there's nothing in here that shows they have an ounce of a secure. So who's hosting the site?
Net search.
NetSearch.
Mm.
What is that?
That's the people that install the thing on your system. That's the people that install the card reader.
NetSearch. NetSearch Digital Marketing? Okay.
We're leaving their company and going to.
Well, their site's secure. I would ask them, why is yours secure and why is mine not?
Yeah, that is who handles all of our.
Okay. So,
I'm Jeffrey.
I mean, they're partially, they have a security certificate, an SSL certificate, and this lock symbol shows that the server is secure. So I don't know if they host their own website or have another agency that hosts their own
I
site.
hope they host their own, but I think-
So, but their forms are not secure. So when you guys have a choice, this step one, when it talks about branding, so step one is, do you have a logo that you didn't design yourself, right? Is it designed in all of the different formats? Is it in a vector file? Can it be shown on a white background? Does it have a transparent version? Do you have an emblem, an icon, a favicon? All of the little things up top. You should have, essentially, everyone should have a branding folder, and inside that branding folder it says, these are my color codes, these are my fonts, they're all Google fonts, which means you have an approved license and cannot be sued for using them. So that's often a challenge out of the gate. The logo, it was not copied from anything that somebody else owns. I see a lot of companies that have the fire on one side, the snowflake on the other side, and it's like this. That is an illegal logo, and everyone that has it eventually will get sued. And there's a few agencies that are sending that out as their logo design. Not legal at all. So the branding piece is really important. Obviously, that branding needs to move to everything that you do. You have it on your shirts, it's on your trucks, it's on your social media accounts, it's on your website, and it needs to continue. Also in step one, so that would be logo, branding, should also be things like slider designs, the creative pieces of your website. So we're still step one. Your sliders need to change for all your businesses, for all your seasons. The weather changes. If there's snow on the ground, your sliders need to have snow on them. If it's hot outside, you need to be hot. If you have corn in most of the areas, don't put palm trees on that thing, right? If your houses are built with siding, don't put stucco. If your houses are built with brick in Texas, don't put siding. All of these different pieces and elements need to be built in. So technically, again, down and dirty, in my world, what I try and do is, let's get them all done at once. I want to build 35 sliders and have them ready. I want to have 10 for summer, 10 for spring, 10 for fall, 10 for winter. I want to have them broke up, so I have, these are my air conditioning ones, these are my heating ones, and so forth. Once you have these in place, then you can switching them out is easy. That's something you can change on a regular basis. These sliders, also, we need to do the same thing with promotions. Let me see if they have any on the front. I don't know if they have a promotions area on theirs. Where are you at? So promotional graphics, typically, they just have a sign up form. when you are creating your library of promotional graphics, and this is not something you guys have to do, this is something where you get a nerd and it helps. So you guys need to know, what do you want to promote, or what's important as far as what do you want to take to market during different times of the year. But if you can create all of those graphics in the format of a square, those squares can be used, and I think it's 500 by 500 pixels for you. They can be used in Instagram, they can be used on Facebook, same graphic can be used on Twitter, it can be used on your promotions page on your website. So if you guys sit down and go through each season and say, okay, let's make a decision on what are we going to do in the summer? What are our offerings during the summer? Do we have a $49 tune-up? Do we have a clean and inspect promotion? Are we doing a free Nest thermostat with the installation of a blank or higher efficiency air conditioning system? What are the promotions? Create that list of promotions for each season, turn them into graphics. Those graphics then, we'll put them in a file and share everything with the branding guidelines with your agency and say go, right? Here's my calendar. This is when spring starts, summer starts, fall starts, winter starts. Here's when it ends. These are what we're going to run during these times. Then marketing is easy, right? Then every year all you're doing is building your library. So
I have a question.
shoot.
So how would you respond to a hosting site that tells you not to have a slider image on your front page?
Who said that?
We use iMarket.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
we're like, we don't really do that for our clients, and I was like, I don't think I care.
I didn't recommend it either, because we manage like our net search account, and we could design it however we want, they just kind of do it, and when I had wanted to kind of bring that out as well, they didn't think that it was a good idea to do the sliders on the homepage either.
okay. Will they let you change whatever is there so it represents the season?
Yeah.
Okay, just one. So there are pros and cons. Everything you're doing has a pros and cons. So the pro is that consumers have the ability to see all of these different things. When they come to the front door of your website, that means they didn't come through a side door. So they weren't looking for something specific. So if somebody lands on the homepage of your website, that means they got a referral to your company, and they don't know what they're looking for yet. I referred you to go to your website, and they are landing on your homepage. If somebody was doing a search on the internet for plumbing company or emergency plumbing repair or something like that, or air conditioner installation or replacement, they're going to come through a side door. They're going to come through an interior page, so they're not coming directly to the front of your store. So the mind of a consumer who was referred to a company is much different than someone who has an emergency. It's much different than someone trying to make a decision right now. It's much different than someone trying to do more analytical research. Having multiple sliders, if the sliders are not compressed, can slow your site down because you have big graphics and images on the front of your site. So there's a con to that. It slows your site loading down for the humans who are referred to your business and know that it's a referral, and you're talking about milliseconds. So when any website loads, you can track every single element and it's loading, and it only loads slower the first time because of something called a cache on your computer. Everyone's local computers store every one of these graphics once they've been to the website. So it does not impact someone who's been to the website before. It doesn't impact people that are doing search engine searches. So you're talking about a small audience of people who's coming to the homepage or front page of your website if the site's optimized well. And milliseconds drawback. I think you could go either way, good or bad. The negative is millisecond slowdown in your overall site load time. The positive is they have something interactive that matches the seasons. They can see that you do other services without having to move or go somewhere else. They might not have known you provide another service. They're coming specifically for air conditioning and didn't know you also did plumbing or vice versa. So I would say either way. Any agency should Pros and cons.
Do you guys have sliders on yours then? Like, did you guys get the sliders on your website?
I have a phone call with them this week, and I'm gonna initiate that. Cause I think it's engaging and they don't think that there is engagement with customers that go on our site that have sliders. That's their argument, that the customer engagement is low, so that's why they don't wanna put it on there.
Your customer engagement right now is low, and sliders will make it
Well,
less
from
engaging?
previous clients that they had, when they had the sliders, and
Mhm.
we were doing that, they said that the customer engagement was low.
Maybe it was a
So, as a company, they no longer recommend sliders.
I've also noticed that with sliders too on mobile, depending on like how it's,
They should not show on mobile.
that's what I was, cause like they've shrunk down and they'll be like this and you
Yeah.
can't
You
even.
can't like.
They're
scroll
not
or
sup-
anything.
It should
yeah.
go to like a stationary photo then, or something like that.
It should
You
just
want but,
disappear.
like, it shouldn't be.
Yeah, so the Google has standards and guidelines for that, and that container, everything on a website is a container.
Yeah.
This is a navigation container, this is a header container, this is a nav container, so you have nav1 main, nav1 2, this is a slider container. Technically on mobile, standard practices is this disappears on mobile. This is body container, and then this is your footer container. And every single container has different requirements that are supposed to be inside of there. So for example, addresses are supposed to be linked to your Google Maps account. I see this constantly as static addresses on the site, stuff like that. As far as engagement goes, so engagement comes from call to actions. Call to actions is the format of a button on the page that has text that resonates with the human, something, right? So if I'm a current client and I want to schedule service or schedule maintenance, or if I want to apply for financing, or if I want to make a payment, or if I'm a new customer and I want to request an estimate, the language on your call to actions needs to connect with the human that's there. And as far as engagement goes, you guys told me what was important to you for engagement. You want to text, you want to call, you want to chat, you want to fill out a form, and so forth. Everybody was a little bit different. The more of those different things you have available, the more engagement you're going to get. So for this, we'll just look at just this site. What options do you see that are available to convert? What would you see the engagement opportunities are?
Your email.
So I can email, yep.
Call.
I can click to call.
Is a text now, right?
And if you click, it's gonna automatically call. What else?
The contact us, which would probably be like a submission.
Which is really, yep, and we have it really small.
There's contact on every single slider and then that red button.
Yeah, absolutely. So you have additional call to actions. Anywhere the site moves, this one stays in place as everything else. So you never want to lose your contact us as everything moves. So those are things you want to play with. Now, the language on these buttons, the size of the buttons, the placement of everything matters. Putting a box around the phone number versus not having a box around the phone number, we're constantly playing with different layouts and so forth. Those are things that create engagement. CTAs, call to actions, those are your truly engaging things. Does the content, is it easy for me to connect? Is it via a type of a system that I enjoy connecting on? So if it doesn't have a chat, I'm likely not, this is not a website for me. I need a chat bot. I'm always on the phone, or I'm talking in front of people, or I can't. I've got to be able to sit and multitask and look at you and be talking to a wizard real quick. That's my thing. They have their social media links, but essentially you want to keep testing and trying call to actions, different kind of conversion techniques to see. And we tested one instead of request an estimate. We've changed this out to a few clients that have allowed us to do it, and it said free online estimate. And free online estimate is really interesting because consumers want a price. So we've tested to the point where we had a free online estimate form that requested 40 pieces of information and they filled them all out, thinking at the end they're going to get that price. So we kind of play with it. We're like, all right, let's add a couple more. How many square feet do you have? How many bedrooms do you have? You know, when's the last time you had installation? How long are you going to stay in the house? When did you buy the home? Does your kids have allergies? Do you have kids? Do you have pets? I mean, we're just getting bigger and bigger and bigger through this entire form, and they kept filling these things out.
Wow.
So I mean, that we're trying to build a good, better, best solution. No one wants to put pricing on their website, which I get. So now we're doing a good, better, best in monthly payments. So we're trying to build a system that allows us to access all of that, have them fill out all that information. Based on a decision tree, it'll spit out good, better, best. That good as low as $89 a month, best as low as we're doing anything we can to try and fit that consumer, because there's an interesting group of kids growing up, I'll say, that they expect to go on a website, fill something out, and to be able to get a price back. They are not gonna call. That's just that group of humans, right? And they're coming sooner than later, I'll say. Do you guys know any?
When they're homeowners and stuff like that, and have to adapt to them.
I don't know what it's like to grow up with a VR headset.
I don't know.
You know what I mean? Like, that's different. When I remember walking into my son's room and I was like, Terrell, what are you doing? You got to go out, go do something. You know, Mike and I would be looking at him crazy. He'd been in the house for like 5 hours, and he'd take off this VR headset and set it down and look at us, and he's like, Mom, Mike, so I'm on with my friends from London. I have friends on from New York. I have a guy I play basketball in who happens to be in Dubai right now. And he's going through and explaining, he's like, no, you guys need to go find something to do. And we're like, well, you just start shrinking, kind of feeling really small. I don't know what this next generation is. I know what Terrell's generation is, and he's 20. And all of them are they're smart. Like, they're real fast, real smart. They care about the earth. They care about the planet. They care about the economy. They care about people. They're kind. They don't litter. Like, they save money. They have big bank accounts, money and savings. They don't believe in debt and credit. I mean, it's a different group of humans, that group. People can talk about them all they want bad, but they're kind of smart. So they think different when they come to their website. They also have no, they're not candid. I should say they are candid. They don't have a filter. So we try and bring them to events, but I also have to keep them quiet, because they'll pull up a website and be like, I don't even know how you're in business. I'm like, whoa. Hang on. Can't say that. So they all work for the companies. So, they're interesting. All right. CRM system. I'm going to show you the back office of the CRM system that's built into our templates, because it'll give you something that's a simple version. You're in a CRM now. What do you use? What manages all your leads, opportunities? Where do they all flow into? I love you.
No, you know, maybe, are you talking
Like
about
email?
Service Titan?
Yeah.
Service Titan.
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah.
You have field edge.
I didn't know if you were talking about like from like a website standpoint, or like,
I know.
well, it's non-existent, so like.
I thought you were talking about like what percentage of leads.
Yeah.
Okay.
The service type.
Okay.
We'll make a tick mark next to your phone call.
When somebody fills out the form on your website, where does it go?
Yeah, I use Successware.
Successware. So does it automatically from that form fill into Successware? Or does
So
it
comes
send
to
an
all our
email?
emails. Yep, so it comes to everyone in the office's emails, and then we enter them into Successware.
Okay. All right. So what I would recommend, and for both of you, is your CRM system needs to have an embed form from your CRM that you put on your website, and no more forms on the site that send you random emails. It's got to go directly into the database. So for a couple reasons. When you put a form on your website, you are giving a hacker direct access to your server and all of your website files. Everything. They can inject any code they want in a matter of 2 seconds. If I want Chris to write aardvark across your entire website right now, he can do that. Like that, we don't want that. So if you have forms on your site that when they're filled out, feed Service Titan or feed Field Edge or feed a different CRM system, then that data will come into here, into your CRM, and it doesn't attack, they can't infect your website. They can't infect your server. They can't install a Trojan or malware or virus or anything like that. Does that make sense?
Is that typically where some of these guys, I've had a few customers share if they've been ransomware?
Hack.
Yeah.
That's they're going with a $10 hosting plan instead of
Is that
a
typically
maintenance
where
and
they're
security
attacking them
plan.
through these type of platforms?
Like third parties.
They're attacking them through their website and their server. So if they're going for cheap hosting, they're in trouble. Cheap website, fast, free, felon, all of those. A GoDaddy hosting plan does not come with security. So if you're paying for a good hosting and maintenance plan, you should be around $100 a month. You should have 3 servers at all time. You should have a live site server. That's where your website is right now. So this would be on your live site server. It should be locked and secure. You should have a dev site. A dev site server and a backup server. So backups need to be held. It's daily and keep. So if it's daily and replace or monthly and replace, and that's a question to ask your hosting provider, that means that they make a copy of your site today and then the next copy replaces the old one. That means whatever you got hacked with, if you missed a week, you're done. Whatever, you lost everything that you have. And that happens with companies all the time. They'll say, my website's gone, the company can't bring it back. There is no backups because it was backed up with a hacked backup. So there's no clean copy of the site. Or there's no copy at all. A staging site is the 4th one, and that's if you're on some kind of a maintenance plan where we call it a web admin plan, which means we make all the changes. We don't want our clients installing a free plugin that's infected with the virus right out of the gate. It's just protecting you from you. So we will create a staging site like this, where that's where we deploy all the changes to. We test it, put it through security, and then release the changes once we know it passes. Whereas making changes directly on a live site is not a good idea, but usually standard practice. Does that make sense? So those are things. This would be, a staging site is always the best last copy of your website. That's where you make your changes to. So this is the best last copy versus the real copy. And when we want to go make a change, we'll deploy it to the staging site, send a security team, they give thumbs up, or they'll say, nope, this plug is in violation. And then we got to redo it. We got to build something else. Okay? Okay.
So kind of like doing a child, like for like WordPress, we do like a child theme, how it's like built off of like that.
That's a good question.
I'm
So
thinking right now.
themes are, WordPress is the structure of a car. A theme is the paint job, the body.
Mhm.
So you can change the outfits, but if the structure's messed up, the structure is where your problem is. The outfit doesn't matter. Now, themes can have holes too in their code. So if you're using WordPress, you should stay away from buying a $39 theme built by Vladimir 3 years ago is not a good idea.
Constantly having it like update, like something that's constantly updated and being checked.
They should build their own theme. Like, we won't touch a theme off Theme Forest with a 10-foot pole. There's no way. We wouldn't buy B themes, Aveda themes, any themes. If it says it's a theme, it's $35 and there's some child theme, we're out. Because it was built by some guy sitting in the Ukraine or Russia, or they can be in China. They can be anywhere. I mean, WordPress is the largest platform there is.
Yeah.
I don't want it something that's built by some guy who's not going to maintain it and I don't know him. We build our own themes. It's also, when you buy a theme, they're built to have as much options as possible, as many options as possible. That's not good, because that means your website is a tank out of the gate. You may only be using 20% of the code that's available because there's so many different things you can do with it. But it's a giant, our developers would call it bloatware, really heavy. So when Google's evaluating your website to see how well it can perform, one of the first checks is text to code ratio. So if the text to code, if there's significantly more code because it's a theme and it comes with 500 different ways you can configure it, because they build themes for amateurs,
Right.
then we would have an issue. You don't want you want them to be able to read the
You want
the
clean
text.
code.
Yeah, absolutely. And we learned every one of these lessons the hard way. All of them.
You guys offer like a consultation of looking at our stuff?
Yes. What's your website address?
HolderSheetMetal.com. HOHLER.
HOH. Oh, I think I already
Just a quick
searched for it.
question in regards to like the data going into like the website, going to like the CRM.
Yep.
So on our website, it's like requesting appointments, so there are customers like leaving in what they need an appointment for, which is why it goes to our emails. So what would that look like if it goes straight to Successware? Cause how would we
See if
contact-
ask Successware and ask them, do they have a widget or a form, an embeddable form
Okay.
that will capture the contact information and a comment field, a text box field that will feed the contacts area of the CRM.
Okay.
And same thing with,
I
I
wasn't sure, like,
believe
how to
you guys
word that.
have it with Service Titan Field Edge. I'm pretty sure they have a web form. Also for you guys, Service Titan, we do complete integrations with Nearby Now and Service Titan. All of those things can talk together. Those are fully integratable softwares.
Okay.
Can't remember on Serviceware, but I can check. They can check.
You recommend Service Titan or Field Edge, one or the other? We're in the process of changing our CRM software as well, because it's awful. It's terrible.
So that's my background prior to getting into this. I was VP of Global Logistics and Supply Chain and implemented the world's largest CRM systems 5 times. Be careful with whatever you choose.
Yeah.
Again, pros and cons. So between the two, what you want to be careful of is you don't want to pick too big of a system where you have a massive fee and you're only using 5% of the total application and bringing your company to the knees. And you don't want too small of a system or a system that is difficult to be able to migrate from when your business grows. You need in the middle. I'm not going to say yes or no to either one of them. It really is about understanding and diving in and doing as much research as you can. Get access to the systems before you start. Understand the data in the field. If you have to conform your business to the system or the system conforms to you, how many modifications do you need to use to the system? The more you mess with the modifications in the system, the more customized it becomes, the harder it is to get stuff out of it. The good part about both of those is they are built for your industry.
You work with Pazerware yet?
We use them.
Good.
We haven't done their CRM system.
But
but
you're
we're
using
trying
Pazer
already.
on the payments,
Yeah.
but they got a Pazerware. I was curious, Jennifer, if you guys coordinated efforts with them at all?
Yep.
I know they're a partner, strategic
Yep.
partner.
Yep, absolutely.
Because
That's
I know-
another
I don't think
option.
they're as robust as Service Titan by any means, but,
It just started like a year ago, right?
It's new.
Yeah.
we've got some dealers
Yeah.
using it. They like it. It's simple. It's kind of more of a, entry point maybe. I'm just curious
Yeah.
if you had an opinion.
So the things that I like about Pazerware is I do like that it's less complex and it's not as large.
Pretty
It is
simple.
newer. Yeah, it is newer. I like the fact that they have embeddable forms. I like the fact that it's immediately tied into your financing, all your maintenance agreements, apply online. You got recurring money coming in and it can be managed. We integrate with Pazerware all the time and we've got recurring subscriptions happening on monthly plans with credit cards on file. I love seeing our dealers' monthly recurring revenue go up. That's exciting. I've gotten stuck with the other systems not being able to do any kind of integration in the website, and I feel like it's always jimmy rigged. It drives me crazy because you should not have to jimmy rig something so simple. Why we build a CRM system that can't integrate into a website is just beyond. It's the simplest thing to do, and they haven't done it yet. So keep asking, what are the integrations that I can have with my website, with my Facebook account? Can I create a quick integration to Facebook where if somebody clicks on Contact Us in Facebook and fills that out, does it go into my CRM system? Does it go from my website into my CRM system? What you want to stay away from is web forms. Web forms are evil, evil, evil. They're dangerous. They're double entry, manual entry. They require human resources to move things from one place to another. They can get lost in translations because it's email. Anything you can do to make sure that the CRM integrates into all the sources that consumers want to be able to connect with you in, golden. And if you're going to use Nearby Now has a lot of integrations with those kind of things as well. Take your time and make a decision. Don't make it fast.
It's been a while in the,
Okay.
in the process.
It's worth it.
Yeah.
And I mean, force the companies to give you a login and password to a demo site you can get in there and play with.
Okay.
They say, we're not going to even, I don't even want to look at this if I can't leave with my own system. Give me a link to the system, give me a demo site, and let me play.
Yeah.
That's what I would do. Yes.
I probably should have introduced you more this morning. I apologize for that, but one of the things that Jennifer and the team will do as part of the workshop is do a follow-up with you guys one-on-one. And this is typically a 2-day, and we struggle to get people to 2 days of workshop. And, so we came up with an idea, actually.
Yeah.
You did, I'll give you the credit, as joining a virtual meeting with you guys as a follow-up to this meeting.
Yeah.
So we're not doing day 2. The day 2 is gonna be on your guys' schedule, and I believe Jennifer, I don't wanna put words in your mouth, but
Yep.
she'll give you some of that free evaluation. And hey, here's what I see, here's your low-hanging
Yeah.
fruit, you know, and my office.
No, 100% on the base.
So,
Yeah.
all of you get that opportunity as a one-on-one, and maybe at that point you get your owner with you, and maybe you sit down with Josh or Heather or, you know, your dad or whoever the heck it is. And obviously Tom couldn't be here, but those are opportunities that you can have virtually through a web.
Yep. Zoom.
Zoom, whatever.
Same thing,
I didn't
yep.
know if you guys knew that, and I should have led with that, but I'm stealing all your thunder, I'm sure. Yeah.
No.
That's something we're actually experimenting with. Are we the guinea pigs on this format? Is this the first time you've done it that way? Or
No,
this is-
definitely not our
Okay.
first rodeo.
I've been through your 2-day as well.
Yeah.
And usually
Yeah.
the second day is more in one-on-one.
Yeah, I think it's the best thing to do. I mean, you guys are going to have enough information to be dangerous as you walk out of here. But then we need to dive into the specifics of your business. And so you have a full day that's reserved for that. It'll be with Clay, it'll be with Mandeep, it'll be with Chris, it'll be with the guys on our team that are way more technical experts and do this stuff every day. I also know enough to be dangerous. I'm pretty good at this stuff, but these guys live in it. I mean, this is their world, and they'll be able to dive into the technical pieces behind it and help you guys convince. You guys have some convincing to do, which I know that's always or not always easy. So they'll help you with that. Okay. Thank you.
No,
I'm not very good at the niceties when I get started. I'm like, okay, everybody ready to go to work?
Oh, no, I failed to.
I think I forget to say my name half the time. Okay, good. So let's use this as an example. So first, you guys tell me, what are the call to actions on this?
Contact us in our social media.
So in social media social media is really it's a trust factor. They want to know, are you public and can people leave public comments? But your primary call to actions, and so first one is contact us now. And second, phone. Is this a phone that can be text or is it just call? Just call. Okay. So you might want to all of you guys can turn your phone numbers into text or phone. And then you can say call or text right out of the gate. That's one of the easiest things to do. If you're using the Nearby Now application, I got an email last week or something that said that they just launched a text program. I haven't looked at it yet, but from what I understand, Nearby Now's got texting functionality built into it now. A cheap way, an inexpensive way, I should say, to get texting functionality, the least expensive way, we have a call tracking line where you have a phone number that can be text or call. And then you have both. And the benefit of it is it costs $12 a month. You can have more than one line. and you can measure all of your marketing efforts that you have with a different tracking line on each one of those, and you can record all the calls so you can check and see how your team's doing on those call recordings as well. Do you guys have call recordings going on right now? Okay, so that, I would say every single, I mean, we have to have that. That's really, really important. You can measure every single one of those investments. Right out the gate, it's a pretty big header space, which we have the same thing on Tom's. I'm not a huge fan of the really tall header space.
Yeah, it looks funny.
And the whole navigation is gone. So once they leave here, we lose every call to action if they do any kind of sliding or movement. 2 more calls to action down here, which is good. Contact us now and request service. I'd rather see them sticky. If they're going to take the time to put 2 more things on there,
Right,
just make it
I wrote
stick.
that down, yeah.
Good. So watch down here. This is your titles. So this is educational topics. Real generic, total. Yeah, that right out of the gate, put it in a junk drawer. And then we have select new system, junk drawer. So this one, educational topics, repair-replace, total junk drawer. Energy bill concerns, under educational topics. So first off, they don't need to have all these pages under subpages. That's silly. This is just garbage. The middle thing, it's not necessary. It serves no value. Educational topics is not relative to your industry. And then we have ready-maintenance. So for all of those, they would be considered junk drawer pages. Upgrade or replace. I think it's going to be same thing. So the title of this, what is that? Services. So they like submenus. No submenus.
I don't even know what that is.
So this means they made a page called services here, this top level navigation, and then they drug all these and said show the word services before you show the page title. That's why you see it in here, but the problem is services is a big giant
Right.
like
And so
stop
all those are just
stop
getting
word.
Put into one. They're only getting in under service.
Yeah,
Doesn't even
so
matter what the
there's a
other
stop
names.
word before the good words, before the titles. So if you said to go file services, then we have things like upgrade and replacement, and it would be of what? So it would be air conditioner upgrade, furnace upgrade, boiler upgrade, boiler replacement, furnace replacement, air conditioner replacement, AC replacement, heater replacement. Same thing. So that would be junk drawer. Repair service, same thing,
Yep.
junk drawer. They have it, same thing in the subtitle. B, their header 1 is junk drawer, and header 2, this is an H2, I'm sure, is also junk drawer. No, they did not. So they actually coded it as strong, which means this is your keyword. Your primary keyword on the page is emergency repair service hotline. Could be a car, elevator, like it doesn't have any kind of thing. And this is what this class does. You'll go back and be real irritant to the people you're working with.
We work with this company called Select on site, and we don't have anybody on staff that does anything on the coding side in the back end.
Okay. They're gonna be like, oh my gosh, I don't like you anymore.
Yeah.
You were so easy when you didn't know. Right? Happen. Why is the window see through now? Like the blinds.
Yeah.
Preventative maintenance, junk.
Yep.
Planned maintenance, junk. Extended junk. Indoor air quality specialist would be semi-good if consumers looked for indoor air quality, but they don't. Sheet metal fabrication, right on. But we have an issue because we didn't say where.
Yeah.
So we put fabrication and installation together. Those are separate typically. So I'm going to get rid of installation. We'll go sheet metal fabrication. You have a lot of competitive drawers. We have a sheet metal company. I can't remember what they're called. What is it? Astro sheet metal. Yes, we've done this before. So see how this says custom? This is actually their whole website that says this. It says custom fabrication and contracting services, but they've got Cleveland in there. So when I happen to be in Cleveland right now, my phone and my computer knows that.
Right.
That's why they're showing up. Sheet metal fabrication services. Now we're getting out of geo-targets. And then we get into Wikipedia. Fabrication. So gotta include location in there.
Yep.
Air duct cleaning. Where you probably, now the other thing is on these pages, the more competitive the phrase, the more content you need on the page. The least competitive the phrase, the least content you need on the page. So how can we tell competitive pages? Do the search. This number is going to tell you, so I wouldn't want to search for that, but let's go Cleveland. Goes 203 million to 7.7 million. That's a lot.
So is your H1 then just driving the results? So say Cleveland isn't in his H1.
Yeah.
It doesn't have his location, but say somewhere in the body copy, Cleveland's in there. Does that help at all, or is Google just crawling for your H1s, perhaps your H2s?
So H1 and H2 are actually fourth on the list. So
Okay.
permalink is 1. So right here, see where it says Cleveland?
Yeah.
Permalink is 1. Page title, meta title is 2. And meta description is 3. And Google's actually going to highlight exactly what it's looking for. If you pass 1, 2, and 3, meta title, permalink, meta description, and Google will tell you. So it's showing, here's where you use the word Cleveland, here's where you use the word air duct, here's where you used it again, air duct cleaning. If you pass those 3, that's going to put you in the drawer. How relevant it is the number of times you use those phrases, locations, and variations of those phrases naturally or contextually in the content below. So it's once every 100 words. You do it more than 100 words, now it's called keyword stuffing and it's a penalty.
Yeah.
So yesterday, one of the guys in the class, he was like, oh, I should be great. And I looked at this chunk of text and it's like cat in the hat,
Loaded.
big time. It is just fully loaded. I was like, you do one manual review, you're off Google. So all his business came from a website they launched and the company's bragging. It was an online access website. They popped it up. The thing's getting a lot of traffic. It absolutely is, but it's violating everything you're allowed to do on Google. And so you never have to trust me or anyone else. Google SEO guidelines PDF. You can Google directly for Google SEO guidelines PDF. It has it by year. It's a PDF you can download. So this will give you the fundamentals. Now, obviously having Google Webmaster Access and reading the actual rules is much better, but this is plenty to show when someone's feeding you a line. So one of the guys in the class yesterday, he was talking about that, he said that the company told him that the reason they didn't need to focus on SEO was because Google wasn't going to be around much longer.
Wait, what? Who's gonna replace them?
Those Chicago guys are awful.
The funny part is I was a keynote speaker for NCI, which is right out of here, 10 minutes
Yeah.
away from here, at their conference in Florida last year. And I heard the CEO of that company on a panel say that in front of an entire audience.
That Google won't be around.
What?
The reason SEO is not important, that you need to focus on AdWords, is because Google's not going to be around much longer. The other thing on that same panel,
I don't think I can go a day without using Google.
I don't know, they look pretty good. Our office is in their our house is in their parking lot. Our houseboat is right underneath the Aurora Bridge. Google's parking lot is right. We park in their parking lot every day and they look like they're doing well. Last time I checked, Alphabet stock options were $1,249 per share. Slightly under Amazon's at $1,400 to $1,700. Okay, so inside here, this is a good guide, and I'm everything I'm saying you can validate, and most importantly is it becomes logical. once it's logical and it makes sense, once you look at something and say, okay, that page is a piece of paper, and if I handed it to a human and I said, go file this, can they file it based on the data that's there? And remember when I was saying that you have, I don't know if I said that today or yesterday, so help me if I missed this, but you have a green hanging folder, manila envelope, and a piece of paper. Okay. So, and when I was just saying that your permalink, the interior link, when I was showing you, I don't want it to say educational topics or services. So that's what this is. Let's see. Sorry, tags. Description. Okay, let's see. Okay. The structure of URLs. That's what a permalink is. So simple to understand URLs that convey content easily. So if I want to sell baseball cards, it needs to be titled baseball cards. If I want to sell air conditioner installation, then the URL needs to be covered air conditioner installation. This right here will show you what not to do and what to do. So the company that was saying that Google's not going to be here happened to build a website building tool many years ago that makes the page title say web app / page ID / equals 155 / air conditioning repair. The whole system that their business is built on has messed up page or permalinks. It creates it every time automatically. So it's in his best interest to influence those who attend that it doesn't matter, because that's a huge investment, I'm sure, from his point of view. But for you guys, Google is God. Google's rules matter. That's where we need to sit, is just in the pocket of things that are real and truthful on this earth. Yes, sir. So, the things I was mentioning, this is your green hanging folder. That's your title. You only have this much space. No matter how small I write, I can barely fit anything in that little label, but that's what it is here. If you overflow, you see this. See where it says ... Automatically we know that there's too many characters in that link. Same thing if it's on a permalink, same thing if it's on a description right here. Everything in this so very first is create unique and accurate page titles. Make sure the meta descriptions or the description, you have 141 characters right now on a PC search, but you have 320 characters on a mobile phone. So every website you have metadata for PC and metadata for mobile, and they're different. So when you ask somebody to optimize your website, the reason it takes a long time is because they have to make every single page title, every single thing unique. And they have to do it twice on every single page that exists. Let me show you what that looks like. Actually, let's run one of yours. So I'll take this. This is a really cool tool. I'm going to show you where to download it. It is Spider. What is it? Spider. Oh, my husband left. IDE or Spider SEO tool. Okay, so there is this Screaming Frog Spider SEO tool. This is, I think you can download a free version of this right here. This is a wicked tool if you are a big nerd. So, or if you want to kibosh somebody that's in your competitive area and you just want to take them over and you're like, boom, move out of my way, Rover, I'm coming in. Okay, this is what you can do. Just download this tool. Oh, I thought I might have it on here. There is a free versus paid version, and I think I'm on the wrong computer, but we'll see if I can get it to run. I'll show you what it does. Okay. So this is before. This is somebody's. So essentially, what you can do when you have that tool is you can take any website or URL, put the URL inside, and the system will go through and it is going to export into a Excel file every single page, asset, and piece of code in the entire site. Which, why it matters, let's go text. Why it matters is it shows every single page what the status code is, if there's an error or not. Is the page indexable to Google or not? It shows the exact metadata, the title, how many characters the title is, how many pixels, shows the meta description, meta titles, header titles, header 1, header 2, header 3, tells you if you're in violation. You will love this thing. Shows you if robots can follow it, how many backlinks are coming to the page. So when I create a page on my site, if it's a moneymaker, if this is, what do you guys make the most money at? AC installation, furnace installation, replacement, change out? Okay, so I create one page. If this is my dough, like this is what I make money on, then I want this one page to be as brilliant as possible. One page. Forget about website. Like everybody focuses on the whole website way too long. Find something to make you some money and do it really well. And then do it again. And then do it again. So take one page. If they're currently ranking on page 1 of Google for that particular service, where are you guys located at?
Sandusky.
Sandusky. When somebody calls and it winds up turning into a change out or replacement or installation, is it normally because something's broke, or are they calling and saying, I need to change it out?
Majority of them are people that have a issue.
Repair?
Correct.
Okay.
And then, but we do get quite a bit of just I'm being planning ahead.
Okay. This is you guys.
Yep.
Okay. So in order for you to, this is why HVAC owns us, because it's really easy to do well. You don't have to do a lot to perform extremely well. For you guys, your meta description is half the length it should be. You have no schematic markup. The site's not compliant, right? All these things, and you're still page 1, position 1. It's the home page doing the work, and it says specifically furnace, Sandusky, Ohio. So it has those phrases in there, and no one has a site that's performing better than you guys. But to get the conversion, if the site was compliant and you had schematic markup and you had reviews showing, and if this was an internal page that showed instead of your home page, you'd have a higher conversion ratio. These guys have a lot going on here. Gosh. So if I was
So you're
in,
saying you could help us.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah. And you can, I mean, how easy is this? This is not expensive here.
Yeah.
If I was in Houston, there's no way a site like these guys is going to make it onto page 1 of Google with an insecure website. No www. It's not in Google's preferred.
Right.
None of that is going to happen. But here it's.
They're bigger than us.
Oh. Yeah, this is a great area. You guys can take names because it's not hard. Normally, the first page of Google, I mean, these guys are doing it well. Normally, everybody's on point. They've all got all the right things in place. You don't have to do that much. What's a city close to where you guys are?
Huron.
Spell it.
HURON.
Oh. A million page results. Wow. So that is very cool too. This is it's so not competitive here that you're ranking in a 3-pack for a city you don't have a physical address in. Like you're not going to see that in any major city. That's awesome. And you're on page 1 of Google, and it's your homepage doing all the work. No one's going after that? They have her.
Try Norwalk, because we should have a
Jeez.
physical address there.
So anywhere you have a physical address with the Google business listing, you guys should absolutely own that spot. Is that the Milan Avenue?
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. But all you have is Home Advisor and Linux sitting next to you. Quality heating with no W's. So for all of you, whatever city you have a physical address in, that should be a walk in the park. That's what you have to do first. Sometimes people will create companies in areas that they don't want to do business in. That's not a smart idea because Google wants you to perform in the city you have an address first before your rental properties start performing. Home base has to look good. So anything that you have a physical address in, as long as your Google business listing is accurate, it's up, and you're posting content to it or getting reviews on it, that should be really easy. When you get into a city that's outside of there, that's when you have to work a little bit harder normally. Give me another city that's outside of this area.
Fremont, Fremont.
Oh, I live in Fremont. 1.2 million. That's one of your, okay. So see right here, the permalink is Fremont, Ohio Heating and Air Conditioning.
Okay.
Serving Fremont, Ohio. So it's in your meta title, it's in your permalink, and it's in your meta description.
So why don't they have
Where are
it
these
all?
pages on your website?
It's probably under About Us, and I think it'll show,
There they are. Those are your city pages. So this one they haven't built a city page for yet. This one they have not. All of these city pages, just like Nearby Now, the difference is if you were using Nearby Now to generate the content for those pages, they would show up with the star rankings and light up the page. These are the pages that are performing for you right now. And it's because of geo targets and you have really low competition.
Yeah.
Bellevue, Ohio, furnace and air conditioning. Let me check something. SiteLiner is a tool you guys can use to determine if you're violating any duplicate content rules. It's free. It'll run up to, I think, 200 pages without having to pay for a license to it. So it's saying at this point you have 77 pages found, 8% duplicate content, 29%. Let me see what's going on with these.
There's so many tabs.
Oh, this
Can you
is,
even click on them without the X?
it's so funny.
So much
Look
inside.
it.
Yeah.
Fine.
Just like-
Okay, so
So it's just all the exact same thing.
yeah, you cannot do that. So
Really?
it's working right now, which is good. But that would be considered a duplicate content penalty. So if
So can we
Google
make a
does a
fine
manual
for that?
rule, deranked.
Oh, okay.
So the pages will just rank. So if the pages are generating you business right now, and they do derank them, then it hurts the URL, takes a while to climb back, and whatever phone calls you are getting stopped.
Right.
Okay.
They cannot just copy the same stuff and put it on every single page and change the city.
Yeah.
Good idea, bad execution.
Yeah.
But it'll work for a while.
Yeah, we've probably had this new site for a year and a half.
Okay. Yeah, you just haven't got a manual review. And you know, I don't know what, we have no clients in this area. None. I looked in Cleveland, we don't have any customers around here, so I don't know what,
You gotta have a couple.
I don't-
You get
That's
them
why
all
you do
retired
classes.
and then you got a hot spot over here.
This is so easy too. My gosh, it's exhausting. Most of the areas we compete in are exhausting. I mean, it's yeah, Texas. Our biggest client pockets is Texas, which is huge. Dallas, Austin, San Antonio, and yeah, Houston. Arizona, which is horrible. Phoenix is one of the most difficult places to compete in, extremely hard. Florida is our third biggest client base, and those are ridiculously difficult. It's so jam-packed with heating and air conditioning companies, extremely hard searches. You'll only have 2,200 population in a particular town, and there is like 1 to 100 air conditioning heating companies to that. It's crazy. And then California and Washington. Those are our top 5 states that all of our clients are in. This is a cakewalk. You guys are, this is not hard at all. So yeah, you've got to fix stuff like this.
Yeah.
That'll be okay right now. This is always going to happen. So let me make some things very clear. There is no website that can be built by anybody that will be free of errors. You're always going to have errors because as plugins are changing, as Google's requirements are changing, as themes are being updated, as WordPress is being updated, as server software is being updated, every one of these things is moving. You guys are adding content. You're linking out to a page. They take their page down over here. That creates a broken link. You are constantly in broken mode. Every website is. So the maintenance piece of hosting and maintenance and security and SEO teams, their job is to go through and just run all your error reports and prioritize the biggest one every single month. They just need to be knocking out. Let's fix broken links this week. Some things are like don't go add copied content from other places over and over again. Don't steal images off Google. Those are all things like they're just don't do. But this is going to happen. So this is not something they did wrong. It's just part of normal maintenance. Having a site load slower because an image needs compressed, part of normal maintenance. You guys go put a picture up and forget to compress it first, part of normal maintenance. That's what they need to look for and see and fix as they come up. Okay. That's a lot. If you're going to borrow content from another source, you have to modify it by about 60%. Make sure that there's a real small chunk that's the same. And I don't think this is I think this is their strategy, not yours.
Yes.
Those are good pages though. They are performing, which is good
For the time being.
for now. Like I said, I don't know if Cleveland or Sandusky, Ohio is on Google's manual review checklist. I know if you were sitting in Orlando, you're done. You're going on the list and it'll be deranked. And you'll get a notification that says you have a penalty on the site, fix it, and you have to fix it. Okay. Gosh, just some small things. Flip into a good site, drop nearby now. You get those reviews on there, and everyone's out. Page 1, not secure page. Yeah, they're obviously not handing out any penalties right now. Okay, good. If you are doing any of this in-house yourself, so if you're doing your own SEO, are you doing your own SEO? No?
I mean, we're not, well, literally like our site is like a landing page.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay.
So there's nothing to watch, modify, anything.
So here's the logic. If you were modifying something yourselves on your own sites, don't copy anyone in Cleveland, Ohio. Go search for Los Angeles. Go search for a big city where people are doing things really well, and just change the city. Just change the location, because they're doing something where they can compete with millions of other pages and win. Follow them. Don't follow your local neighborhood. Okay. Mark, what time do you think they'll have lunch?
Might be out there, let me go check.
All right, I don't want to keep people from eating. Okay, let me close these.
So I have another question.
Shoot.
So like my company, I believe they just adopted their quote unquote CRM system
Mm-hmm.
2 or 3 years ago. So how do you transition a company as
Yeah, we're
least
good.
painful
You have
as
it?
possible?
Okay.
to a new system. Cause right now I'm looking into new systems, cause I think our program is archaic.
What are you guys using right now? What software?
It's Ascent or
Ascent.
Contractors.
I think I remember that. Yeah.
And there's no marketing end to it, so I have to like call the rep, they have to put a query in my Excel spreadsheet to pull the data of our customers. And then when I look at the data, we're missing customers in our database, so I can't trust it. So I'm literally pulling data from either our website host or the Google local services, cause I know that's tracked properly.
Wow.
Yeah.
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 So the biggest thing about doing a migration to a CRM is I call it GIGO, garbage in, garbage out. Whatever you have, that's what you get. The software needs to be simple and clean and accurate and have all the fields you need to be able to track. And then that sucks. I know that hell because I've been through it so many times. We use Zoho CRM. We're not. Do I think that that's great for all of you guys? No, but I'll tell you what I looked at when I went in. So Zoho 1. Let's see here. I'm gonna give you, what does it have? So here's essentially the main pieces of functions that I wanted in our CRM. I want to handle the sales piece of it, which is deals and sales, leads, opportunities, converting leads to opportunities, moving them into deals, tracking accounts, tracking humans, contacts. Also, I wanted it to have marketing. I wanted a help desk support area that's attached to it, so our clients can submit help desk tickets. We can track all resolutions, all help, all support in one area. I wanted our HR, so our recruiting, our human resources, our people that start, all of their tracking systems, all of our financials. So our system is set up like you guys. I mean, we have one-time investments and we have monthly subscriptions. So just like you guys do, I want all my maintenance agreements attached to my account. I want to be able to easily see what the subscriptions are, what they're subscribed to, when they subscribe, when it expires. I want automatic billing on all credit cards. I don't want to worry about that. I want automatic notifications if credit cards fail. And I need it to run operations. So assigning, this is more project management kind of stuff. I wanted an agile project management system. And I wanted the ability to modify the system and the fields as easy as I can. So things that I looked at is I went into the setup area. So I would be diving into the setup area, and I want to be able to see if I go into all of the modules and fields. So in any system, so let's go into accounts. I wanted to be able to know that when I drill into accounts, that I have the ability to add unlimited fields. They can be drop downs, toggle tools, they can be check boxes, currency, percentages, and so forth. I want to know that I have the ability to modify the labels on those, and that I can modify any of the content or assets within them. So if I drill into Content Manager and I have somebody new start, I want it really simple to be able to change any kind of drop downs in the system. And I wanted to be able to publish this and have immediate changes on the front end of the system. That was a big deal to me. And it is when I'm doing trying to build any business. I wanted workflows. I want the ability to set triggers. So when something takes place, I want it to cause a sequence of things to happen. Is when I have a new client sign up, you guys, as soon as you go into our database, you're gonna get a hi, welcome to sign up for your free strategy session. There's no human doing that. And then once you start a website project, it's going to say it's time for your project launch. And then it's going to say it's time for this. For you guys, it would be it's time to register your warranty. It's time to sign up for your maintenance plan. It's time to sign up for, update your account profile. It's time to give us your birthday list so we can send you the automated trigger for birthday cards. So every one of these workflows allows for a rule to be created. This is if then this, IFTTT. So when this a lead is created and the condition is email is not empty, change lead status to new, not contacted. So the second there's an email in there, so every field, the more that you can make your system do for you without you having to think, creating rules, triggers. When this happens, modify this. When this happens, send this. When this happens, update this. When this happens, give me a pop-up notification. So I have this sending out an email notification, and then I have it doing a field update. If I wanted to add another action, which a lot of them I have via click. We use, you guys ever heard of what's the version of click that everyone uses? Slack? You ever heard of Slack? You use Slack? Yeah, so this click and Slack are identical, but I want it built into our whole system. So anywhere that I am inside our CRM, I want our team to be able to communicate. So every Slack, every group, every channel, every human inside our entire system is sitting in the system. Every activity that takes place sends notifications where they need to go. So I'll give you kind of and maybe this will help you when you're looking at what do you want your system to be able to do. So, and you can see who we are. I mean, kind of behind the scenes. So for any account, because our CRM is so integrated with operations, logistics, finance, sales, and marketing, everything is all under one. That means I can see all of the deals that have ever been created for this particular account. Anything that they subscribed to, signed up for, or that was proposed, those shows over time. Anything that they added to their plan. Any kind of custom, all their projects, all of my help desk tickets are in here. I can see exactly what tickets are here, how many of them are open, what's closed, which makes it simple. I can see all attachments, files, so agreements on the account. You guys are going to have maintenance agreements and so forth, making sure that those are all easy. Any kind of signed documents, logins and passwords, activities. Anytime we place a call, it tracks the call. Anytime we place a text, it tracks the text. Anytime there's an email. So for us, we learned this industry really quick. If somebody says, well, I haven't heard from anybody in 6 months, I'm like, yeah, you know that's not true. I mean, we can tell every email if it's been sent, if it's been opened, if it was delivered and unread. We can see if they got it and deleted it, where it came from, how frequently. But for me to be OCD and Mike to be OCD about our team and how they work with our clients, we got to see everything. And it allows us to not be in the business, but have 100% visibility of everything that goes on. Same thing with every single activity and phone call. Those are the big things. So same thing if you have financials that are attached to it. Being able to see what people are subscribed to. What did I do? Do you feel like you have that kind of visibility in your CRM? Yeah, in Service Titan? Yeah, absolutely. And can you send campaigns and email campaigns and marketing things from there?
We haven't done much of our marketing in Service Titan. I know there are marketing aspects of Service Titan, but we haven't used much of them.
Okay.
You can like send emails and campaigns, but you can't do mass. Like you can't send like a mass text. Hey, give us a call if you want to.
Got you.
You don't have that capability.
Okay. So you might need a couple little add-ons, but for the most part. I think this is what you were looking for in your funnels. So it gives you the ability to take all of the clients that have came in through every single web form, create a customer journey, and have automated triggers go out, at different stages that happen. So you'd be looking for some kind of marketing hub that's tied into your CRM. The other thing is if your marketing hub and your CRM, if they're all connected, that means you can go through and you can view analytics for the whole business. So all your data is in one. So if you don't have that, we use Google Data Studio. which essentially Google Data Studio is the largest data computing system outside of what Amazon Web Services has inside of it. It allows us to port all data from all sources into one central hub, and we can sift and query anything. If I want to know who woke up when and when they logged into their computer, and was it on a mobile or a desktop, or if I want to see how many leads, where it came from, how long they were on the site, quality of conversions, if I want to match leads to total ROI and conversions, you can do that to some extent. The problem with tracking ROI in today's environment is the critical path that a consumer goes through is weird. Like, they go, when you ask them, how did you find us? And they're like, Google. Yeah.
Right.
You know, it's so, you can kind of, you know, if you get a feel for, if I'm on page, if you track rank and placement as your primary, meaning
Can you say again what Google data, what?
Google Data Studio. Google Data Studio.
Do you know, does it have to integrate, like would that integrate with service site?
Integrates with everything. If you have an API and data, it can talk. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. And it's just a giant Excel file. I mean, it's just this huge sifting system. I showed you guys earlier the visibility rankings. The system we use for tracking page rank, which if you make that your primary measurement, that's something you can absolutely measure down to the nth degree. So if I know the total number of pages it meshes with the total amount of sales volume that I have, and how many pages that are ranked on page 1 of Google is going to increase that sales volume because the opportunity is increased, then that needs to be a primary key performance indicator. So you'd want to watch your visibility percentage, but most importantly, every single page on your entire website has a title. That title needs to go in the tracking system, and you need to measure, where does it rank? Where does that page rank? So it will show you, and for what search term. So if this is electric furnace service, this is the page that was designed for that, and it is currently page 1, number 2, and the home page is page 1, number 1. So they own 2 positions, and I can tell that they flip-flop back and forth because one went up, one went down. So it's just flipping like this. You guys want to take a break for lunch? All right, let's do it.
We just had 2 CSRs come here actually last 2 weeks ago.
For Power Selling Pros?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
I just saw them. Yeah, they were awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. They're fantastic. That's who we work with for all the training. In fact, we do some joint sessions together where essentially we'll identify what the lead source is. So say it is a pay-per-click campaign and we're going after competitor domination, which in big cities we have to do that. So we would go bid on the best brand that's the closest to that dealer, and then we train the CSRs that when they get a phone call and they're asking for affordable heating and air conditioning, that they're able to say, well, we're not affordable heating and air conditioning, but let me tell you a little bit about blank. And then they go down that path, or here's a little bit how we're different or whatnot. And so we line up, essentially, here's the path that the lead came in, and then Power Selling Pro says, here's how to convert them. So we say, we do a text message campaign and we have all these texts. Here's how you respond to those texts. We do an email campaign, and so everything matches, whether it's Facebook or a Facebook ad and so forth. Yes.
So you don't have to
They don't have to think through it, right? And if they just know, which version's coming back in, they're golden. Because sometimes it's different responding to someone on text than it is over a phone call. And it's different reading into the language, the exclamation points, the bullet points, the all caps, all of those things. So, and how do they deal with those things without emotion? How do they use emojis? I mean, little things like that, it matters. Yeah. So, I mean, and that's great. I think they're coming out. Mike, do you remember when Power Selling Pros? Do you know them?
I went out to the Epic conference in Vegas the other weekend. They were there and did their own little spiel.
Okay.
It was
Oh,
cool.
good.
They were awesome.
You met Erica?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, she was not there. It
Oh,
was,
she wasn't.
Oh, you met Ryan.
Barry,
Yeah,
Ryan.
Ryan and
Yeah.
Barry and Stephen.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are awesome.
Stephen.
Yeah, it was awesome.
I think the.
I love
We were
him.
emailing back and forth, sending like book references.
Yeah. when we were at a conference and I spoke and gave everybody that 877 number and I said anything you want. If you want us to look at a piece of technology, something, he was sitting in the back of the room and I looked at my watch and it said, "What is the best zero gravity chair?" And I was like, who did that? It was Steven. And then I looked at my watch again and it was a link to Amazon with the best.
With this,
Our team was like, boom, double XL, best one.
highest
Double
rated.
XL, he's a big and tall.
It was so cute.
Do you have a question? Do we have any other?
They were like, boom, go for it. Got another one? It was
Nice.
instantaneously, but he was dying laughing in the background. He got all loud. Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, they're fantastic.
Oh, praise him. Oh, bump, bump.
He said, I said it was probably
We were dying, yeah.
as hard as I possibly could. For probably, I harder than I have all year. He was talking about customers calling in, they have like a specific thing that they need, and some of them think they know. You know, they call you and they say, all I need is just a little freeze-on, you know, a little bump up just to get me through the season. Freeze-on.
And he goes like this. He
Freeze
says
on,
freeze on, a
bump
little
up.
bump, bump, get me through the season. We were like, what?
You're not supposed to say that.
It was the best.
Oh, that's
I
so
wish
funny.
I just had you talk about boomerangs. I wish I had just a boomerang of that. I would watch it until it turned me off.
That's so
Until
funny.
boomerang cancels me. I just keep them.
Oh gosh. Oh my goodness. That's funny. I love that. Oh, I thought I'd get Chris.
Did you end the meeting?
No. Is he coming? Call him.
He went to lunch.
He said he tried to call.
Maybe he needed me to send the link and I didn't send it.
I sent you the link.
Oh, no.
Well, call.
Who's gonna connect her?
You call him, but you call him.
Where are you? Get on my link.
Yeah.
I have a bunch of ladies, a whole room full of women that want to meet you. My goodness.
So you don't
You
even
what?
have my phone.
Oh, he's dropping. Okay, he was like, I'll get off my meeting. he said, I'm on another meeting on the other. And I said, you have a whole bunch of ladies that need to meet you. He goes, okay, I'll get off.
I expect him to be dressed kind of like a burglar, like with a hat.
Yeah.
Like,
Tell him to wear his,
yeah.
He does look kind of dirty though.
he's the one when we have events and we're like, dude, why do you got
Like, come
shorts on? I don't want to see your hairy legs.
So does he work for you guys, like, with your guys'
Oh, yeah. He's a chief marketing officer.
Yeah, he the one I have to really, I have to go and I have to actually watch him pack his clothes.
Oh my goodness.
I'm like, you can't wear that.
You can't wear that.
Chris, we need an iron, honey. He's like, shows up, he's got a hat on, Birkenstocks,
He
ripped
probably
jeans.
have a hat on now. Yeah, like, I don't have any clothes. but-
Here he comes.
Oh,
Yes.
you got a hat on.
Oh.
What's up, honey? Why are you sideways?
Yeah, why are you sideways, man?
Where I need audio too.
Maybe.
Did that work? Okay, hang on. Let me get volume up.
Oh, you turned it off.
Why can't I turn my volume
Oh,
up?
is it coming through the projector?
Oh,
Oh.
hang on. We're gonna work this out. It's all women in here, almost.
Almost.
Let me see.
Almost. I know it's dominant, but come on.
Shoot. Okay, I'll call you on my phone because I don't know how to get audio on here.
It was lip reading.
I know.
So many questions.
Okay, they're gonna ask you questions. All right, I'm putting you on speaker on my phone.
Oh, no, no.
I lost your video. Don't lose video. Oh, don't use your phone. What are you doing?
Can I just do it in the background? With audio?
Hello.
Okay, now go back to the video.
Trying to see if this works.
Okay, thank you.
Did that work?
Not yet. There you go.
Yes.
All right, how are you?
Doing well.
So, we have some questions.
What is a brute force attack?
Yeah.
Yeah.
wants to know what a brute force attack is.
Oh, it's an iterative attack where you enumerate through alphanumeric characters to be able to reenact.
That's what I'm gonna talk about.
There's smarter ways to do that. There's enumerating in advance, and if you store those tasks, you can hash what's called a mandamental attack. But the hash to be stored is worth reading up on these things called rainbow tables.
Rainbow tables?
It's way smarter than I will ever be.
Because there's a lot of processes are required to run the one-way hashing algorithm function where one little password, plain text password gets turned into a lot of characters. And those characters are used as your key to get there. But if you have those things pre-computed, you save on your compute time so it doesn't take light years to crack stuff down.
Huh.
All
Okay.
right. So they want to know what a DDoS is.
He got so excited.
So,
It's got so many monitors.
I don't know where to look.
he literally has 7 monitors
No worries.
at one time. And
Get excited when
it's-
this
you can see where he is.
How far he's looking, oh my
So,
God.
so Chris is,
I can't find it.
Chris is her times 10. Actually times 100.
My head goes.
So she speaks his language but slowly down. And then if she's too
You
fast,
asked how we learn.
then you got myself.
It's a team effort.
In middle school? How do you learn this?
He makes it
I sent it into your CRM chat. It's on click. Welcome.
Yeah, and they family too.
Do you have
Wait,
a
so
lot of family
is
members?
this your
My cousin.
cousin?
Yeah, it's my mom's sister's son.
Okay.
So does like all of your family do like
Yeah.
kind of, yeah.
Yeah. Some of them are no longer in operation.
They work for the government now.
Or not.
Or not. Or they're institutionalized by the government.
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay, there he goes.
They're mapping out the attacks.
This is why the padlock is important.
This is like padlock is in place.
This way your site should be secured.
Yeah. That should be on the list. Do you know what a Norse attack map is?
Terrell, what is or it's not Terrell. That's my son. Chris, what is IRC? Oh, that's
He keeps it open. Don't ask me why.
So we were talking about why security is important. So like
It's best to stay on top of that.
kind of stuff. Have it up.
There you go.
So once oh,
These are cyber threats? Where are they coming from? Russia?
Overseas. They happen in real time.
They come from
But actually, yeah, some people just don't think about it. But
oh yeah, Microsoft.
Yeah.
yeah, Microsoft, Google.
Oh my gosh.
That is so intriguing.
Yeah, Europe's like on fire.
Yeah, that's bad.
Wait,
The grand finale.
Can anybody look at this, or like, do you have special access?
No, this is just from Kaspersky. They're a security company. And then, I mean, there's several people, the data is available. So all you're seeing right now is a vector rendering of the data that is being captured by all of these routers and all of these different, this is actually a pretty cool one too, that shows, Chicago is really, really, sitting at the back.
Wow. Hey, Chris.
You have Canada attacking the United States. The yellow, right there, the yellow is.
It's like rapid fire. They're not stopping.
Welcome to where, see, if I was gonna create a wall, this would be where it would be. I'm just saying. You wanna be careful, like what we need to be more fearful of more than anything
We need to
is
build
this.
a moat around our website
Right.
and have crocodiles and dragons.
Yeah.
The red ones are in industry, so usually the ones coming from France look like they're in the.
I have to laugh when we're talking about on the ground, cause I'm like,
was discovered
totally not worried about that.
and the United States and Canada. And I mean, I'm just kind of reading the ticker right now.
I'm worried about the guy that can shut off our
You can
electricity
literally
tomorrow.
see the Trojan type of attack they use, the exact software key that they use to be able to break into that nuclear facility. And then you can see the other SCADA places who have also connected that
Nuclear.
same
Okay,
exploit
hang on.
and it's feeding the data.
Whoa. Okay, let's go non-nuclear. Why do we not use WordPress themes? How do the hackers share all the theme hacker stuff?
Oh, really? Is that all that?
He's like, let me do it. Just ask me.
You gotta change the chairs for this one.
Oh, no. You need some candy too?
We need to go get some popcorn out of that machine out there.
Why don't we use WordPress themes? Theme for forest.
Oh man, the forest of code is horrid. So, here, there's the theme
My version is the non-headache version. Go figure.
I'd be like
You don't
lost.
have to really vulnerabilities. It's just about knowing the right keywords. WordPress theme vulnerability. VulnDB is a big one. And so what's crazy about these vulnerability databases, like this is on the 21st, the bridge thing was hacked. Anybody using the bridge thing is open. Anybody that hasn't updated it yet, and actually there's a very, very large likelihood that these guys care more about taking your money on an auto than they do about updating their theme. So it happens, the challenge is people don't really understand why their WordPress website gets hit, and they don't understand if it was a plugin that they were using or was it a theme, so they can't really point the finger very accurately, but 99% of the time it's a crappy theme that somebody pays money for, but you can't really isolate the causation, so you can't really prove it unless you have like a digital forensics expert. But yeah, as you can see, there's multiple different types of attack types. SQL injection is where you insert data or you pull data. XSS is cross-site scripting. That means they can make your website look like Bank of America or anything else and use it as a relay for stealing credit cards or other information. And as long as I have you guys, what do you think your full information is worth? Full information is your social security number, your family social security number,
Oh, God.
every bank account you have, your login, your password. If you were to put a dollar figure to that, out of curiosity, what do you think it would be worth?
Oh my God, I have no idea.
If I were to own that.
I got 1,000 in the room. I got 1,000 in the room. For one.
I think it should be way higher than that.
I just feel like there's probably so many people that take them.
Yeah, it's probably worth
It's
like
interesting,
10
right?
bucks.
Demand versus. So I got 1,000 and I got 10. That's my dad. So my dad is just like Chris. I've always thought he was my brother and not my cousin because they were all 20 when they all knew each other. You know, sister, brother. I'm just saying. And he's just like my dad.
Is that it, brothers married sisters?
It's sisters.
Yeah?
It's what? I don't.
Okay, in 2016, and I posted this, and I said, what is it classify your identity? An investigation courtesy of the internet on dark web offers this.
This is why we don't sell $10 hosting.
Just wondering what they go for these days. The United Kingdom, US, and EU, Canada pools I sell for $13 each.
Yeah.
All of your identities are worth $13.
Isn't that crazy?
That's how available it is on the internet, and it's all just supply and demand.
This industry, the unfortunate part is every crummy web company across the planet targets the contractor industry thinking they don't know any better, which is why the contractor industry has more insecure websites than almost any other industry out there. Because there are so many companies contacting what they think are blue collar workers that are not gonna have a clue, which is not cool. I mean, it's just not cool. And on the flip side, it's kind of an oxymoron because, I mean, it's kind of self-perpetuated because when security is not important and having a $10 a month GoDaddy hosting fee is more important than having secure website, then we just perpetuate it. It gets bigger and it gets worse.
People don't know, and part of it is they don't care because it doesn't have a lot of effect. Like, just in that room, there's probably 2 to 3 devices that are currently attacking one of those cities. I mean, we were probably, if I'm gonna hack into my neighbor's house, do you think I'd do it from my computer? No, I'd hack into China and have a China computer hack it. There's no way that I'm gonna get extradited to the US is gonna extradite me for hacking into a Chinese computer, and therefore I can hack a Chinese computer that hacks my home computer. I mean, my neighbor's computer from China, and they have no idea where it's coming from. The border is like
Massive stuff.
Proxy.
So it's very difficult to care about because you can't really do anything about it. And so literally 1 in 3 devices are part of what you call a botnet, a zombie attack network waiting for command. There's most of your phones in that room are probably connected to a botnet.
When you download free games off the internet, they're installed with anything they want. Some of the best games are fully installed as active devices to do something, to take commands to do something else, to your network, to your contact list, to your database, to any other website you travel to anything.
Is that why FaceApp was such like a?
Yeah, well, yeah, the old people face app. Yeah, those are scams. Anytime somebody says share, this is cool, everybody should do it, share this image, ask 100 of your friends to blah blah blah. Any one of those thread messages you get where it's like tag.
We don't do that. We know better.
No social media.
We all know better.
We all live in holes and caves.
We don't have any brute force attacks happening around here. Handle it.
But I wanna know what my life's gonna be like in 10 years.
Yeah.
So I wanna play those games.
God,
It's like
You
Saw,
know,
but like
should we
digital
tell
version
him?
of
Yeah.
Should we tell him that the website developer doesn't have a secure website?
So Chris, I'll send you. Hang on. So we've had a few interesting little moments in this room in this class.
It's unfortunate.
One
Heather.
was, let's see here. What is your site address again?
Brand Pivot.
Brand Pivot. So Chris, the developer that created their site is
Well,
called Brand Pivot,
well,
or is working
started-
on it. So if you look at Brand Pivot, pivot.com,
Brand Pivot, is that ink?
Brand Pivot Inc. Yeah, I'll send it to you and click. And then, oh, where'd you go? Yeah. So we were talking about security, and so these guys, they bought a theme off the internet, they're building the site. We're months into it with no design, no dev site. The languages, well, we're waiting for content, but nothing was developed. They don't have anything created. What are you
I just wanna know what he's got.
So we were looking through theirs, and just as I was scrolling through with my amateur line, I noticed that they're using a theme. Their site's unsecure, and I saw, there he goes. I saw that they still have all of the WordPress lorem ipsum pages throughout the whole website. This is the agency building the next site. So
right?
He looks at stuff in a different level than I do too, though. Like I can only get to so far. I'm not gonna click
What
across
are you-
all those tabs and
what-
start studying all these.
So he could probably go in and just mess this whole
I was
website.
gonna say, you could,
Probably.
like,
He
take out
can-
the entire site.
What is that?
You know, one of the things you want to do when you deploy WordPress is get rid of the CP file. It allows
That
hackers
gives
to
instructions
find
how to
the
hack an
version
entire
of
site.
that.
That's the README file. It says this is how the site was developed. Here's how to modify it or change it. You're not supposed to keep those inside the site.
Wow.
Okay. That's the robots.txt file that's supposed to give Google a sitemap to travel to be able to find what
But do
pages
you
to
remember
index.
this, Jennifer?
I can't see it.
You can't see that?
Oh. Oh.
Black hole?
I told them that story.
Oh my god!
I told them that story.
This is not normal, guys. Okay, so you take any other website, I don't care if it's.
How can you take any other one?
Here's some research.
Oh my god.
WordPress.com virus.
Oh my god.
This is what I told you. This killed our company. I mean, we were up for weeks and weeks and weeks. This is in 2006. We stopped. We never touched a WordPress theme force theme after that, ever.
Yeah, I still remember.
And I don't care who doesn't do business with us because we won't use one. Like it. Yeah, that brought us to our knees. That was horrible. That was a big lesson.
Oh my gosh, so I wonder if.
No.
Okay. Oh, maybe. Okay, so I really want to do this. Robots.tech, question one, or social.
I said we have the recording and the video.
Okay, so the hit with the black hole at one time, and somebody put that there as a
To try to protect it.
So they knew it was under attack from the black hole.
Another spaceship rode away.
I'm sure it's part of the theme. I don't
They
think
hopped
that they
into a
were
safety
that.
pod.
I don't think that they were installing something with. It's got to be part of the theme's original setup. They don't have an SSL certificate. I know they didn't install a
Right.
black hole monitor.
Yeah, that just needs a little love. On the SEO side. They got OG. They got OG. Holograph. Kinda cool. Open holograph tags is kind of like structured data.
Schema markup, what I was mentioning earlier.
Yeah. Schema number. Okay.
Now, you know, as he's scrolling, he's actually reading this code.
Yeah,
Which is
it's so
crazy.
weird because you can see boxes and shapes and squares
That's what
and
he can read.
containers and all
That
that.
just looks like so many like random letters to me.
Yeah.
So when
Divs
you
are like containers and
Yeah.
stuff, and classes are like, I took like web classes,
You did,
so,
Shima classes.
You can actually read.
in college I did that, so it was like a few years ago, and then it was like, you know what, I'm not gonna focus on this, let's just focus on the arts and crafts and my
But you know what CSS is, right?
But yeah,
so
so I
you're not
know-
supposed to have inline CSS.
Yes,
Your
yes.
CSS is supposed to be
Yeah, I need
global
another style
container.
sheet.
Yep.
Yeah, so I'm familiar with all of the verbiage, like I understand that, I had to hard code websites and stuff like in class, so
Yeah,
I'm familiar.
that is awesome. That is awesome. So,
What do you think,
I
Chris?
personally don't like fingerprinting all of the versions of every single third-party JavaScript plugin I'm using, but that's just me. You know, sometimes, actually, I don't really know a good reason for it. It's kind of a cruddy default feature.
everything else is going to be
WordPress for
complicated.
theme development.
There's an enough.
That's WordPress is small for being church, and you have to change that.
Yeah.
The other thing is, do we have the ability to reverse directory? We do.
What is it?
Well, the web server they're set up on, in this example,
Give you a direct path.
Actually, see, I'm gonna go over here, and we're gonna network, I'm going to expand it, because I can't see what people are, put it docked at the bottom. And look at the network request, and it says hitting this, look at the headers, and see what their server looks like.
They have no idea this is
No, he could delete the front page of their website.
and they wouldn't know what happened.
So it's kind of cool that their Apache at least isn't disclosing their version, which is cool. Kind of nice. Get their WordPress side of their website and stuff.
He's the one that showed me that I was working too hard to reset all my passwords every time I couldn't find a password. I showed him to change the password to text file today.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, it's good that your Apache is not saying the version of it, but it's not configured properly. So let me explain the downfall to having like an improperly configured Apache. When you can see sites like this and you can see all the files, the big challenge is it's called insecure web server permissions, right? So if I do this and I look for the word password, and then I look for file type, XLS, I'm basically looking for any word, and the challenge is if I can crawl this site like this, and I just did, so did every plugin in my browser, and so did Google. And if Google knows every single file that you have on your web server, the challenge is if you ever put something on your server like this, then you get a list of usernames and passwords that these guys had no idea that using Google, I could find, let's pop up on my screen, their entire list of passwords to their X, Y, and Z system, right? There's a bunch of usernames and passwords to their.
Wait, to that website?
Sorry?
So these passwords are for Brand Pivot's website?
Negative. So I was giving you an example of
Oh, okay.
what insecure web server permission can lead to.
Okay, I
It
gotcha.
can lead to every file on your server being read. So if you use your server for anything else, understand that everything that can index it, including me as a human going like this,
Right.
that other things can also, 500 there. That would be a worth, look too.
For my brain.
Yes. So now actually using Google, I can traverse your website by doing site colon, your name, and I'm gonna get a lot more results typically unless, because the only thing your robots would actually block it was the black hole thing. But from this I can tell that you're using Visual Composer as your editor, because Visual Composer drops this really crappy code.
It's drag and drop.
Search
Yeah.
Search engine result page.
All the lorem ipsum on all the pages. Pricing is fake. FAQ is fake. Contact is
You don't
fake.
want Google doing the indexing you for that, because that gives you a density of keywords and irrelevant stuff that it dilutes the value of good words when you have lorem ipsum indexers.
Right.
Love you, Chris.
It's not possible.
Love you too. Oh, so this is
Oh.
your site. You have a shop too. Or no, you don't have a shop. So you have WooCommerce installed, that's obvious, let's put it that way.
But they're not selling anything.
No, because it's a template.
You don't need WooCommerce if you're not selling.
All right, you are amazing.
Thank you. Well, the biggest challenge is, here's the big challenge. When you have WooCommerce installed and you have vulnerabilities, let me put two and two together for you, okay? Like, because that is literally good. So you got vulnerabilities and then the e-commerce software. So imagine a hacker being able to put in their information to your e-commerce software. Imagine them being able to put it in their API keys and their gateway. And imagine them being able to
take your credit cards.
steal credit cards using your technology that you have literally sitting there vulnerable, even though you believe it's dormant. So
That-
it can get misused.
Amazing. That's fair. You are fantastic, and we love and appreciate you.
Okay, see you guys.
Bye.
Say bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
Thanks for letting me talk to people.
Thank you.
I don't get to talk to people often.
I love you.
Can we just call them up later? Just chat with them? Just like,
Oh, yeah, okay,
great. Let me tell
Thanks
you.
for letting me talk to people. Like he's in a cage.
Yeah.
Human interaction
How long was he
today.
in the military?
How long was he in the military? 10 years?
Yeah.
I think 10. Mike's 25.
Oh, so he was the one that was in the military?
That's the one in middle school. Wow, they pre-pegged.
How was he in
That's
middle
good.
school? I mean, how,
Cause he
Yeah,
got in the
mom,
car.
right?
He got caught hacking something.
he was getting in trouble? or-
He was changing grades in
He's in on the
his
grades.
school. For him and his
Smart.
friends. His buddies.
That's
Changing all his grades
His
through
baseball team. It's
serving
his.
So is that a Screaming Eagles, like,
I don't know.
patch on
I
them?
just like it.
Yep, screaming.
I know.
My grandpa,
Oh.
he's not a reserve born.
Yep.
So, yeah, that's Chris. So, that's why security is such a big deal. It's why we don't use WordPress things. It's why we're so picky about everything that we do. So when we say no to something, it's only because it'll hurt you. Like, other than that, a coder can do anything. There's nothing they can't do. If you have WordPress, yes, you can have sliders. If you have WordPress, yes, you can add any plugin. Share this. If their answer was, I don't want to add plugins because that means I have to maintain them and it's time consuming, that would be the honest answer. Every plugin we add to a website causes our team a lot more labor. So do we want a ton of plugins on there? No, because they break, they fail, they were built by random people around the entire world. Then we gotta go monitor Vlad and see what he's up to lately. Every single time we install a plugin, it creates more labor. But having your blog pages being able to share on your social media site, that's a standard business operating procedure. I mean, that's why I said is there's pros and cons to everything and everything is weighted. So sometimes the answer is no, not right now. Then sometimes it's no, not ever. That's a security vulnerability. And sometimes it's no, that's dumb, meaning we spent 9 hours with one company. They wanted rounded corners to display on Internet Explorer. Internet Explorer doesn't display rounded corners. It will never happen. So it was a design thing that they wanted. You can't do it. There's no code that will show it. Or they want the website to look exactly the same on IE as it does on Safari, as it does on Firefox, as it does on Chrome. Never gonna happen. Like, it just doesn't. They're different systems. So those are the kind of things, I mean, in our world, our truths have to be like gravity. You jump off a building, you fall down. But everything else is, sometimes, maybe there's pros and you just have to say, is it worth it? So having an interactive website with promotions running that people can see for a small percentage of something, is it worth it? I think it is. So SSL certificate is what it's
Yeah.
called, and it's a secure socket layer.
You don't have an SSL certificate. fool.
There you go. Bring them with the acronym.
See, look at the can. We're like.
So on the server side, other
Thank God
things.
this isn't beer or something.
on the server side, there's other things that are really important. One, Gosh, I can't even remember
I
that.
just feel like this information is something that it's not just like, no, we just don't like you. Like, these are the things that we found that are a serious problem. And
Yeah.
if you're not doing them, I can't be sure that you're gonna do them for us.
Yeah, on your own site. So
Did the dose attack?
yes, DDoS. Stop. Cloudflare.com. I don't want anything else. I just want the main site. Oh, geez, I'm spacing out. Cloudflare. Okay, CDN. Geez, I couldn't remember the acronym after that mess. So, we talked about servers. Need to have 3 to 4 servers: live server, dev server, staging server, backup server. We went through all those. Yes. So the other thing you would want is a CDN, which is a content distribution network, which Cloudflare is what we use. Content distribution network. Essentially, they have all of these servers all over the entire world that have different IP addresses. So it's essentially, here's your website, right? This is your website. This is the server that it sits on, its host. In the middle, what we're trying to do to prevent all these crazies who like to hack for fun or who do sell data or use insecure servers to deliver Viagra ads or whatever, we want to try and protect it. So essentially what you do with the CDN is you put it in the middle and you make your domain management. Your domain is www.blank.com, and you have domain name servers, which is like your address. It says this is where this domain points to go pull this website. We put fake domain name servers or a holder in the middle of it to make sure that hackers, when they're trying to hack your server or your website, they don't know where it is because it bounces around from node to node to node to node to node. That's what a CDN is. The nodes are typically closest to whoever's serving the data. So that also helps improve your load time. I would assume iMarket uses a CDN. I know they use SSLs. All your basics are going to be part of what any of the major companies use. But that's, I assume they don't. They would need that. A CDN is important.
How do we know if they have that?
Ask them. Say, who's our CDN? And if they pause, then you know. Yes. You just start throwing random acronyms at them. That's so funny. Okay, so let me just make sure. Step number one. Step number one. So we are basically all the logo branding. We talked about slider designs, graphics designs, promotional designs. We've talked about hosting and maintenance. We've talked about security. We didn't get far out of that. Okay, email hosting. What are you guys doing for your email hosting? GoDaddy. Okay, we're gonna fix that.
I don't know if I know what that means.
So your emails. Is your email at yourdomain.com?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, like.
Or is it at Gmail, at Hotmail, at Yahoo, any of that?
Yeah, it's our company.
It's at your company? Okay.
For what? Like for just.
It's your email address. What's your email address?
Like that I use, it's at onehouраir.com.
Okay. So I don't know about 1 Hour Air on this.
I know we just got bought out by Authority Brands, so they handle, it used to be Direct Energy, and then Authority Brands took over, so now all of these changed their kind of, but I don't know, like what.
Okay.
Got a scarf on.
I know, my scarf is, oh, he turned the AC on earlier.
Thank you.
So let me give you a quick solution for email hosting to keep anybody from getting taken advantage of from technology companies. So any IT companies.
We have a good idea.
Okay. So most of the time you don't need an IT company if you're doing things right.
I feel like a lot of our stuff is like, well.
So an IT company is going to recommend that you have a server. They're going to recommend that You have specific security scanning software installed on every computer. They may recommend that you have Microsoft Office. They might recommend that you have Microsoft SharePoint. They might recommend that you use Outlook. We headed down that path? Okay, so now you're a lot of thousands of dollars into the pocket right now. Or you go with the bootstrap version with the world's largest company that there is, and you go with G Suite. So G Suite is the world's largest and best cloud computing software for email, calendars, drive, server, passwords, vaults, document management, and everything else. Not only is it the world's biggest and the best, but it also has their entire own computer line called Chromebooks. Chromebooks are around $200 to $500 instead of $1,500 to $5,000. You can take a Chromebook and throw it in a lake and start a new one tomorrow morning, and you never lost a thing, and it is physically impossible to get a virus on. So the good part is you don't transfer viruses from your host computer or your laptop to your website and then to your server and all of the things that comes with traditional PC world. G Suite for Business. I shouldn't have clicked on their ad. That was just mean. Sorry, I feel bad.
I think they can afford it. Realistic.
We'll wave and say sorry on the way. So it's cheap. It's per user. So you don't have to pay for email hosting. All your stuff stays in the Google platform, right? You have Google Webmaster, Google AdWords, Google Analytics. You got Google Data Studio. You have your Google Business Listing. You have your Google service ads, local service ads. Everything stays in one umbrella as an entrepreneur, one central access system. When your calendar, you guys are trying to manage schedules for everyone. So your entire team, when you set up a G Suite account, when you set up a G Suite account, everyone has G Suites on their phones already. When you buy a phone, it's already implanted in there, right? You have your Google Calendar, you have Google Email, Google Docs, Google Drive, all that stuff is on there. Okay? So when you turn on somebody's access, they have access to your company and everything you want them to have access inside of it from the day they start. As soon as you turn that employee on, they have access to every folder, every piece, every asset, every document, every file, everything you want them to have access to based on the permissions that you set up right out of the gate. You can see everything they're doing. For example, every one of these is our staff. So I can see any staff member, where they are, what they're doing, what their schedules look like, calendar looks like. Of course, I do not want to look at them all at the same time. That is not a good day. But there, that's a little easier. So I can see by day, if I had multiple technicians out and I want to see where they're at, you guys can see them side by side. So I know you have Service Titan and you can see all this in there. This connects right to Service Titan and makes it so it's on all mobile phones, mobile devices, mobile everything. So everything is accessible from anywhere. This also gives you the ability to check all your email and everything from any device, any mobile phone. You have everything that's in Slack, and you don't have to pay for Slack anymore, and it costs the same amount. So you have all of your Google Hangouts inside Conversations, which is essentially Slack. So everything's sitting in there.
So with this started with how our email is constructed, so would we still have our business name at the end?
Yep, they're just your
It's
host.
not a Gmail?
Nope, it's just your hosting provider. So Gmail is a hosting provider. So your email address, like mine, is jbagley@ciwebgroup.com, and it's just hosted by Gmail, so I can access it from any Gmail account. I never would touch Outlook with a 10-foot pole. I would never touch Microsoft's Office Suite with a 10-foot pole. It's designed to cost you money every year.
Yeah.
We use Outlook.
Yeah.
We use Outlook.
And you got to pay for all those licenses. You never have to do that again. You don't have to pay for any of that. You do not need a server in your office. You can get a terabyte of storage with every single $10, $14 subscription. On top of that, all of your drives. So Google Drive is your server. It works online and offline. You can create unlimited folders. You can collaborate. You can share folders and everything else. It sits in here. Everything, if you want to create a spreadsheet and you guys want to work on budgets together, create the spreadsheet, share it with your team. You guys can all collaborate and work in the same thing. So if people are working from home or doing something at home, they can still see everything. And there's nothing that you can lose. So if you were to leave tomorrow, you would not. Going to use this, but you could essentially turn her off and apply everything of her to the new person like this, and you're done. All you do is say reassign everything, all your docs, all your calendar, all your emails, all your everything just moves to the new person's account. It's automatically disabled on all devices she's ever used. So if she has logged in from home, you never need to buy VPNs and all that other garbage. It automatically disables everything, and you just assign it to the new human. You're up and running. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So you would have to go probably to the enterprise level and have like unlimited data?
If you need more data, just buy more data as you need it.
What terabyte is a lot?
Cause we have a Q drive, cause we have a server and we have all that other crap. And everybody, I mean, all the job sites, pictures, contracts, bidding, all that is in the Q drive.
But
so-
you're getting a terabyte per human.
Yeah.
So you would, I mean, there are huge companies that operate off of that.
Okay.
But if you needed more space, you could. So then you don't need the IT guy. The IT guys are designed to, it's an old school industry. It's going out of style. They make their money selling licenses to stuff that makes its money needing to be replaced every year with 2019 and 2020. It's a different model. WordPress is an open source application. It does not believe in licenses. Whereas if you go with, what would be the opposite of Joomla, I guess. Yeah, Joomla, you'd have to buy a subscription to. Shopify, you'd have to buy a subscription to. Those are subscriptions similar to Android versus iPhone. iPhone is more of the you pay to play though. Android is free open source. So you get more viruses on open source software typically. So if you're talking about hardware, you want to stay away from things that have servers built inside them, hard drives, and stay in software, cloud. Open source environment for cloud is better. Does that make
All
sense?
of our stuff is in the cloud and accessible from everywhere, but our IT people set that up for us.
It's a server somewhere. Yeah, it's a drive. I mean, technically you can access it from the internet. You can log into that computer from the internet.
So nothing's
Yeah.
on any of our computers, they're all just hooked up to.
Yeah. So if someone does everyone have different logins and passwords to get into everything? Okay. So you could accomplish the exact same thing without the licenses, the software, and all the costs if you just transferred just your email hosting and migrated all your data into G Suites. Then you just have a subscription. It's $14 a person for monthly subscription, and everything's in one location. And there's no maintenance, no guy you have to call because it's Google. So it's just there and it just works. Just a thought.
I don't know what we pay them for our monthly. I don't know if what we pay them versus $14 a month
Is more
per
or less.
person, right?
And you have to see what it includes to do a justification. So that's something, if you ever want to pull all that together, say this is my email hosting. Let me show you something that's on. Let's go down to email hosting. So every one of these pages on here gives you some kind of a checklist, like a booklet. So for example, this is website maintenance and security. So I'm covering bits and pieces of all this stuff, but I try and make it so you can use this if you got on the phone with someone. You're like, okay, so do you guys remove spam comments from us? And what frequency? How often do you remove them? How often do you test our contact forms? How often do you fix broken links? Do you do plugin updates on a regular basis, or are my plugins going to be outdated? Do you take daily backups? Do you do WordPress updates? Is that part of my maintenance? Do you do theme updates? Is that part of my maintenance? What happens when the theme's no longer supported? Those kind of things. Do you do database compressions? Do you have WP compressions? Do you do PHP software updates? PHP just moved from PHP 6 to PHP 7. That requires an entirely new server, entirely new website, entirely new everything. So ask them, are we 6 or 7? Where are we at right now? It's they retired PHP 6, and you can't put a PHP 6 website on a PHP 7 server, so you have to get a new website when that stuff like that happens. And that was just in last year. So do they clear the cache? Do they manage your memory limits to make sure you don't have database error connection, which I see that all the time in this industry? Do you have a security certificate? That's your HTTPS or your SSL. Do they have database security? Are they blocking direct access to your logins? Are they monitoring suspicious login attempts, and can they provide you with those reports? How many do they block in a month? Little things. So if they hardly have any, they're like, oh no, we don't have suspicious login attempts. That means they have no traffic. The better you do in this world, in this digital space, the more you're gonna get attempted to get hacked. The higher you grow, the more spam comments you get, the more spam emails you get, the more of those, hey, your website sucks, I can help you with this. The better you do. So if you get you're the owner, the better you're doing digitally, the more of those web companies that are going to send you those automated bots. And a lot of them are scams. You want to be careful with those. Here's the thing about getting those scam emails too. If it's a digital marketing company that is cold calling you or cold emailing you to get new business, isn't something wrong? It's an oxymoron. Right? If I'm a digital marketing agency, either you should be able to find me online or attract me some other mechanism than me going on the internet, surfing for HVAC companies and calling and sending out blast emails. That should be something different. So there's your list. There's your content distribution. Very regular, happen all day, every day. Brute force attacks. That's regular, happens every day. All day. DDoS attacks. So, a brute force attack is when a developer writes a script that pounds your site until it gets in. It just pounds it. It tries every single thing it can. It runs through all the different permalinks in your development structure and so forth until it gets.
This person to be like this big,
That would allow it to sneak in, and when it does, it just disrupts it.
Hey, see if Chris is available. I'm gonna introduce them. See if he's there.
Can you stop a brute force attack?
Let's just ask him random stuff. Say, what's a brute force attack? I'll put that on. If he's not in meetings, we'll get him on. Cause
I'm talking to him right now.
okay, good. Oh, good night. So each one of these, make sure your email address is at yourdomain.com. Email is hosted on a separate server than your website. You don't want your website and your email hosted on the same server, because if one goes down, you don't want to be completely in the dark. It's like Texas having its own power grid. That's a good thing. So, okay. So every one of these pages, if you browse this website, there's tons of stuff. So this is a website administration plan. That's something to ask. Do I have a website admin plan? What would they do? It's everything you could possibly do to your website, but they do it faster. So let's say you have an hour of time from a nerd. So you pay $75 a month for a website administrator, and that means, and it needs to roll over. It should never disappear. It's not like an attorney. But what you want is to be able to go, hey, can you change out this slider? Can you add this page? Can you take down this page? And you don't want it to be an hour. It needs to be literally, because if it takes them 45 seconds to do something that takes you 20 minutes.
Yeah, give them enough to keep them busy.
Yeah, keep sending them little stuff. And it should happen through a help desk system where you can track every single request that you put in and what the status is on each item. Okay. Just a side note, when you're working with any web company, if you put in each request individually, then you'll know what's done as they're doing them. If you put them all in a big list, then the ticket's going to stay open until everything is done. So it's better actually to shoot one thing with the page, with the link here, go do this, with the instructions, because then you'll know how quick everything can turn. Versus if we get a list of 600 things, then it just sits there open. But this gives you an idea of the things that should be happening regularly. So if it's something that should be in there, so are you making annual changes? Are you making seasonal changes, monthly changes, daily changes, graphics changes, and so forth? Okay. Is he available? Meeting? Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, so the last thing in step 1, it's 1 o'clock and we're on step 1, is website. What the heck? Dude. Is a website refresh. So somewhere in there you want to know whoever's building your website, are they going to rebuild it every couple of years? See, I need to know that if I'm investing in a site, this is going to be old and decrepit. Do I get a new one every couple of years? Because that needs to be part of the strategy.
It's not like I have to just pay everything all over again. It should be like a
small monthly piece of whatever you're paying should go towards that, so that they're rebuilding that.
I shouldn't even write any more questions.
So, and that explains, I try and make it so that tells you like what language to use, what I would say. In today's rapidly advancing technology, can we stop to blah, 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 blah.
We're just gonna get
at this point.
Can I just write our email for us?
Hold on a second. I feel like this is probably gonna have to be a phone call.
Yeah. It's gonna be a phone call.
How frequent are our website change outs? Check all that apply. Oh, never mind.
Okay.
Are we on a refresh plan?
No.
Do you get another? Yeah. I mean, because the requirements are going to be different. Code's going to be different. We move PHP changes, database changes, WordPress changes, all the plugins change. Plugins go away. They don't work anymore. It's going to start breaking. The longer the website sits there without being replaced, it's just going to break constantly.
And it's not like, I was under the impression that you just had like web management then. It doesn't work like that. At some point, you just
They're
need to
different
relook.
humans. Oh, yeah. At some point, you need to replace all the components. It's just like an air conditioner. It's no different. So you're going to be able to work on the different pieces of an air conditioning system for so long.
Yeah.
But at some point, it's got to go. It's identical. Every working piece of it starts to fail at different times, or it's no longer compliant, or it's no longer up to code, or they find out something's dangerous, whatever it is. It's got to go eventually.
But instead of 10 or 15 years, it happens in like 5
like-
years.
2 years max. And that would be, so when you picked out a theme, that theme was built on a year. So if the theme was built this year, then it should likely be PHP 7,
Right.
WordPress 5.0 plus,
But if
Gutenberg.
they're like constantly updating each year, then it's constantly gonna remain compliant with WordPress then, because WordPress updates.
Yes,
And
so
you have to update the theme.
yes,
So they
and
have to
all the
both be
plugins.
cyclical.
And every plugin.
Yeah.
So most developers, if I make $35 per theme, how long am I going to support that theme before I'm going to go build a new one and
Right.
stop supporting that one?
Right.
So most developers that are making small pennies on the dollar are not going to support a theme forever.
Sure.
They just get and they're brainiacs. They start building something new and they leave the old stuff in the dust.
Yeah.
I can't trust the theme builders unless they're on my payroll. I don't want to say and I own them, but you know what I mean? Like, I have to have that confidence that this is, we
You're gonna
can,
maintain it.
yeah, we're not going to let this go backwards. Okay, so I'm going to semi-skip, well, let's see what we have in content. So I'll show you where a couple things in here. There is content strategy, SEO content writing guidelines. These are under resources. So some of this stuff's going to be under plans. Some of it's going to be under resources. Content creation. So a couple things as far as writing content, things that'll help you guys if you can get your technicians or you can get the owner or whoever's an expert at this stuff. If you can get them to talk into Google Keep. Google Keep is an app under your G Suite account, or it's free offline. You can download the app on your phone, and if you can get your guys to hit the record button and say, you know, one of the things I want to make sure people know is before winter comes, make sure you blah, 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 whatever it is. They have stuff in their head. Make them give you topics. Make them talk into the phone. It will record it and it'll translate it to text so that you're starting with expert advice.
That's what you're just talking about.
Yep. That will give you the data you need for your authority stuff. If the technicians are talking to the roof and they walk in the door and they're like something pissed them off, that's a good time to get them and go, okay, tell me about it, and hit record and go talk in here and tell me what happened at this client's house, and let them go off, because whatever's in their head, that's good content. Somebody needs to avoid something. Somebody needs to ask better questions. A consumer needs to do something different, and that's all in those guys' head. They're the technical experts. They're not going to sit down and write content.
That's like big struggle then is, I mean, thinking about, you know, things to write about or something to highlight, or trying to think about what people's issues are. Like I sit, you know, with our girls or CSR girls. So when someone calls in and, you know, they're like, oh, hey, my pilot light went out or something like that. And I've seen that there's a common trend happening. It's like, okay, let's talk about this, you know, and people need to know what to do about that. So that would be really helpful.
Catch them on video, do a quick powwow to go, all right, you guys, tell me about your day yesterday, and record the whole thing. Get it on a Zoom meeting and record each one of them. And you can take little snippets of their saying. If you can get them when they're animated on video, and you can slice that recording down, you can use QuickTime or you can use Zoom to record it, and that's free. Google Keep is free, Zoom is free. Then you can take a small snippet of that and say, here's a sample of one of my technicians talking about blank, and use that as part of your content. It's real. When it comes to content,
So you would use this for like making a blog or like posting and things like
yeah,
that?
anything. I mean, it might be something as small as a quick tip you put on a social media graphic.
Yeah.
You know, drop it on Canva. Canva is free.
Right.
And you can create graphics on Canva really easy,
That's
fast.
what I do a lot of our, that's
Yep.
what I use a lot.
Yep. So we built a software, which eventually it'll turn into a social marketing tool, which you'll love, where you can technically take 100 images. So let's say you go have 100 pictures that you've taken over the last however long, and you say, I want to have our company name, our phone number, and our website address on every single image. You could send the entire pack. All you do, create a folder inside Google Drive, upload every single one of those images into that Google Drive, hit share, send it to our team, and say, I want to have our company brand applied to all of these images. We can upload them into this system. We do one brand profile and we say apply to all. It's done. They send it back to you. And then you're done. Every single graphic is preloaded with all your information on it. So there's little things like that that'll make it faster. I think I showed you.
How do you learn all of this stuff? You know, because people are like, HubSpot, certification, and I'm doing it. And then, like, you're talking, and I'm like, what? How do you
The
learn
hackers,
these
man.
things?
Yeah, the Google that we stay next door, we actually walk.
We sit and have lunch on their stairs.
Please teach me.
If you just sit down with a pizza and you're like, what's up? How you doing?
Seriously.
I think you work here.
They all sit on the stairs outside all summer long. We ride our bike and sit down on the stairs. We have the coolest bikes in the city, so they're like, oh man, I love your bike. Because they're nerds.
What kind of bike?
They're rad power bikes.
Everybody in our company is Google.
It's the coolest bike on the freaking planet. Mike and I bring them all over. I'm not going to click on their
They're
app.
like assisted?
And they come and see out of a run.
Yeah, they're power. So you've got, they're wicked. Mike and I have.
We have 14 of them total. The entire family, our entire family, we have 14.
This is ours,
Oh my gosh.
but ours is black, not white.
Is it a two-seater?
They have 2-seaters,
Yeah.
so that's what we have.
I didn't know those would be so expensive.
So you can ride 40 miles on those things.
What do they
This battery right here. That's a battery
How
pack.
fast?
It's a regular
So
bike,
the
but
max
it's
we've gone is
electric,
down,
but it does have a
we went up to
battery
the
to it.
arches at
So
Moab in
basically
Utah,
power
and we went
system,
down from the top,
power
and we did 30
system.
miles an hour on them.
So I
Down
do,
like this. You know,
uh,
the strip that went like
Did you feel like,
this?
did you need your thing? 'Cause
No.
I was gonna say, did you?
No, we use that for going uphill. Most of the time we're pedaling and we use power assist, not throttle. So you could use power assist. So every circle you go 3 times as far.
Yeah.
So we've been everywhere. We've taken them to New York. We rode from Buffalo, New York to Niagara Falls.
Oh my God.
We've done all of New Jersey. We've rode everywhere. In fact, he drove a 40-foot RV with our bikes on the back down Manhattan in New York, which is crazy.
I almost took the top off guard.
Okay, yeah. So on a side note,
The bridge just, I almost took the top off.
there were cars honking at us as we were going down the turnpike, and this guy was leaned over going like
Don't do it.
The cop told me I could go there. Yeah. He told me that. So it's bad advice.
He
It's
said I
bad
could.
advice. And I almost took the top off.
I look up after we were like, what is he talking about? What is he doing? And I look up and I was like, get in the middle. Babe, middle lane, middle lane, babe, middle lane. It's
Oh my
like,
God.
you could hear it.
Very, very
Oh my
tempting to hear it.
Okay, these are great. This is how we talk to Google.
Okay.
Literally, we sit there with a cool bike and they'll sit
Yeah.
down and all the
They
guys
just
will have
start
conversations
talking
with
to you.
us.
Yeah.
Yeah, that growing up in it and not being afraid to click around, study, research, play, click, and also being cheap, being an entrepreneur. So when it's your money, you're careful, right? You're not spending somebody else's money. All of a sudden, you want to know how to do things a little bit smarter, a little bit sharper, a little bit less expensive. Still want to invest, but I don't want to invest when I don't have to. I don't want to pay for anything that I don't have to. Your guys' concept about not buying pay-per-click,
Yeah.
I do not believe that is necessary if you haven't done step 1 through 7 first. I think there's a time and a place for this. If you have,
Saturated market.
yeah, or something temporary where you would not want to optimize it because you don't want to be found forever. It's something you're doing for a really short period of time. You're testing a market. Then you would do that. But I don't want to burn through cash in any business.
No.
I just want permanent things. I want to be an investor in the business. So it's smart. I'll invest in things that are quality and that are good and that are permanent and that are going to make me more money the longer they're around.
So is it a completely negative move to remove PPC if you've had it?
No, because if that's how you're getting that's not on here. So sometimes when I'm searching, they'll have iMarket runs advertisements using CI Web Group's name, and so does Scorpion all the time. So sometimes if I search for CI Web Group, then Scorpion and iMarket pop up all the time, which is competitor domination, is they're trying to get our clients to go to them. Like, I won't touch it with a 10-foot pole. They can have them. If I don't have a relationship with them and they want to go, they'll keep searching later and come back. I'm not worried about that. But does it bring them in a lot of business? Or if you have a lot of business, you already have coming in the door and you depend on that, I mean, you can't turn it off if it's supplying food on the table for a certain, group of employees and staff you have to have busy. So your strategy has to be to migrate to not need it. I think the bigger your company, or the bigger your company is, the smaller percentage of your total revenue that should be spent on marketing and advertising, because your brand starts to matter. People know your trucks. You have a great database. You're communicating with people who already know and love you. Your referral business is better and on point. You know how to manage referrals in the door. So you're not going after new client acquisition, which is with as much force. But a lot of times what I see is people having to go to paid advertising because they just crapped out all over everywhere else. So they wind up having to, they have to do it in order to survive. So I'd rather just do it right the first time and then continue to build. Okay, so branding tech content, let's see here. We already went through email.
Is your room open?
No. Is he ready? I'll open it. Um, okay, so let me give you a couple things while we wait for Chris to. Oh, he's not in yet.
No, not yet.
Ooh, what did we have for lunch? It's in the water. Oh, that's so funny.
DJ set.
Right?
Yep.
Okay. So here's a program that we implemented to try and be more logical about prioritizing our time when it comes to content for SEO, not for brand authority yet, but for SEO. Essentially, we built a program called a growth plan, which is a down and dirty version of figuring out what search phrases can we get to what rank on Google without spending time and money on content first. We built this form, and you guys go use this form. You do not have to be a client to use this form. It's out there. We spend a ton of time updating it constantly. Nothing on it is required. But essentially, we took all of the primary search terms, and it continues to grow. So our clients update this constantly. When a customer first starts with us, this is their onboarding form they have to fill out. All you got to do is go check the boxes. So you're making an inventory list as if you are creating a retail store of every single thing you're willing to sell or already do sell. And you go through, click everything. So if you do manufactured homes, mobile homes, server rooms, retail stores, houseboats, marine, yacht, hospitals, sheds, barns, office, spot cooling, if you're in Denver, right? we have a lot of them. And so forth. So keep going through, click as many as you can. These are all of your primary search terms in your industry. They're already in a list. Keep clicking. So for a consumer, it depends on which commercial that they saw. If they saw a Mitsubishi commercial, they might say mini split. If they saw a Daikin commercial, they're going to say ductless because that's whatever their subconscious heard. Keep rolling through everything emergency, furnace, heat pump, radiant, oil. Like in New Jersey, I don't think you guys have this here. Oil to gas conversions. Do you do that here or no?
Oil to gas, we do.
Okay. So this search term has generated a tremendous amount of business for this company. We built oil to gas conversions in Beacon, Poughkeepsie, Fishkill. They own page 1, position 1, 2, 3, and 4, depending on which city you're in. It generates a lot of traffic for them. And there's a whole bunch of little kind of weird stuff like that. We had a client in California that did earthquake shutoff valves. I didn't know you could shut off earthquakes, first of all, but second of all, I didn't know that existed, right? So we posted content and pages for earthquake shutoff valves. They wound up moving up to page 1 of Google very quickly for that, started getting phone calls, and that wound up being their entry to get in the homeowner's door. Then they started working on with their CSRs, being able to upsell them on other things. Do you want to do an air quality inspection or an energy inspection and all these other things? So go through this whole list, and then when you're done, take this sheet, drop it into an Excel spreadsheet, and sit down as a team and go, what's not on here that should be? What are we missing? What are the niche things that we do that maybe you're not on this sheet? First off, we'd love that list. And secondly, that's going to give you a complete list of everything you could possibly have on your website. The spreadsheet, when you get really, let's see. Let me see if I have this spreadsheet. Okay, so essentially it'll look like this, and then you start building in and saying which of the services are we willing to provide service in which areas. And the reason that's important is you might not want to do maintenance or service in an area that's a 40-mile drive, but you'll go do new installations and replacements 40 miles from here. And I don't know what your distance is driving wise. In California, they're not going to go do service and maintenance if it's 10 miles away, because 10 miles is a 2.5-hour drive, right? So they have to stay really, really tight. Because traffic is so bad, you can't get out of your neighborhood. They literally have to market by neighborhood. But that that list, where'd it go? Oh, okay, thanks. So fill this list out and submit it. If you are working with us, we're going to ask for it anyway, and we don't ask for it once, we ask for it every single year. Every single year it grows, we learn new stuff, we're monitoring data on all these different websites, so we'll find search terms that wind up dragging in traffic we didn't know. Our growth plan, what we do is essentially, we will go build every single one of the pages in that list that you send over with no content. And we do it, I mean, it takes us about 2 months, depending, because usually it's 300 plus pages. So our template website comes with 191 pages. Then plus, after you fill out the form, if you're on a growth plan, we go add all the other ones. But the difference is, this would be a page that had content, whereas, let's see, if something that he wouldn't have had content for. Probably oil services, radiant fireplaces, gas grill pipe installation. Yeah. So essentially, we'll build these pages and optimize them for geo targets, the cities you say you're willing to be able to service for that particular area. And then we'll go start marketing or optimizing, excuse me, each of those phrases. So there's 980,000 pages in this drawer, and he's page 1, number 1, with no content on the page. Like, leave that alone. Right? So out of the 300 pages that we build into the site with no content, we take all the ones that are page 1, number 1, we're able to get moved up to the top, put those to the side, and go, okay, boom. Those are in our tracking system. We know they're on page 1 and number 1. Hundreds of them. And then we'll go through and say, what are the ones that are on page 2? Let's see if I can find anything. That's another one. That's got to be hard. No. Okay, so, well, you get my drift. So if they weren't sitting on page 1, then we would put that on our target list for. That's what we need to write content for. So the stronger the website is, the better backlinks, local listings, SEO, and all of these things are together. If you have the ability to launch a page on your website with no content, just put up a form and call it a day and move it to page 1 of Google, then now you know, these are all my pages that are sitting on page 1 of Google. They're in position 1. Now I care about design. So now it gets your attention from a design standpoint. How do I create content that makes me an authority? How do I create design and call to actions and promotions that are going to help me convert business on this page? Prior to something being on page 1 of Google, technically, who cares? I mean, that doesn't matter first. It matters once you're there. Once the page is visible, now it matters. So then you, from a design standpoint, you're like, give me all my page 1s. I'm going to go to town and I'm going to make these pages brilliant. I'm going to put pictures of our family, before and after photos on there, and really juice those pages up. You move from search engines being your primary goal to now conversions are your primary goal. You're visible. Does that make sense? And you're doing it in bulk. Sometimes I think that all this stuff, it's too lazily put together. Like, it takes too long. Like, just make a list of everything, outsource, get it all done, get it on the site, then give me a list and let me focus on the things I can improve. I believe you guys are the only ones that are going to be able to truly make pages convert, because you're going to know for grill gas pipeline installation, like, my guys are not going to know that. Like, I think that has to do with the grill, like something you cook food on. Is it like food? Okay, so those are outdoor kitchens. Right? Yeah. So, yeah, that's all outdoor kitchens. That that's gonna be them. They're gonna have photos and stuff of that. We will, maybe. Now, every one of these, you'll see how essentially what we're trying to do is figure out if I can get you ranked for that particular phrase in Linwood. See how right behind it we have each of the other cities? We're just trying to measure results. Can we get them found in other locations? So we're going after Lakewood next, or Lake Forest Park. Then I'm going to go for Bothell and see can that rank. Still ranking in Bothell. Let's go to Mill Creek. Mill Creek is ranking. Let's go to Shoreline. 1.6 million, still ranking. You get my drift? Still ranking, but move down a spot. Mukilteo. Still ranking, move back up. Everett. So that's our client too. That's funny. That's our client too. Look. So this is Climate Pro. You'll see CIO Valley and first response. Once something works, like make copies. Keep doing it. That's all we're trying to do by focusing on HVAC is get smarter every day. Because sometimes being creative doesn't help. It's mastering something, seeing the results, and then duplicating it and doing it again. And they get better at the next thing and better at the next thing. So that's what we consider a growth plan, which is essentially our goal is how do we compress time to the shortest period of time that we possibly can in order to get the greatest amount of results, or at least the best visibility to see what's next. One of the two. Our motto internally is clarity, focus, execution. Without clarity, you cannot focus. Without focus, you cannot execute. If you don't execute, you will not win. So clarity first. Just like this class. This class is to design clarity. It's to create clarity, to walk out of here with your eyes open, or more candy. A few things of chocolate.
You had so much candy.
But I need more candy.
Okay.
Blindfold is ignited.
So those are good tools for you guys. All of this is public. There's nothing behind the scenes. When we build, let's see if they have it. When we build a site, usually what we'll do is we will create an entire list of pages or a bullet point list of everything, and then we'll link whatever we have content for and not link everything else. So you'll be able to see if you start off and you've only got content for 3 or 4 things, then those will be linked. But you can see what's next on your list. So you have your key phrases all in one place and you can keep moving. Same thing with these, all your city pages. Okay. So content strategy, we focus up front primarily on 2 things. 1, making a list of all the services we want to sell, making a list of all the places we're willing to install it, making a list of all the cities we're willing to drive through, all the questions consumers are asking or searching for, and then our growth plan is get them all on the site as quickly as possible, compress time, and then figure out what's next. Conversion systems we went through, local marketing. Okay. Google Business listing, everyone in here is on Google Business. Everyone knows it's priority. We're good to go. Everyone knows the more you publish content to your Google Business listing, the higher rankings it goes, as long as your star rankings are moving consistently. Okay. Creating buffer space. If I'm looking for, let's go AC installation, Cleveland, Ohio. Buffer space essentially means they have 29, they have 141, they have 27. So they can kind of chill out for a second. But if somebody comes in and they blow through their reviews and they wind up with 90 reviews, these guys are gone. It's a 3-pack. There's only 3 that are going to show. So if someone comes in and has more reviews and publishes content more frequently, they go away. So if this was their sole source of what they were relying on, then That would be a bad day. So you always want to have enough reviews that you've got buffer space where you're not worried about people in your dust. And then you go focus on your website. And then keep watching it, keep looking at it and saying, okay, that's my city. I have an address in there. I want to make sure I stay in that 3-pack.
I have a question.
Yes.
When you refer to, posting content in your Google business, are you referring to the reviews or the post area? that's in
Posts.
Google?
Post
Okay, 'cause
publishing
I never
content.
knew if that was actually really meaningful, like the post section and,
people read it.
like, do people actually
Doesn't
go
matter
that
if people
far?
read it. It's Google wants to know, are you current? That's the frequency of new content. Are you relative? And are you trusted? So current is the frequency of new content posting to anything. Social media, website, blog, Google business. That's currency. Relative is the terms that are used inside the content that's being posted. Are they relative to the terms that consumers are searching for, or are they weird? And trusted is, do other people like you? So in your mind, trusted is reviews. In Google's mind, it is, but Google's highest algorithm matchup is not actually reviews, it's backlinks. So your links that are pointing from other websites, it's kind of like your kids having friends. They're either good friends and you're like, okay, you can hang out with them, or you have a lot of friends but they're not so hot. I don't want you hanging out with those. Google looks at every single link that points back to you and looks at the quality of the site that's pointing to you. So because backlinks are so important, that's why local marketing, local directories, local listings are critical. And local directories, listings, and so forth, aggregators, they don't carry weight. You don't get recognized unless you have content being posted to them frequency. Yext. Okay. So we use a system. This is one of the systems we use called Yext. We pay for these subscriptions in bulk. So if you were to go sign up for it, I don't know what their retail cost is right now. Do you know? But I think we pay $24 per client per month. Something like that. Yeah, I think you pay a lot more. Because I don't care about the software. I want the software cost as low as possible. The only thing that I care about is the number of human beings I have pushing content through these things. So typically what we see, I'm just going to look at all clients. We'll go all time for now. And this is our HVAC account, so it doesn't have non-HVAC. So you get an idea of how our clients come to us. They come like null. Like most of the time, if they're on a local listings program, the only thing they've done is make sure their NAP data is correct, which is their name, address, and place. But they're not doing what they should be doing that generates traffic, which is they need to publish a tremendous amount of content on a very consistent basis in order to generate, and it doesn't matter the content. Technically, graphics and images, the same images we create for Facebook can be the same images that you publish to all these local directories. So that's why we even created the social media program, was to make sure that we created large libraries of graphics that could be shoved to social media accounts and pushed to all the local directories and used on all the websites. If a client gives us 100 pictures, we brand all those images because we want, if someone is searching through Google Photos, we do want the images optimized and labeled so they start showing up in searches. So if somebody's looking for HVAC website designs, see how every one of these images is labeled? That's essentially what you want, is you want every single image. That's the size of a social media graphic. It's the size of that's one of our first clients from like 100 years ago too. It's so funny. Probably not what I want to put up there, but it is what it is. So there's another one. So that's coming from HVAC marketing websites. So the more images you have out there, I mean, the better. You just want to have them labeled. Those folders of graphics wind up being your, let's see. I wonder, Trying to find someone's. So they're out there searching for what people are putting for earthquakes and stuff. All right, I'll have Jasmine send a link of social media graphics, some folder. Those are spreadsheets. Okay. Where's Yext? So to give you some ballpark, so within Yext, you have the ability to set up under 100 local listings. 70 is usually the average you guys are going to get listed on. The most important ones in my book, obviously your Google business listing, all your content publishing. So if you're on this system and we're publishing content, it's automatically going to your Google business listing, as in, and all the other directories. But this is where you guys get set up with Google Home, Siri, and Alexa. So if somebody says, hey Siri, or hey Alexa, I need an air conditioning repair company in Sandusky, Ohio, with the best reviews, that's where you get found from. Your website has nothing to do with that. Your search engine rankings have nothing to do with that. Your paid ads, your Google ads, none of that works on AI. An AI device is strictly going to be through local directories. So this is 100 accounts with 600 or 6,100 directory listings that we've done 174,000 published pieces of content updates to. So for 100 companies, 174,000 pieces of content, just giving you an idea of the magnitude of the amount of content you want to have published, and it needs to be frequent. If you're not managing these, are you on Yext?
No, I've looked into it just
Okay.
because we started noticing that we're popping up on these directory sites, and like we should probably start managing these, at least getting all the information correct and stuff like that. But my cousin, she does SEO, so there's a resource that she uses and I've recommended.
Okay. This right here, if you guys go, and you guys can run them while you're here, if you go to HVAC marketing websites and click on free local report in the very bottom lower left hand corner, put in your company name, address, and phone number exactly how you would want it to show, and pull that report and look at the errors that are on there. That'll show you NAP errors, name, address, and place issues.
Yext has that.
Hmm?
Yeah,
Yep,
so
this
I
will
did
pull
that.
right from there.
Yeah.
Okay, so that'll told you right out of the gate. That is usually what people get sold when they sign on to a marketing program, and then you keep paying monthly and no content gets distributed, which is why you don't have any traffic or phone calls from local directories, is because they're not doing the next step. When you start seeing yourself popping up on local directories, that happens a couple different ways. If it's city search is going to put you on their listing. And they're going to make sure your phone number is wrong so that you call, and when you ask them to update the phone number, then they'll say no problem, you can sign up for an account, it's $250 a month, sign up, that kind of thing. So that's one way that directories, all these directories you get onto that you didn't pay to get onto, they put you on there because information is going to be inaccurate, and that's how they win their subscriptions. That's their model. The other way they get you on there is if you have a name that's a recognizable name, a good brand name in your community, then marketing company down the street signs their company up using your brand that has a good brand, their client's phone number, your company brand, and they'll happily answer your calls all day and snag all your leads. Those are duplicates. So when you see these 1,500 duplicate suppressions, those are stolen identities where they're answering your phone calls and you never know it. So you never want to leave these unmanaged. Does that make sense?
How do they do that? Is that legal?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely easy. It's just a directory.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's called claim this listing.
Anywhere it says claim this
Claim it,
listing.
I can claim
So I've had this issue with Yellowbot. I don't know if you've heard of that directory or not, but they had like 3 different profiles for us, and using like drone images, and like we hadn't used drone products in I don't know how long. And so I noticed that we were listed like in Yext when I did that. I was like, I knew it, okay. So I tried to go in and I made an account with like just a backup email, like not like work-wise or anything like that. And every single number on that website, every single email is a dead end. All of their numbers lead to like a pharmacy or
Can't
it's
talk
just
to 'em.
nothing. I couldn't even validate, they had to like call in order to validate like the business, wouldn't work.
Yeah.
And so like that was just a complete dead end or something that I'm not able to manage. I'm like, how the heck,
We do it all via API.
it's crazy.
Yeah, everything. We can't talk to them either. So everything we do is submissions via API. They have an open API catalog. We go in, it tells us how we're allowed to communicate with them. It's all done via code. We submit batch inquiries to them. They do all the updates from batch inquiries, but they won't talk to humans.
Wow.
So all of this
Are
is
they human? No.
somewhere.
Is that a robot?
Well, they don't answer
There's
emails or phone calls.
Yeah.
Where's Chris? We need to ask him these questions.
Where's Chris?
He's,
Is
Busy.
he? Oh, he's
he's at
dead.
lunch.
You look like you're at
Okay.
like in Japan, at, like some video game
You're like
bar
a
or
Comic
something.
Con.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
Okay, so this, I mean, the really easy, we charge $300 a month for this application, and that includes all the resources to do all the updates, publish all the contents, making sure everything's accurate, do all the duplicate suggestions, or duplicate suppressions, and monitor and make all the publisher changes. That's simple. Get it off your plate. It's done. Our team is experts at this. I have a hard time navigating the system and figuring out how to see a flippin' report or to create a report in it, but that's what they do. They're good at it, and you have access to everything that they're doing. So you can log into your own account. It's your account. It's in your name. You can log in. You can check everything. You can see all of the traffic profile views. There is information in here that's important because as mobile phones become 70% plus of the total searches, figuring out your call volumes. We've had dealers that were coming in at 9 o'clock and all their calls were coming in at 8 o'clock. They needed to start earlier or stay later. Also trafficking or watching the percentage of your total traffic that's on mobile device versus PC device on local packs. It's mobile. I mean, 70 to 80% of all of this is mobile, which is why Google implemented mobile first. You also can drill into, which you don't have to. I'm going to say out of all of these accounts, I would guess maybe 5 dealers log into their portal. Maybe. But we're able to measure ourselves against all of these other companies to see where we stand. We typically have significantly higher traffic. You can see all of the directories that you're posted in. You guys can access those anytime. For 100 accounts just on these, we've generated 56,000 phone calls for those. So I mean, they get really good traffic, and we just get better at it the more that we learn and the more that they're in there messing with those.
How much do you guys charge for just like a new to handle the website and bring your right now and everything?
So if you're using one of the Goodman Amana private label templates, then it's $2,500 if you already have a website. If you didn't have content for us to transfer, it's $1,500. So it's $2,500 for the website if you're using one of those designs, or it's $5,000 if you're doing a custom design. But either custom or the other both come with the database is most important. I don't think a custom design is all that important until you're ranking for everything. When your website is sitting on page 1 of Google for 700 different searches, you should get a custom design. Like, your design is going to start to really, really matter. But I don't think it's that big a deal out the gate. I mean, I know any of our templates are going to look better than the current design right now. It's $100 a month, I think. Yes? $1,500 to $75 a month. It's $100 a month. That's hosting, maintenance, and that includes your refresh plan. So you get a brand new website every 24 months. You never have to ask us. We're just going to say, hey, it's time for a refresh. We'll remind you. You don't have to remember because we don't want old websites on our servers. That's all of your help desk support, as far as you can send an email and say, I need help, this is stuck, this doesn't work, whatever, and you just send a message and everything's in there. You have access to all our nerds, plus you have access to our texting line, which you get all our strategists on. So nerds, they work in help at ciwebgroup.com. They work in help desk. Those are all developers. So when they respond, sentences are truncated because they write in code. So they'll say site done, period. Or changes complete, period. It's all short because everything they do is matrix. Right? They're not like, hey, hope you had a great day. And they're not salespeople.
Keep it going.
No, they're just next, complete, next, complete. Oh, you want another one? I'll reopen the ticket. Let me start on that, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. That's all they say. They just get it done. But
Secure, that's really the most important thing.
so
You get a padlock.
yes, you get a padlock. So we host, and nothing's secret, we host everything on WP Engine. We've got 11 servers on WP Engine. It is the largest WordPress hosting environment there is. They host everything on Amazon Web Services, which is the largest server platform, most secure platform there is. They will not allow us to have an insecure plugin on there. If you're like, oh, I want to put Contact 7 on there. Nope, can't do it. You're not allowed. Like our clients, they want admin access and they want to start searching through free plugins on WordPress and just installing stuff. Nope, not going to happen. If someone wants admin access and start shoving stuff on the server, move to GoDaddy because they do not play. You can't install anything bad on there. So you have everyone, our team in our help desk support area, plus you have another 200 resources plus in their support area, and we have access 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 a year. I mean, it's a strong security and support team. And we use Cloudflare for our CDN, which that layers on there.
So 5,000 custom creation and $100 per month after that.
Yep.
Okay.
And then everything else is just marketing and it's up to you. So let me give you an idea of what that looks like in our world. Yeah, doesn't matter. So yes, if you have accrual funds, you can use your accrual funds on any of it, and you can use direct pay, which is even better. You don't even have to pay us. If you have accrual funds in there, we send you an invoice for the year. You send it to your TSM, they send it, Goodman pays us, Amanda pays us, and you're done. You don't have to pay us for that. So, I mean, it's a real, we're the only vendor that I know of outside of EGIA that's approved for direct pay. And we're approved without them having to see the work first. They trust us. Like they know we're going to produce something good. So they're not like, well, show proof of work. You guys pay, they'll reimburse you and all that garbage. They don't do any of that. So let's see here. Okay. So we covered Yext. That's one of them. We have other local listings. So every local directory program that you wind up going through, we work with 4 aggregators. Aggregators essentially have other networks of 600 programs. So we'll submit to Axiom, for example. Axiom has 1,500 directory sites in their listing. So we have to pay $100 a month to be able to submit through Axiom. We capture all your data, we know what they'll allow and so forth. Axiom submits to all those other. Every one of these websites that you have a local listing on, forget if any humans use it, because I don't know half these local listing directories. Their scores are high and it gives you a backlink. So technically all it is SEO. When you have the growth plan and great content and you have your local listings and local aggregators and everything in place, and by the way, we also notify you every time you get a review on any site. So you get immediate notifications and a link that says reply here. So you never have to go out and log into all these different sites to figure out where your reviews are coming from. So when you have local marketing, and then nearby now is your progressive, proactive reviews and schema markup and check-ins. And then you are using some kind of social media marketing strategy. Then congratulations, you're 70% the way to search engine optimization. You've done more than half of it. Everything else is this spreadsheet where I was showing you all of the labeling and metadata, meta descriptions, interior links, making sure your broken links are fixed, checking site errors, compressing images and files, working on page load. All the nerds get together in their nerdery and they start, working through I love them. So they start working through every one of those little tiny details. They're all a bunch of engineers. They don't look up. They're not looking at design. They're not looking at conversions or designs that create conversions. They're just plowing through. That's SEO. That's step 1 through 7. You master that, then you can do the fun stuff. I mean, you can play with a paid ad here and there, create a landing page, go after a big campaign, see if you can fill up or sell a whole bunch of something. Sell 65 filters. I don't know. Do something. You can play with ads and get more creative. Step number 9 is content marketing. That's what we were talking about, becoming an authority. So if you get the basics down, as far as SEO, now it's time to go back. Your website is ranking for all the services you want to sell in all the cities you want to sell at. Your reviews are on point, your locals on point, your socials on point. Now you need to be the best of the best of the best. You need to attract backlinks, all the ones that you can't buy. So you attract backlinks by writing amazing content, having good, better, best comparisons, comparing this brand versus this brand, comparing this kind of product versus this kind of product, having, download our top 10 checklist to the top 10 things you should ask an HVAC contractor before hiring one. Download our top 10 things you should do to prepare for winter. So now your PDFs, downloads, really great content. It might be a technician's guide to the galaxy. Something cool where other companies that are huge say, go check this out. They reference your link. They point back to your link. You guys volunteer at the local game. You sponsor the local football team. You build a house for the Helping Hands group, and you're in the local media. Now you're on news stations. This section, you're set up to go into the community and to drag back powerful backlinks. Now you're getting total localized backlinks, and that's game on. That's fun. Everything else is just blah. Like, just get her done. This is fun.
Yeah.
Step 10, that is don't ignore your database. So if you do all these other things right, you have a big database. You have a lot of clients. You guys started and built your business. Everyone in here, I can tell, you started with 10 first. In big cities, that is not true. In big cities, that does not happen. They're not friendly with their community. They do not know their neighbor, and they surely don't start with the database. In fact, in almost every major city, if I ask them, what's your CRM, they say QuickBooks. Literally. You guys are and I can tell from your personality, there's so many things that are the exact opposite from every major metropolitan area that we do these things in. It's different. This is making sure you don't ignore your most valuable assets. You guys all started with them. I think you've got this down. Other than we fixed some technical glitches, maybe add the ability to send a text message, maybe personalize things with video a little bit more. What is this called? Jib chat.
Oh my gosh.
You know
those are
what
so
that is?
hilarious.
Like, start making it fun. Have you seen these? You know what these are?
Oh my gosh, can you make one?
Okay, yeah.
Oh my God. Y'all talking to me doing that?
Oh, okay, I know.
Best.
Oh, yes.
I
okay.
wonder if I
And you
have.
just download them and email?
Oh my gosh.
You can
have to
upload
see
them
it.
to
You just have to
YouTube.
see
What
it.
do you mean?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
So I
didn't
wonder
know
if they
that's what
have.
it's called.
Oh my god. And it's just until you see it going.
They're always around like the holidays and stuff, like people are elves and
I was
things
gonna say,
like
I see
that.
elves, yeah.
Yeah.
So this is what we send to our clients for birthday. There's my husband. That's our son. That's our daughter. I do. I love this stuff. This is how I'll spend all December because we're not busy.
And you know what? Clients love it. Clients love it. Because you can put their face on it. Put their face on their face, it's great. They love it. They really do love it.
Oh gosh.
I think it's different.
So,
Yeah.
okay. So here you can
Oh,
meet
gosh.
some of our guys.
Oh, yeah. Oh, gosh. That's some of them.
So this is Mandeep. He's in Kansas right now speaking.
Virginia.
This is Virginia.
Clay's in Virginia. Man.
Oh, yeah.
They're actually
Good
doing the
night.
same thing we're doing.
This is Jamal. He is the project manager for the East.
It's wonderful.
Yes. Michael's nephew. Hang on. But I'm just saying it's really fun. That's my son. Go figure how weird that is. So they're just fun.
I love it. I love it.
Not saying you should totally send that one out exactly. However, I do. Okay, so this is the one we send if somebody puts in a cancellation notice with us.
Oh
I
my
mean, we
God.
have to if we ever get one.
It's a great movie, man. Yes.
And they know everyone because they've been on video with them and stuff. And they're like, okay, can I stay and host and then we'll figure it out? They're fun. That's Jasmine. She's East or West Coast regional. Bev is in your area. Where's Beverly? Oh my gosh.
She's busy twerking.
There's Bev.
Liv is the,
That's this.
she's
That's
quiet.
Kathy.
She's very country. She's really quiet.
She's
the oldest one
she's
of
very
them all.
country.
Very sweet.
She's great.
So that's what we mean by step 9 is you can get a heck of a lot more personal. You can make it fun. That's your database. They've met you guys. They know you guys. So things like e-cards become fun. There's text messaging becomes something they love. I mean, if you can allow your clients to text message back and forth with you and not make them call, not make them fill out a form, not make them go to a website, that is so much
Our
better.
phone numbers love it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's-
we had a reply and we didn't, like, she wasn't booking service, but she had her phone number saved, and she's like, it's so much easier, like, I'm at work and I can book my appointments, like, thank God for texting, and then that was it, like, she didn't book it, she already had booked it, and she's like, it's so easy, and it is, but,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, it's heaven. That's how I can book my hair appointments. Like I will go back to Seattle to get my hair done because I can text in an
I feel like I need to
appointment.
talk to someone though, for like a confirmation, like, I always get nervous if it's not, like,
Oh, I
booked,
know.
so I need to talk to someone as well.
So that's where emojis come in. Just put emojis at the end of it, and then they're like, "Oh, she's real." I got thumbs up. So, okay, good. We're making progress. So your CRM is going to be critical. Next, video. So here's the logic behind video being step 11. You now have all these different vehicles out there ready to rumble. You have all these different rocket ships out there ready to launch. And it's time to start duplicating the things that are the best. So this is when we're not just trying to get content from the guys or the owners, is we need to start digitizing what the owners say. You notice I record every single thing. I do this everywhere, every speaking event. One, because I want to improve. This one's going to be hard to do because we had so many diversions. But
Sorry.
no, I love it.
I mean, we have a train wreck over here, you can't look away.
There are accidents happening
There's-
all over the freeway.
So she's got energy. But you want to start recording and digitizing everything. This is when you want to make your thank you for working with us video. This is when you want to make your hey reminder, you guys, it's time to do a tune-up, make it fun, get people in the office, get a wrench, get them dirty, throw mud, do something. Like start using video to replicate what a boring email would do. Like use video to start really making it real. And when I say video, I don't just mean YouTube videos, but make Facebook Live one of the things that you guys start doing. Do live video, streaming video on Twitter, do streaming video on Instagram, and just start bringing some life to everything you do. If you go to a conference or a trade show or you do a home event or you're at a workshop, I mean, here we're all going to take a selfie before you guys leave, and that'll go up on mine, but start doing stuff like that. Video is brilliant. You can optimize
That was like one of our biggest goals. I think our owner Josh went to the conference and that was like one of the things that they had said to start doing. So we do a lot of I do a lot of boomerangs.
Uh-huh. Yep.
The customers love it, because they just keep on replaying and replaying and replaying, you can see how long people actually like watch it for. And some of them are like 2 minutes and you just keep on watching, and I'm like, how bored are you? Like, okay, like next.
You gotta make sure they watch the
Right?
Yeah, there's let me give you another one. Vidyard. This one is a free video tool.
The play button is the most powerful call to action on the web. Video has the unique ability to connect with people in a more personal way, to educate and to inspire action, and to build more human connections with prospects, customers, and your fellow employees. Yet, most companies aren't using video to its full potential. Vidyard is a new generation video platform that enables companies to do more with video, like for your website, YouTube channel, or across all your social media pages. You can publish and even update your content from one central location, but that's just the beginning.
Cheap.
Learn how to improve your content with enhanced video analytics. Discover which videos are most effective at engaging your audience. Get to know your viewers, who they are, what content they like, and how they watch each of your videos with detailed audience insights. Generate new leads for your sales team with interactive events like these that reach out and connect with your viewers. And speaking of sales teams, improve your lead scoring and qualification by pushing all these insights directly into your marketing automation and CRM systems. Cut through the clutter, increase response rates, and improve customer support with video messages. Whether reaching out to a new prospect, hi Tyler, or answering a technical question. Alright, let's try this one out. Vidyard makes it easy to create your videos from all the applications you use every day. Of course, the only thing more personal than a video is a personalized video. Stand out and boost engagement by adding personalized information like the name, company, or photo of the person who's watching. Because who doesn't like feeling famous? Know exactly when to follow up by getting notifications whenever a contact is engaged with your content. Extend your reach by live streaming event speakers, product announcements, and even internal town hall meetings. Become a video-enabled business. Use video to generate leads, accelerate sales, communicate with colleagues, and improve the customer experience. Go video, go Vidyard.
This system is cool. It's an extension, so you guys, how to download, so if I go Google, Chrome, extensions, it's going to be right here, Chrome Store. Click that and go Vidyard. And is it this one? Oh yeah. So normally it would say add to Chrome, and it's going to show up in your extensions up here. So Soapbox is another one. There's a bunch of them. Let me see. Oh, go to meeting. There it is. Jeez. So, once you have the extension on your computer, being able to create a video is beyond easy. You literally hit the extension and say go, and I'll say record. I can say camera only. I can say I want tab, I want screen. I can say I only want the cam so it actually can see me, or I want the screen and the camera here. Say record. Share. It's gonna record quick. Hey you guys, just want to reach out and say thank you for coming to today's training. You are all amazing. Something like that. Then you'd say stop sharing. It's going to put that video into a folder that fast. And if you want to email that video, it's going to take this video, and it's going to put the screenshot of this image with your face right here. And a lot of times our team, they'll take a card and it'll say, hi, Mike. And they'll hold the card up like this or go like this or something in it, so that this screenshot says, hi, Meg. It has my face, and then it has, you know, your appointment or your checklist of what to expect, or a picture of your technician. And then all you do is you can say copy the link. You can send it, you can email it, you can send it to Facebook, you can send it to LinkedIn, Twitter, YouTube, and you have a permanent asset that works forever. So
I'm assuming it works for mobile.
it's an app. Yeah, you can absolutely. You can use the extension or you can use it on here. I think I have it on my phone too. But the fact that it's so easy. Vidyard. Yep. So that's it. Except I have to authorize it. So I don't know if people. Literally 2 seconds to record a video and you're in. And it shows in the email, which is nice because it stands out like something else. You could get your guys, the beautiful part is you could get all of your technicians to record one. Said, hey, just wanted to introduce myself. You know, my name's Joe and I'm going to be coming out to your house. Here's some things to expect. First, I'm going to wear these crazy little booties, whatever you want to do, make it fun. And then you can send that out. You can have your CSRs send that every single time before they come. You only had to record the video once. You're done. Now they get to meet their technician before they come. And it's all free. Cool? Okay. All right. Any questions on video? We good? Okay. Mobile app, finally, once you have all those things in place, your business transitions from, I want to acquire new customers, I want to retain and get more referral business, to, I don't want anyone that knows me to ever go to Google again. That's what a mobile app does. On your phone, all of your phone, you have apps, and those apps keep you from going to Google to look for that software or to look for that system or that company or that app or whatever it is, right? No one's going to download an HVAC app. However, they will download the local home services app. So this is, you guys can put a twist on this, forget Angie's List and Home Advisor, right? This is a list of my top 30 resources that we use if you need a plumber, if you need a roofer, if you need a landscaper, if you need a babysitter, if you need whatever it is, a carpet guy, a flooring guy, a countertops guy, whatever you need, it's in this app. If you can get 20, 30, 40 companies that are all using an app as their business card, an app as their magnet, and there's a group of you working together, like a small miniature club, B&I group, chamber, and that club is out working with the community and referring this group, they will download that. They will keep it, they will use it. Put little things in there like the ability to get preferential treatment or the ability to get emergency service, or everyone in the club, everyone in the network gets in-network pricing and discounts. Put something in there that makes it stand out. Just keep them off Google. Keep everybody in that database ever from going to Google again. We don't want to do that. Make sense? Okay. So the last thing I have on my list is to show you what the unpretty version of the 12-step roadmap looks like. From my point of view, is there are 12 steps and 12 stages. So there's a lot of things going on in step one. It doesn't all have to be done at the same time. It's fundamental. So everyone in this room, I'd say you guys all go 1 through 6, all at the same time. I think 1 through 6 are the critical things. That's your logo and branding, making sure you've got your phone system set up and you're on good VoIP lines and so forth, making sure your email hosting / Google Drives are set up, your hosting, security, maintenance, support, refresh on your websites. Like, start with that. All this, not necessary right now. Then going into phase 2, let me see, phase 1, anything in yellow, I still consider phase 1. These are like basics, real basics. Then you go into phase 2, we have them covered in turquoise. So you do need legal content on your website. I don't think I saw anybody with privacy policies, copyrights, any kind of disclosures. Technically, you should have something on there, even if that's something you can steal and change out. So you can go find something online and swap out the company name, something simple. Even if, legal documents are starting to get a little bit more simple as you go through them. Something that says you're not going to sell their information to anybody, that you're not guaranteeing the use of the website, just a normal copyright. People can't steal from your website and so forth. Next would be growth plan, about us, your vision, your mission, how you're different, how do you stand out from everyone else, making sure you've got your promotions and your marketing content, your service content, what do you want to sell, and making sure that that metadata and the ad copy for every single page, your page titles, permalinks, descriptions, all of that thing, it's got to be really, really, really on point. These things, come back to them later. Come back to them after you've perfected those. Then we get into click to call. Make sure we have the review system on there. Your apply now for jobs. Making sure you're always collecting resumes year round. I'm technically in here. I think call tracking, everyone in here should be in call tracking, AI chatbot, and SMS. These three things I think would be the most important first set under conversions I would put in. And you can come back to the other things. Some of you already have CRM and ERP. They're just not integrated into the sites. Same thing, you get into Google Business. I would say Google Business, aggregator, citations, directory. Again, 1 through 6 would be the priorities as far as the size of every business in this room. PR, I think you move and reviews. I think you stick to the first 3 for now. You go with your Google Business, your schematic markup, which everyone in here needs, and your reviews by city. We can come back to everything else later. So separate plumbing versus heating, air conditioning, all that stuff later. Social media. I think you stick through with 1 through 6. Let's say that there was a search phrase that was a good moneymaker for you and you really wanted to get found for it and you were having a hard time ranking. This is the one thing so it's step 6, number 7. The one thing you can do that will boost anything digitally is a really strong press release on a good website. We can make the hardest competitive phrases easy to rank for with a handful of good press releases. Do I see any competitive phrases that are so competitive right now that I would think that's necessary in this area? I have not seen one yet. I don't think anybody should be burning and churning cash right now. I think everyone needs to start with fundamentals unless you already have it and it's already making you money. So your pay-per-click, do you have pay-per-click on right now?
We do, and I'm kind of on the fence with having it still because, I mean, the phone calls that we're getting, we're paying anywhere from like $175 to $230 a phone call. And some of them are just like suppliers looking for our supply guy. Like, hey, is Roger there? And I'm like, we just paid $230 for that. And then our Google local services, that's only $23 a phone call.
Right.
And like last month we made $25,000 off of Google local services. So it's like, why are we still paying for PPC?
Do you feel like with the local services, it's club members? Or
no, they're
like
brand
new
new
customer?
people. Yeah.
Yours?
I just launched it this month and it was like a trial, so I did like the bare minimum. But the calls, like I disputed more than half of them because they're current club members, but they're still like paying because some of them are like diagnostics, so $59. So Google sees that as them providing their call, so we're only making like $20 on that because they're getting discounted fees, and not all of them. We have had a few like new customers, but for the most part, I don't know. It was our first month, so.
Can you turn off anything that's service, maintenance, and repair and just stick to installation replacement as far as your categories?
I could, but then if you still click on it, because since we did like the most minimum budget, it doesn't show us like the top 3, because once our budget is spent, it just brings us to this list. So if they go on the list, it still charges us for that call.
Okay. I get mixed reviews on it. Sometimes I've heard that it's extremely powerful and great and people love it, and sometimes people hate it and it's all competitors and garbage calls, junk calls, and they spend more time disavowing things than they do not. I'm in the middle. The way that I see anything that's in the paid advertising bucket is, to me, it's like going to Vegas. You got to have money. You're cool to lose.
Right, I might just need to up the budget to get better calls, but I guess it was just like the first month trial run just to see.
I don't think I would. I mean, if you've got money to go play craps, go play.
Right.
Play big for a minute and see if you can turn it around. If it works, great, but don't burn money that you don't have ready to lose at the table. Let's say that. Okay, and if you were going paid advertising, we kind of debate here on the paid advertising by brand. Like, I'm not going to pay to protect CI Web Group's name. I'll let the other agencies have that business, because I don't need the business. We're not I don't have to sell every client. That's not where we're at. I would rather work with people we love and would like to have dinner and a glass of wine on the top deck with than have a lot of clients and a huge headache.
Sounds good to me.
So
Right.
yeah, I think it's just different business models. Our world is set up very different. We don't have a giant fancy office in the United States. I'm not spending money on that. I'm just not going to do it. My personal goal or mission statement, I guess. I have a business coach. His name's Tony Jerry. He was a coach to the top 500 CEOs in the world, and he required. Oh no, that's his client. Tony Robinson is so. Yeah, he coached Les Brown. I mean, he's a coach to the coaches. He's coached them all. He is building a strategic acceleration studio in Dallas. But he made me sit down and write a vision board and a plan. And I mean, it took me 1.5 years to figure it out, but I've never varied from it. And my statement was very clear. I want the freedom to choose without restriction. And there was nothing else, as I want the freedom to choose without restriction. That is why I'm here. That's what I'm doing. And essentially it means I don't know what I want, but I want the freedom to choose without restriction. You know, I don't want to be too tied or locked down to a physical place, to a physical anything. I don't want to be stuck in a long-term contract. I just want the freedom to be happy and choose. I love who I work with. I love our clients. I love our strategy of getting customers. I don't advertise. I don't market. We educate, because I'd rather take an educated client over someone off the internet all day long. I mean, that's the whole purpose of this thing, is get to the point where you don't have to advertise and do it as fast as possible, because it's a much nicer place to function when you're working with friends. And then same thing, email, mobile. So in this, do you guys want a copy of this?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll send this. You all text. Okay, so I'm just going to send this link via text, and when you get it, it might say request access. Click the button, and then we'll just share access with you. Do you guys have any questions, thoughts? What do you think today?
This was amazing.
Yeah.
Is it okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Eye-opening.
Okay.
Like, my eyes are already large as it is, and they're falling out of my head.
Would anybody be willing to sit in front of a camera and talk about coming to these workshops and what you think about it? Would you sit in front of it? You will?
We can do it together,
Yeah.
like Wonder Twins.
I think
Hi.
Mike can he'll have a computer and we'll make it easy. It's not like you have a video camera. You just sit in front of the screen.